Chapter 201. The world, for Ryan Ferrum, dissolved. Not into darkness, but into nothing but a profound, suffocating sensory deprivation. One moment he was there, sword raised, victory assured, basking in the anticipated glory. The next, silence. Absolute, impenetrable silence. He couldn't hear his own ragged breathing, couldn't hear Conger's triumphant roar, couldn't hear the gasps of the crowd. And the light was gone. Not replaced by darkness, but by a disorienting, featureless gray void. He could see his own hand before his face, but it seemed distant, unreal, as if viewed through thick, swirling fog. He couldn't feel the ground beneath his feet, couldn't feel the hilt of his sword in his grip. All sensory input, save for a lingering, confusing sense of his own physical presence, had been extinguished. What? Ryan stammered, his voice a thin, reedy whisper that seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive nothingness. He stumbled, his triumphant lunge dissolving into a clumsy, disoriented stagger. What's happening? Why can't I see? Why can't I hear anything? Father, where is everyone? He flailed his arms wildly, his practice sword clattering uselessly to the stone floor, unheard by him. Panic, raw and overwhelming, seized him. He was blind, deaf, adrift in a silent, featureless void, his own senses turned against him. The Grand Hall, however, saw something entirely different. They saw Ryan Ferrum, poised for the final blow, suddenly freeze. They saw his eyes, which had been blazing with triumphant fury, go wide, unfocused, darting around wildly as if searching for something he couldn't find. They saw him stumble, drop his sword, clutch at his head, his face a mask of dawning terror and profound confusion. They heard his panicked, almost hysterical shouts, echoing strangely in the sudden, heavy silence that had fallen over the arena. And then they saw Lloyd. He hadn't moved from his prone position, his body still clearly injured, blood still staining his lips, but his eyes were no longer the familiar dark Ferrum brown. They were transformed. His sclera, the whites of his eyes, had turned a deep, unnerving pitch black, absorbing the light, creating two miniature abysses in his pale, strained face. And where his irises and pupils should have been, there now burned two luminous, almost ethereal, rings of pale, bluish-white ring light. Ring light like TikTok user use. They pulsed with a cold, controlled power, fixed with unwavering, terrifying intensity on the flailing, disoriented Ryan. Black ring eyes, a gasp, sharp and collective, ripped through the stunned onlookers. Not a fear this time, but a profound, almost disbelieving awe. They had seen the steel blood. They had witnessed Fong's lightning. But this was different. This was alien, uncanny, power of a kind they had never witnessed before. Dead on the dais, Milady Austen, Duchess Ferrum, who had been watching her son's apparent defeat with a mixture of maternal anguish and stoic Ferrum pride, suddenly shot to her feet. Her usual serene composure was shattered, her face pale with astonishment, her hand flying to her mouth. Her eyes, wide with a recognition that was part fear, part awe, part dawning, incredulous understanding, were locked on Lloyd's transformed gaze. Those eyes, Milady breathed, her voice a strangled whisper, yet carrying clearly in the sudden, almost reverent hush. The legends of my own house, the Austen lineage, the whispers of the inner circle. It cannot be. She looked at her husband, Archduke Roy Ferrum, her eyes demanding confirmation, demanding explanation. Roy, his eyes, they are the black ring eyes of the ancient Austens. Roy Ferrum stared, his own granite composure finally, visibly, cracking. He had known about the steel blood, he had suspected, hoped for, Lloyd's hidden potential. But this was beyond anything he could have imagined. The Austen bloodline, his wife's lineage, a power whispered to be as ancient, as potent as the Ferrum's own, but manifesting in ways far more subtle, far more unnerving. He had dismissed it as dormant, diluted through generations. But now, seeing it blaze to life in his son's eyes, a power he himself did not possess, did not fully understand. It was a shock that resonated to the very core of his being. King Liam James Bethlehem, who had been observing the brutal escalation with a mixture of grim fascination and royal concern, leaned forward, his handsome face no longer amused, but etched with a profound, almost startled, intensity. His eyes, sharp and analytical, were fixed on Lloyd's transformed gaze. That he, too, recognized the signs, the legends, the black ring eyes, that a power of myth, rarely seen, spoken of only in hushed tones in the oldest chronicles. That see it manifest here, now, in the air of Ferrum. The geopolitical implications were staggering. This wasn't just a shift in Ferrum power. This was a potential realignment of the very magical landscape of the known world. Chapter 202. Lloyd lay on the floor, his transformed eyes still locked on Ryan, who was now stumbling blindly, shouting in terror, swatting at unseen phantoms. He could feel the new power, the cool, controlled energy of the black rings thrumming within him, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos of his Ferrum steel. He hadn't projected the rings externally yet, hadn't constricted, hadn't crushed. He had simply focused, willed it, and Ryan's senses, his connection to the world around him, had seemingly vanished. This, Lloyd realized, a grim, almost terrifying satisfaction dawning through the pain and exhaustion, was a different kind of power. Not brute force, not flashy displays, but subtle, insidious, overwhelming control. The ability to simply turn off the world for his opponent. The drab duckling hadn't just grown steel feathers and lightning claws. He had just opened a pair of eyes that could stare directly into the void, and apparently drag his enemies in there with him. This tournament, Lloyd thought, a cold, predatory smile touching his blood-stained lips, was definitely not over yet. The earlier roars of combat, the gasps of the crowd, Ryan's triumphant taunts, all swallowed by the profound, unnerving quiet that had descended with the transformation in Lloyd Ferrum's eyes. He lay on the stone floor, bloodied, clearly injured, yet radiating an aura of such alien, controlled power that it dwarfed Ryan's earlier display of ascended might. His eyes, they were the focal point, mesmerizing, terrifying, pitch-black scara, absorbing all light like miniature voids, and within them, those luminous, ethereal rings of pale, bluish-white light, pulsing with a cold, ancient energy. The black ring eyes, Milady, Austen, Duchess Ferrum, was still standing, her hand pressed to her mouth, her usual serene composure utterly shattered. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear, awe, and dawning, incredulous recognition, were fixed on her son. The black ring eyes, she whispered again, the words barely audible, yet resonating with a profound, almost ancestral dread. The lost power of the Austen lineage. People thought it was just a legend, a story told to frighten children. She knew of it, of course, the whispers in her own family's oldest chronicles, the veiled references to an ancient, potent void power, unique to the Austen bloodline, a power that manifested in the eyes, granting terrifying abilities of control and manipulation, but a power so rare, so potent, so dangerous, that its full understanding had been lost, or perhaps deliberately obscured. Over generations, that it was said that even within the Austen clan itself, true mastery of the black ring eyes was an almost mythical achievement. Only 3 Austens currently alive, it was rumored amongst the inner circle, possessed the full, bilateral manifestation. The black scara, the luminous rings in both eyes, and even they wielded its power with extreme caution, its true potential shrouded in secrecy and fear. Milady herself, she knew, possessed a diluted, almost vestigial echo of it, the ability, if she concentrated fiercely, to manifest the black scara in one eye, granting her a fleeting, disorienting insight into the flow of void energies, but nothing more. It was a parlor trick, a curiosity, a pale shadow of a legendary power. See it now, blazing with such undeniable, terrifying potency in her own son, the son she had often despaired of, the son who had always seemed so ordinary. It was a shock that resonated to the very core of her being. Lloyd knew this too, not just from his mother's current, almost hysterical reaction, but from the fragmented, desperate knowledge he had clawed towards in the final, brutal year of his first life. After the assassinations, after Rubel's usurpation, adrift in a sea of grief and vengeance, desperately seeking any advantage, any power that could help him survive, he had stumbled upon an ancient, almost forgotten, Austen family grimoire hidden deep within his mother's private chambers, a book detailing the true nature, the terrifying potential of the black ring eyes. He had been dying then, bleeding out from a wound inflicted by one of Rubel's assassins, his Ferrum steel power failing, his spirit weak. And in that final, desperate moment, fueled by rage, by grief, by a primal refusal to simply cease to exist, something had snapped. He had focused his will, his very life force, into his eyes, and the power, the dormant Austen legacy, had flared to life, unbidden, uncontrolled. A brief, terrifying glimpse of what it could do, just before the darkness claimed him. He hadn't understood it then, not fully. But the memory, the sensation, the raw, terrifying potential had been seared into his soul, carried across lifetimes, across worlds. Now, reawakened, it felt familiar. Innate, like a forgotten language suddenly remembered, he knew the black ring eyes weren't just about projecting physical rings of energy, as the system's initial, simplistic description had implied. That was merely its crudest, most overt manifestation. The true power, the terrifying subtlety of the Austin legacy, lay in its ability to manipulate not just the physical, but the metaphysical. To place seals, not just on objects, but on concept, on senses, on energies, on the very pathways of life itself. It could seal a wound, yes, or seal a door, but could also seal a memory, seal a flow of magic, seal a nerve, and that, Lloyd realized, lying on the cold stone floor, his transformed eyes fixed on the flailing, disoriented Ryan, was the key. Ryan was still stumbling, blindly, shouting in terror. His world dissolved into a silent, featureless gray void. He couldn't see, he couldn't hear. His senses, his connection to the reality around him, had been severed, not by a physical blow, not by a magical illusion, but by a seal that a precise, targeted, metaphysical seal placed directly onto the neural pathways governing his sight and hearing. Lloyd hadn't needed to project external rings. He had simply looked, focused his will, channeled the unique energy of his Austin bloodline through his transformed eyes, and placed an invisible, intangible, yet utterly effective seal upon Ryan's senses. He had, in effect, turned off Ryan's ability to perceive the world, plunging him into a terrifying, isolating sensory deprivation chamber of his own mind. It was an application of the black ring eyes he vaguely remembered reading about in that ancient grimoire, a technique spoken of in hushed, fearful tones, the seal of severed perception, subtle, insidious, utterly devastating, and requiring a level of control, of focused intent, that was far beyond mere brute force. The crowd stared, utterly bewildered. They saw Ryan's inexplicable collapse, his panicked cries. They saw Lloyd's terrifying, transformed eyes, but they couldn't see the invisible seals, couldn't comprehend the metaphysical attack that had just occurred to them. It was sorcery of the highest, most baffling order. Even Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, for all his power, all his knowledge of Ferrum lore, looked profoundly, deeply unsettled. This wasn't steel blood. This wasn't familiar. This was something else, something ancient, something Austin. And it was being wielded by his son with a terrifying, instinctive precision that defied all explanation. King Liam Bethlehem, however, leaned forward, his earlier shock replaced by an intense, almost predatory, fascination. His eyes, sharp and analytical, were fixed on Lloyd, then on the flailing Ryan, then back to Lloyd. That he was a ruler, a strategist, a man who understood power in all its forms. And he recognized, with a clarity that sent a shiver of something akin to excitement down his royal spine, that he was witnessing the emergence of something truly, terrifyingly unique. This Ferrum heir wasn't just a potential political asset or a source of good soap. He was a weapon of unknown, perhaps limitless, potential. Lloyd, ignoring the pain in his side, ignoring the gasps of the crowd, ignoring the complex geopolitical recalculations undoubtedly occurring on the dais, focused his will again that he could end it here. He could leave Ryan a blind, deaf, terrified wreck. That it would be a brutal, decisive victory. But that wasn't his way. Not anymore. The 80-year-old pragmatist, the soldier who understood the value of a clear message delivered with minimal collateral damage, asserted itself. Humiliation was a more effective, more lasting deterrent than mere physical destruction. With a subtle, internal command, Lloyd released the seals. Instantly, the world crashed back in on Ryan Ferrum with the force of a physical blow. Light, sound, the roar of the crowd, the feel of the cold stone beneath him, the sight of Lloyd Ferrum lying on the floor, watching him with those terrifying, now normalizing dark eyes. The sudden, overwhelming rush of sensory input after the profound deprivation was disorienting, nauseating. Ryan stumbled, clutching his head, his mind reeling, trying to process the sudden, inexplicable return of his senses. He looked around wildly, his earlier rage replaced by a dazed, terrified confusion. What had just happened? One moment he was victorious, the next, nothing. And now, everything again. That he saw Lloyd, still on the floor, but pushing himself up slowly, painfully with one arm. That he saw Fong, limping but alive, growling weakly at Konga, who stood, confused, its ascended power still thrumming, but its master's command suddenly absent. Ryan looked at Lloyd, and for the first time he saw not the drab duckling, not the lucky trickster, but something else, something cold, ancient, terrifyingly powerful. lurking beneath the surface of the unassuming air. He had no idea what Lloyd had done to him, but he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that he never, ever wanted to experience it again. Chapter 2. Oh, for the fight was gone from him. The arrogance, the rage, the desperate need for vindication, all extinguished, replaced by a primal, shaking fear. Lloyd, finally managing to struggle to a sitting position, his sides screaming in protest, looked at Ryan. He didn't speak, he didn't need to. His eyes, now back to their normal dark brown, held a quiet, unwavering message that it's over. Ryan stared back, his face pale, his bravado shattered. He opened his mouth, perhaps to shout, perhaps to curse, but no sound came out. He simply, deflated, he looked at his discarded sword, then at his still powerful, still confused, ascended spirit. Then back at Lloyd, slowly, shakily. Ryan Ferrum lowered his head. I concede, he mumbled, the words barely audible, thick with shame, with disbelief, with a terror he would likely never fully comprehend. The words, however faint, echoed through the stunned, silent grand hall like a thunderclap. Lloyd Ferrum had won. Ryan Ferrum's mumbled concession, thick with shame and disbelief, hung heavy in the stunned silence of the grand hall. He had yielded. The arrogant scion, the master of brute force, the self-proclaimed true power of the Ferrum youth, had been broken, not by overwhelming strength, but by something far more insidious, far more terrifying, the utter, inexplicable negation of his senses. He stood there, head bowed, defeated, his ascended spirit calm, still a hulking obsidian presence beside him, confused by its master's sudden surrender, its red eyes darting uncertainly between Ryan and the still prone, bloodied form of Lloyd Ferrum. The crowd held its breath, waiting for the referee's official declaration, for the end of this bizarre, almost surreal, final match. But Lloyd Ferrum was not quite finished. His black ring eyes had receded, his gaze returning to its normal dark brown, but the cold, calculating glint within them remained. He had won the battle of wills. Yes, he had shattered Ryan's arrogance, exposed his vulnerability. But the 80-year-old pragmatist, the soldier who understood the value of a decisive, unambiguous victory, knew that a lesson merely learned was often a lesson unheeded, not a lesson felt. However, a lesson seared into muscle memory and primal fear. That was a lesson that stuck. Ryan had escalated this, that he had taken a friendly contest and turned it into a brutal, almost lethal, assault. He had reveled in Lloyd's pain, prepared to deliver a finishing blow with undisguised malice. Such actions, Lloyd knew, demanded not just defeat, but consequence, that a clear, undeniable statement that crossing certain lines came with a significant, personal cost. With a grunt of effort that sent a fresh wave of agony through his injured side, Lloyd pushed himself further upright. He didn't try to stand. He didn't need to. He simply focused his will, drawing on the last sputtering embers of his Ferrum steel power. It wasn't much. His reserves were scraped nearly dry, but it would be enough. Enough for a final, emphatic exclamation point. The air around the still-dazed Ryan, who was just beginning to straighten up, his mind still reeling from the sensory whiplash, shimmered almost invisibly. Dozens of whisper-thin steel wires, finer than spider silk, yet imbued with the unyielding strength of Ferrum blood, erupted from the stone floor, from the very air itself. Before Ryan could even register the new threat, before Conger could react, the wires snapped taut, coiling around Ryan's limbs, his torso, binding him instantly, completely, in a gleaming, inescapable net. Wah! Ryan yelped, surprise and fresh terror flooding his face as he found himself suddenly, inexplicably, immobilized, trussed up like a particularly uncooperative festival hog. He struggled, but the wires held firm, biting into his training leathers, a cold, metallic promise of pain. Simultaneously, Lloyd's gaze flicked towards Fong, who lay panting near the wall, his magnificent form still smoking faintly, his golden eyes dull with exhaustion, but still holding a spark of fierce, unwavering loyalty. Fong, Lloyd rasped, his voice weak but carrying a clear, undeniable command. One last spark. The cousin needs a reminder about the perils of overconfidence, and perhaps a lesson in basic electrical conductivity. Keep it memorable, not lethal. Fong, despite his injuries, despite his near-total depletion, seemed to understand. With a visible effort of will, a final desperate surge of his remaining spirit power, a tiny, almost pathetic, yet undeniably present, flicker of azure lightning coalesced around his PW. It wasn't a glorious, ear-splitting thousand-chirp strike. It was more like a single, very angry, very determined firefly with a bad attitude. The wolf spirit limped forward, dragging one slightly singed hind leg, and placed his faintly crackling paw directly onto the steel wires, ensnaring Ryan. The effect was instantaneous and deeply unpleasant for Ryan Ferrum. The steel wires, excellent conductors, transmitted Fong's desperate, last-ditch electrical charge directly into Ryan's bound body. It wasn't enough to kill him, not even enough to cause serious, lasting physical injury. But it was enough to deliver a series of sharp, convulsive, full-body jolts that made every muscle in Ryan's body seize. His teeth clench, his eyes rolled back in his head, but a strangled, gurgling shriek ripped from his throat as the electricity coursed through him, a sensation akin to being simultaneously tasered by 1,000 angry wasps and licked by a very large, very static-charged cat. The smell of burnt ozone and something vaguely like singed arrogance filled the air around him. Ryan's ascended spirit let out a roar of confused, sympathetic agony as the backlash from its master's electrocution, combined with the sudden, violent disruption of their spirit bond, proved too much. Its massive obsidian form flickered violently. Then, with a final, shuddering groan, it dissolved into dissipating motes of black smoke, vanishing completely. Ryan's spirit connection, already strained, had been decisively, emphatically severed. Ryan Ferrum, his body still twitching from the aftershocks of the electrical assault, his eyes wide and vacant, collapsed bonelessly to the stone floor, landing in a smoldering, undignified heap. He was out cold, unconscious, thoroughly, comprehensively, and rather smellily defeated. Lloyd watched, his expression grim, devoid of triumph, only a weary, necessary satisfaction. He flicked his wrist, and the steel wires binding Ryan vanished as silently as they had appeared. Lesson delivered. Message received. And hopefully, he thought, a lasting impression made regarding the inadvisability of underestimating quiet cousins with a penchant for soap and surprisingly effective pest control methods. The referee, who had been frozen in a state of horrified paralysis throughout this final, brutal escalation, finally seemed to find his voice. That he stared at the unconscious, faintly smoking form of Ryan Ferrum, then at the bloodied, exhausted, yet undeniably victorious Lloyd, then back at Ryan. That he swallowed hard. Lord Ryan Ferrum is incapacitated, the referee stammered, his voice trembling slightly. The victor and champion of the Ferrum Family Summit Youth Tournament is Lord Lloyd Ferrum. The announcement, when it finally came, was met not with a roar of applause, but with a profound, stunned, almost disbelieving silence. The entire grand hall seemed to be holding its collective breath, trying to process what they had just witnessed. The drab duckling hadn't just won. He had dominated, humiliated, and then, for good measure, mildly electrocuted the previously undisputed powerhouse of their younger generation. Then, as the reality began to sink in, as Lloyd, with a visible effort, pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly, Fong limping weakly to his side, a different sound began to fill the hall. That a slow, hesitant clapping, starting from the section where King James Bethlehem sat, his face a mask of fascinated, almost delighted disbelief. Marquis Crutz joined in, his expression one of profound, respectful awe, then, slowly, hesitantly at first, then with growing volume. Other members of the clan, the allied houses, began to applaud. It wasn't the wild, enthusiastic cheering that had greeted Ryan's earlier victories, or Jyothi's displays of effortless skill. It was something different, a mixture of shock, respect, perhaps even a touch of fear. They were applauding not just a victor, but an enigma, a force they didn't understand, but could no longer ignore. Jyothi watched her brother, her earlier anger, her disappointment, her confusion, all swirling together into a complex, unreadable emotion. That he had won. Against all odds. Against Ryan, he was injured, exhausted, but he had won. And he had done it with a ruthlessness, a power, a terrifying, almost alien competence that she had never imagined he possessed. This wasn't the Lloyd she knew. This was someone else entirely on the dais. Archduke Roy Ferrum observed his elder son, his face still an unreadable granite mask, but his eyes held a new light, a flicker of something fierce, something proud, something undeniably, profoundly, fatherly. He had set a challenge, and Lloyd, against all expectation, had not just met it, he had shattered it. The future of the Ferrum line, Roy Ferrum thought, a slow, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips, was suddenly looking very, very interesting indeed. And then, as the applause, hesitant but growing, finally began to wash over him, Lloyd Ferrum felt it. The familiar, almost smug, chime in his mind. System notification. Exceptional performance detected. Analysis. User participated in and successfully won a high-stakes, politically charged, intrafamilial martial tournament. Overcoming significant personal injury, superior opponent power levels, ascended spirit, and deeply ingrained societal preconceptions of mediocrity. Multiple innovative and/or terrifying applications of void and spirit power noted. Psychological warfare effectively deployed. Opponent left unconscious and smelling faintly of regret and burnt hair. Overall performance. Surprisingly not terrible. Conclusion. Victory achieved. Dominance asserted. Somewhat. Future therapy bills for traumatized cousins. Probable. Bonus reward issued. 200 system coins SC. Current system coins. 113. Previous plus 200 reward equals 313 SC. 313. Lloyd's eyes widened. The exhaustion, the pain, the lingering adrenaline, all momentarily forgotten. 200 coins. For winning a glorified schoolyard brawl that had escalated into a near-death experience involving ascended gorillas and mild electrocution. This, he thought, a grin of pure, unadulterated, system coin-fueled delight finally breaking through his weary facade, was considerably better than picking cursed flowers or investigating overly aggressive swamp fungi. Maybe, just maybe, this whole being a surprisingly competent and terrifyingly powerful air thing had its perks after all. Now, if he could just avoid being grounded by his father for excessive use of unconventional combat electrotherapy on a cousin, his day would be complete. Chapter 206. The applause, a strange, disjointed sound born of shock and fearful respect, finally faded, leaving a silence in the grand hall that was heavier and more profound than before. Ryan Ferrum's unconscious, faintly smoking form was being discreetly, if rather unceremoniously, carried from the sparring circle by two stone-faced household guards. His father, Viscount Nobel Ferrum, watched them go, his face a mask of such pale, thwarted fury that it seemed carved from ice. The victory he had so arrogantly anticipated, the political coup he had so audaciously attempted to engineer, had not just failed. It had imploded spectacularly, humiliatingly, in front of the entire clan and their most powerful allies. Lloyd Ferrum, leaning heavily on Fong for support, the wolf spirit, though depleted, was a surprisingly sturdy crutch, pushed himself fully upright, ignoring the screaming protest from his bruised ribs and the throbbing ache in his side. He had won. The drab duckling had not just survived the piranha tank. He'd somehow managed to convince the piranhas that he was, in fact, a particularly grumpy and surprisingly electric shark. The feeling was a bizarre cocktail of bone-deep exhaustion, grim satisfaction, and a lingering, almost giddy disbelief that his improvised, borderline insane tactics had actually worked on the dais. Archduke Roy Ferrum rose to his full, imposing height. The earlier fleeting glimmers of paternal pride had been ruthlessly locked away. His face once more the unreadable granite slab of the ruler. His gaze, cold and deliberate, swept over the assembled nobles, lingering for a fraction of a second on the ashen face of his brother, Rubel, before settling on the lean, scholarly form of Lord Kyle Ferrum of the Ironwood branch. Lord Kyle, Roy's voice was calm, yet it resonated with an authority that cut through the lingering tension like a blade. You spoke earlier of the steel blood, of the true Ferrum legacy. He paused, letting every ear in the hall hang on his next words. Your knowledge is commendable, your loyalty, unquestioned. Kyle Ferrum, a man whose life had been dedicated to the study of Ferrum history and the preservation of their traditions, inclined his head respectfully, his expression a mixture of vindicated excitement and fearful reverence. Your branch of our family, the Ironwood Ferrums, Roy continued, his voice gaining a hard, decisive edge, has long been the keeper of our histories, the guardians of our lore. You, more than any other, understand the weight of our name, the responsibilities that come with it. He then turned his gaze fully onto Viscount Rubel, and the temperature in the grand hall seemed to plummet several degrees. Viscount Rubel Ferrum of the Ashworth branch, Roy stated, the formal title sounding like an indictment. You have also spoken today that of strength of succession, that of what you perceive to be the best path forward for our house. His voice was utterly devoid of warmth, each word a carefully polished stone of disapproval. You have leveraged your position, your influence, your son's ambition, in an attempt to subvert the established line of succession. Tito challenged my authority as patriarch. Tito sow discord in this very hall, before our honored guests and our kin. Rubel visibly flinched, color finally returning to his face in the form of a mottled, furious flush. Brother, Your Grace, he protested, his voice tight with desperation. I did no such thing. I merely expressed a father's pride, a loyal vassal's concern for the strength of our future leadership. My son, Ryan, your son, Ryan, was defeated. Roy cut in, his voice sharp as broken glass, silencing Rubel instantly. Defeated by the very heir you sought to displace. Defeated by a display of power you clearly failed to anticipate. A power you, in your ambition, have proven yourself unworthy to wield or even comprehend. He let the damning pronouncement hang in the air, then turned his gaze back to the wider assembly. For years, the Ashworth branch has been designated the primary cadet branch, second only to the main line. A position of honor, of trust, a position that comes with significant influence over our family's military resources, our strategic holdings, our very security. His eyes narrowed. Viscount Rubel, you have abused that trust. You have mistaken privilege for right. You have allowed your personal ambition to cloud your judgment and threaten the stability of this house. Roy took a deep breath, his next words delivered with the finality of a judge passing sentence. Therefore, effective immediately by my authority as Archduke and Patriarch of House Ferrum, I hereby strip the Ashworth branch of its designation as the primary cadet family. A collective gasp, sharp and unified, swept through the hall. This was unprecedented, a public, brutal demotion. Rubel staggered back as if physically struck, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. Furthermore, Roy continued relentlessly. Viscount Rubel Ferrum, you are hereby removed from your position on the Ducal Council and relieved of all command responsibilities pertaining to the 3rd and 4th Ferrum Legions. Your access to the ducal armories, the forges, and the central weapon hall is revoked, effective immediately. You cannot do this. Rubel finally roared, his desperation shattering his last vestiges of control. Roy, you cannot. This is tyranny, an overreach of your authority. I have served this family for decades. My loyalty. Your loyalty is to your own ambition, Rubel, and nothing more, Roy retorted, his voice now a low, dangerous growl. And you are mistaken. I can, and I have. He then proceeded to dismantle Rubel's last defenses with a chilling, almost surgical precision. You speak of service? Shall we discuss the service you rendered by misallocating funds from the northern timber contracts for your own personal ventures? A fact my bursar brought to my attention last season. Or perhaps the service of placing your own loyal, if largely incompetent, cronies in key quartermaster positions. A fact that has led to a documented 10% increase in equipment spoilage and logistical inefficiencies. Or, his voice dropped further, becoming almost a whisper, yet carrying to every corner of the silent hall. Shall we discuss the more recent service you performed just a few days ago? The one involving the coercion of 5 innocent citizens to bear false witness against my son. The one where you dispatched 3 of your household thugs to ambush and assault the heir of this duchy in a back alley. Rubel stared, his face ashen, his mouth opening and closing like a stranded fish. He was exposed. Utterly, comprehensively exposed. Roy hadn't just been watching. He had been documenting. Waiting for Rubel to overplay his hand, to give him the public justification he needed to finally, decisively act. No, Rubel stammered, shaking his head. Lies, slander, is it? Roy's voice was like ice. The witnesses have already confessed to my captain of the guard. The moneylender who held Milo Tanner's debt has proven surprisingly talkative when faced with charges of conspiracy against the ducal house. Your foreman at the guild warehouse, Jorn's supervisor, has a sudden, remarkable clarity of memory regarding the instructions he received. He leaned forward. You are finished, Rubel. Your plotting, your scheming, ends today. He turned away from his broken, defeated brother, his gaze once more sweeping the hall. In place of the Ashworth branch, I hereby elevate the Ironwood Ferrums. Lord Kyle Ferrum, you will assume the position of head of the primary cadet family. You will take Viscount Rubel's seat on the Ducal Council. And you, Roy's eyes held Kyle's, a look of profound trust and immense responsibility passing between them, will assume stewardship of the central weapon hall and our family's primary forges. Your integrity is beyond question. Your knowledge invaluable. See that our strength is maintained and our legacy preserved. Kyle Ferrum, looking stunned but resolute, bowed deeply. I will not fail you, Your Grace. The transfer of power was complete. Brutal, public, absolute. Rubel Ferrum was no longer a threat. He was a disgrace, a cautionary tale. The balance of power within the Ferrum clan had just been irrevocably, seismically, altered, and Lloyd Ferrum, the catalyst for it all, stood watching, the ache in his side a dull throb, his mind already calculating the implications, the opportunities, the new, even more dangerous game that had just begun. The Grand Hall was a maelstrom of barely suppressed emotion. The shock of Rubel Ferrum's public castration was still settling, the air thick with the scent of shattered ambition and freshly reallocated power. Rubel himself stood frozen, a statue of disbelief and impotent fury, his face a ghastly shade of white. He looked from his brother's implacable face to the solemn, resolute expression of Kyle Ferrum, the man who had just inherited his power, his status, his entire political future. The sheer, brutal totality of his defeat seemed to be slowly, agonizingly, sinking in. He finally found his voice, a ragged, desperate rasp that clawed its way out of his throat. "No," he whispered, shaking his head, a wild, cornered look entering his eyes. He wasn't just defeated. He was being erased. "No, you can't make such a decision alone, Roy. It's against protocol. It's against the ancient charters." He was grasping at straws now, his desperation making him reckless. Chapter 208. He took a stumbling step forward, his voice rising, becoming shrill, almost hysterical. The reorganization of the primary cadet branch, the stewardship of the central weapon hall, these are not mere internal family matters. They affect the military balance of the entire duchy, the stability of the realm. Such a momentous decision. It requires royal assent. He stabbed a trembling finger towards the dais, not at Roy, but at the wider implications of power. The king must approve such a change. You cannot act unilaterally, Roy. You have overstepped. I will appeal to the crown. I will appeal to King Liam himself. He had played his final, desperate card, an appeal to the highest authority in the land. A challenge not just to Roy's decision, but to his very authority to make IT. IT was a move born of utter desperation, a last-ditch attempt to bog the entire process down in the bureaucratic mire of royal court politics, to buy himself time, to sow doubt among the other nobles. He was betting, foolishly, that the king, ever cautious about concentrating too much power in any single vassal, might hesitate, might call for a review, might question Roy's motives. A murmur went through the assembled guests. He had a point, however tenuous. A shift in the military command of a powerful archduchy like Ferrum was indeed a matter of royal interest. Lloyd watched the drama unfold with a kind of detached fascination. Rubel, even in his death throes, was still a political animal, still lashing out, still trying to find a weakness to exploit. It was almost impressive, in a pathetic reptilian sort of way. But then, Lloyd glanced at his father, and any fleeting admiration for Rubel's desperate gambit instantly evaporated. Because Archduke Roy Ferrum was not looking concerned, he was not looking angry, he was not looking worried. He was smiling. It was a small, almost imperceptible smile, a mere twitch at the corner of his lips, but it was there. A smile of such profound, almost cosmic, amusement, of such absolute, crushing certainty, that it was infinitely more terrifying than his earlier fury. It was the smile of a man holding not just a royal flush, but the entire deck, the table, and the deed to the casino. "An appeal to the crown, Brother Rubel?" Roy inquired, his voice laced with a dry, almost pitying irony. "A fascinating suggestion. You believe King Liam would find my decision questionable?" He let the question hang. Then his gaze shifted, moving from the sputtering Rubel to the dais, to the handsome, unassuming nobleman seated beside him. The man who called himself James. "What say you, my lord?" "James?" Roy asked, his tone perfectly pitched, a subtle invitation. "You are an honored guest, a man of considerable influence, and, I suspect, a keen understanding of the delicate balance of power in these realms. You believe I have overstepped. Should this matter be brought before His Majesty for formal review?" Every eye in the hall snapped to the mysterious James. Who was this man, that the Archduke himself would solicit his opinion on such a momentous, internal family matter? What influence did he hold? King Liam James Bethlehem, who had been observing the entire drama with the engaged, slightly amused air of a man enjoying a particularly well-staged theatrical performance, sighed dramatically. As if roused from a pleasant reverie, he took a delicate sip of his wine. He'd wisely avoided the tea. And then slowly, deliberately, rose to his feet. He didn't move with the overt, commanding power of Roy Ferrum, but he moved with a quiet, easy grace that was somehow even more compelling, more authoritative. The charming, slightly eccentric Lord James persona was still in place, but beneath it a new layer was emerging, a subtle, undeniable aura of absolute, ingrained authority. "Archduke Roy," James began, his voice smooth as aged velvet, carrying easily through the suddenly silent hall. You honor me with your question. And you, Viscount Rubel. He turned his gaze towards the now trembling Viscount, his eyes holding a flicker of something that was not quite pity, but a kind of weary disappointment. You raise a valid, if perhaps ill-timed, point of protocol. He took a step forward, towards the edge of the dais, his gaze sweeping over the assembled Ferrum clan. It is true. The stability of a great house like Ferrum is indeed a matter of profound interest to the crown, and any significant shift in its internal power structure, particularly one involving military command, does, traditionally, require a degree of royal oversight and affirmation, if you will ensure the continued peace and prosperity of the realm. Rubel's face, which had been ashen, flickered with a desperate, pathetic spark of hope. Was it possible? Was this stranger, this influential guest, about to side with him, to challenge Roy? James smiled, a slow, disarming smile that did absolutely nothing to reassure the now intensely sweating Rubel. Therefore, the king continued, reaching into the inner pocket of his impeccably tailored tunic, it is perhaps fortunate that I came prepared for just such a contingency. He withdrew his hand, and in it, resting on the palm of his glove, was a small, deceptively simple object that it was a badge, crafted for what appeared to be a single, flawlessly cut diamond, shaped into the roaring lion sigil of the royal house of Bethlehem. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, a contained, almost overwhelming aura of royal authority. It wasn't just a symbol. It was a focus of power, an artifact of immense significance. That it was the personal signet of the king's most trusted inner circle, his direct agents, his henchmen, as they were known in the highest echelons of power, individuals who spoke with the full, unshakable authority of the king himself. But a collective, choked gasp went through the hall. The nobles, the guests who understood the significance of what they were seeing, stared, their faces draining of color. Jason Siddick's eyes widened in stunned comprehension. Marquis Krutz looked as if he might faint. This James wasn't just an influential guest, he was a direct agent of the king. James held the diamond badge aloft for all to see, its light seeming to cut through the gloom, silencing all whispers, all doubts. As a duly appointed ambassador and direct representative of His Royal Majesty, King Liam Bethlehem, he declared, his voice losing all traces of its earlier casualness, ringing now with the cold, absolute authority of the crown. I am empowered to act on his behalf in all matters pertaining to the security and stability of this realm. He lowered the badge, his gaze, now sharp as forged steel, locking onto the utterly terrified, completely broken form of Viscount Rubel Ferrum. And in that capacity, King Liam James Bethlehem announced, his voice a death knell for Rubel's ambitions, his hopes, his very future. I am here to inform you, Viscount, that His Majesty has already reviewed Archduke Roy Ferrum's proposal regarding the restructuring of the primary cadet branch, and he has, without reservation, approved it. He let the words land, each one a hammer blow. Furthermore, the king added, his voice becoming even colder, more clinical, His Majesty has also been made aware of certain discrepancies in your management of the Ashworth holdings and certain questionable interactions with members of the ducal household. He didn't need to specify. Everyone knew. As such, His Majesty has also approved the Archduke's recommendation that your activities, both past and present, be subject to a full, formal, and thorough investigation by the Crown's own auditors. Rubel Ferrum made a small, strangled sound, a noise of pure, abject despair. He staggered back, his face a mask of utter ruin. He wasn't just emoted. He was finished, investigated by the Crown. There would be no escape, no hiding place, no political maneuvering that could save him now. King Liam Bethlehem turned away from the shattered man, his task complete. He offered a slight, almost imperceptible nod to Roy Ferrum, a silent acknowledgement of a perfectly executed political checkmate. Then his gaze swept over the stunned hall, finally settling, with a flicker of that familiar, roguish amusement, on Lloyd Ferrum. He gave Lloyd a small, almost invisible, wink. The message was clear. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. Try not to spill your tea next time. Rubel, without another word, turned and stumbled from the grand hall, his son Ryan trailing behind him like a chastened ghost. Their exit was not one of defiance, but of utter, comprehensive, soul-crushing defeat. The Ashworth Ferrums, for all intents and purposes, were finished. The departure of Viscount Rubel and his sullen, defeated son left a vacuum in the grand hall, a space quickly filled by a rising tide of excited, almost frantic, murmuring. The political landscape of the Ferrum clan had just been seismically redrawn, live. In front of a captive audience that included a disguised king, it was the kind of high drama that would fuel gossip in noble courts across the continent for months, if not years. Chapter 210. Archduke Roy Ferrum, having delivered the political equivalent of a flawlessly executed public execution, calmly retook his seat. The faint, satisfied smile had vanished, replaced by his usual stern, authoritative mask, but Lloyd could see a new light in his father's eyes. The keen, satisfied gleam of a master strategist who had just successfully removed a cancerous tumor from the body politic of his house. Lord Kyle Ferrum, Roy's voice boomed, cutting through the rising chatter, instantly commanding. Silence once more. As the newly appointed head of the primary cadet branch, your duties begin immediately. You will meet with the Ducal Bursar and my captain of the guard at first light tomorrow to begin the formal transition of all Ashworth branch responsibilities. This includes a full audit of the Legion payrolls and a complete inventory of the central weapon hall. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the hall, a silent warning to any other ambitious branch heads who might be getting ideas. There will be order, there will be accountability. The strength of this house will be reaffirmed. Kyle Ferrum, who still looked slightly dazed by a sudden, dramatic promotion, bowed deeply from his seat. It will be done, Your Grace, that I will serve with diligence and honor. Roy nodded once, a gesture of finality. The summit, for all intents and purposes, was concluded. The primary objectives, silencing doubters, reaffirming the main line's authority, and publicly castrating his primary internal rival, had been achieved with spectacular, almost theatrical, success. Lloyd, still standing near the epicenter of the shattered teacup incident, felt a wave of profound exhaustion wash over him. The adrenaline from the tournament, the shock of the royal revelation, the tension of the political showdown, it was all catching up to him that he just wanted to find a quiet corner, maybe with a comfortable chair, a concept that felt increasingly mythical in his current life, and try to process the sheer, mind-bending insanity of the past few days. But his father's last words had snagged on a hook in his mind. The weapon hall. Stewardship transferred to the trustworthy, traditionalist Kyle Ferrum, that a place of immense importance. The heart of the Ferrum family's martial might, that a place that, under Rubel's ambitious and likely corrupt oversight, had probably been inefficient. And suddenly, the 80-year-old engineer, the military strategist Cam Evan, stirred from his exhaustion-induced stupor. The weapon hall. The forges, the armories, his mind, a vast archive of Earth-based technological knowledge, began to hum with possibilities, a silent cascade of ideas that had absolutely nothing to do with soap. He thought of the practice swords used in the tournament. Heavy, poorly balanced slabs of crude iron. He thought of the armor worn by the household guards. Functional, yes, but cumbersome. Inefficient in its weight-to-protection ratio. That he thought of the siege engines depicted in the estates. Tapestries, catapults, and ballistae. Designs that hadn't fundamentally changed in centuries. But IT was all primitive, incredibly primitive. His mind flashed back to Earth.to, the laboratories, the R&D facilities, the testing ranges. He remembered the feel of polished alloy under his fingertips, the scent of ozone from a plasma cutter, the satisfying hum of a perfectly calibrated magnetic accelerator. He remembered the long, grueling hours spent hunched over holographic schematics, arguing with fellow scientists about tensile strengths, power-to-weight ratios, the optimal trajectory for a hypersonic projectile. He remembered his greatest creation, the flying mechanical battle suit, a marvel of mechatronics, a symphony of articulated limbs, micro-servos, integrated weapon systems, and a personal flight pack powered by compact fusion cells that IT had revolutionized warfare on Earth, earned him a Nobel Prize, cemented his legacy. IT was a creation born from a lifetime of studying physics, metallurgy, engineering, ballistics. That he looked at the Ferrum guards standing stoically by the Grand Hall doors, clad in their heavy, clanking plate mail, and he almost laughed. The comparison was so stark it was ludicrous. What if? The thought, quiet at first, then insistent, almost seductive, began to bloom in his mind. What if he could apply even a fraction of that knowledge here? In Riverio? He didn't have the technology, of course, no advanced computers, no CNC machines, no fusion cells, but he had the principles, the fundamental understanding of physics, of mechanics, of material science. And he had something Earth didn't. He had void power. The Ferrum steel blood, his innate ability to shape and temper metal with his will, to imbue it with fire. Could he, for example, design a better sword? Not just sharper, but with a perfect balance, a differential heat treatment to create a hard edge and a resilient spine. Could he use his power to forge alloys unknown here, combining steel with trace amounts of other metals to create something lighter, stronger? Could he redesign their armor? Forget heavy, solid plates. Think articulated joints, overlapping scales for better flexibility, an internal framework to distribute weight more efficiently. Could he use his void power to create a composite armor, layering thin sheets of steel with hardened leather or other materials, creating something that could absorb impact far better than a single, solid piece of metal? And the siege engines. His mind reeled with possibilities. Forget simple catapults. What about a torsion power ballista with a more efficient cam system, granting it greater range and accuracy? What about designing rifle barrels for their crude black powder cannons, imparting spin to the projectile for a more stable, predictable trajectory? The concept of rifling was simple mechanics, a spiral groove, but the effect on accuracy was revolutionary. The weapon hall, under Kyle's new, honest, but likely deeply traditionalist stewardship, it was a treasure trove of potential, a sandbox for innovation, waiting for a mind that could see beyond the way things had always been done. The idea was intoxicating. T.O. became Evan again, the creator, the innovator, the engineer, not just Lloyd Ferrum, the awkward heir. To build, to design, to revolutionize. The thought made his very soul sing. A familiar, powerful melody he hadn't realized how much he'd missed. He took a step, an unconscious movement, towards a dais, a half-formed plan already coalescing in his mind. He could approach Kyle, offer his assistance, frame it as a scholarly interest in historical Ferrum smithing techniques, subtly introduce new ideas, improve designs. Then he stopped himself, a wave of cold, pragmatic reality washing over the exhilarating rush of inspiration. Whoa there, Major General, his internal cynic cautioned dryly that let's not get ahead of ourselves. You just literally convinced your father and a disguised king to invest a fortune in your revolutionary soap-making venture. You have a factory to build, a brand to establish, a royal household to supply with complimentary rosemary-scented cleansing elixir for the next 5 years. You have a suspicious ice princess wife to not actively antagonize, a terrified but loyal butcher girl assistant to manage, and a whole new set of demonic eyeball powers to figure out how to use without accidentally turning someone's spleen into a decorative paperweight. You are, to put it mildly, a little busy. T-side, the thrill of engineering inspiration giving way to the weary acknowledgement of his current, rather crowded schedule. The weapon hall, the forges, the dream of building a better ballista. It would have to wait. It was a long-term project, a future ambition. For now, the path to power, the path to the system coins he so desperately needed, was paved not with advanced alloys and rifle barrels, but with tallow, lye, and the sweet, sweet smell of monopolistic profit. First, the soap revolution. Then the military-industrial complex. One step at a time. Lloyd. One bizarre, interdimensional, soap-fueled step at a time. He finally turned, leaving the buzzing hall, the political triumphs, the martial ambitions. Behind him, he needed fresh air. And perhaps, just perhaps, another cup of tea. He shuddered. No, definitely not another cup of tea. Maybe just the fresh air. The chaos of the Grand Hall, with its heady mix of political triumph, familial resentment, and the lingering scent of royal investment, faded behind Lloyd as he sought refuge in the relative quiet of the estate's sprawling corridors. He needed a moment to decompress, to let the whirlwind of the summit settle, to organize. The sudden chaotic influx of new projects, new responsibilities, new dangers into a coherent mental flowchart. Soap factory schematics, maternal bloodline power practice, navigating his father's newfound, intensely scrutinizing expectations, figuring out what to do about the Altamira threat. His to-do list had just become terrifyingly long. He was just rounding a corner near the West Wing's secluded library, a place he usually found blessedly free of overly enthusiastic cousins or disapproving ancestral portraits. When he saw them, the sight made him pause mid-stride, a flicker of genuine curiosity cutting through his mental clutter. Chapter 212. It was a young man, seated in a wheelchair, his posture straight, dignified. Despite the obvious physical limitations, a beautifully crafted woolen blanket was draped across his lap, concealing the lower half of his body. His face, pale and fine-featured, held a quiet, almost scholarly intensity, though it was marred by a stark, black leather patch covering his left eye. His right arm ended just below the elbow, the sleeve of his fine tunic neatly pinned. He looked no older than 17 or 18, yet his remaining eye, a startlingly intelligent shade of gray, held a maturity, a weary gravity that seemed far beyond his years. He was handsome, in a fragile, almost tragic way. Pushing the wheelchair, her hands resting gently on its high back, was a young woman of breathtaking, almost ethereal beauty. She was blonde, her hair the color of spun gold, braided intricately with small, white flowers. Her face was serene, her smile gentle, her blue eyes, when they briefly glanced up, radiating a warmth and kindness that felt utterly out of place in the often cold, political atmosphere of the Ferrum estate. She moved with a quiet, unassuming grace, her simple but elegant gown a soft counterpoint to the sharp, almost severe dignity of the young man in the chair. Lloyd stopped, his brow furrowing in genuine confusion. Who were they? He scanned his memory banks again, the hazy 19-year-old ones and the more robust, but still frustratingly incomplete, archives of his first life. Nothing but a complete blank. He prided himself on remembering faces, on cataloging people, a skill honed over decades of military command and corporate maneuvering on Earth. But these two, they were a void. He was certain he had never seen them before. Not at any family gathering, not at the wedding, not even during the chaos of the summit earlier. A severely disabled youth, particularly one with such striking features, accompanied by a woman of such remarkable beauty, they would have been noticed. They would have been a topic of gossip, of speculation. Yet, his memory held no trace. Were they new arrivals, guests of one of the branch, families who had shown up late? But the wheelchair, it was expertly crafted, the wood dark and polished, the wheels moving with a silent, smooth precision that spoke of custom, expensive artisanship, not some hastily procured medical device. This was a long-term reality, not a recent injury. And a Ferrum youth, a cousin, so grievously injured surely he would have known. Surely, that would have been a major event within the family, a tragedy spoken of in hushed, respectful tones. As he stood there, wrestling with the anomaly, the young man in the wheelchair looked up, his single gray, "I met Lloyd's," and a slow, knowing smile touched his lips. It wasn't a friendly smile. Not exactly. Nor was it mocking or challenging. That it was a smile of recognition, out of quiet, patient, almost unsettling, understanding. If he'd been waiting for Lloyd to notice him, he spoke, his voice quiet but clear, carrying easily in the silent corridor. "Lord Lloyd Ferrum, a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance formally. Or," he added, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze, "perhaps I should say our reacquaintance." Lloyd felt a chill, unrelated to the corridor's draft. "Reacquaintance, my lord?" He began, his confusion deepening. "Forgive me, but I fear you have me at a disadvantage. I do not believe we have met." The young man's smile widened slightly. He gestured with his remaining hand towards himself. "Of course. Where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ben Ferrum, third son of Lord Kyle Ferrum of the Ironwood branch." Ben Ferrum? Kyle's son? Lloyd's mind raced. Kyle, the newly appointed head of the primary cadet branch, the staunch traditionalist, the man who had first recognized the steel blood. He had 3 sons. Lloyd vaguely remembered 2 older, robust, competent youths who were already making a name for themselves in the ducal guard. But a third son? A disabled son? He had absolutely no memory of him. It was as if Ben Ferrum had been deliberately erased from his first life's timeline, or perhaps had simply never existed within it. The implications were deeply, profoundly unsettling. Was his return, his interference, already changing the past in such fundamental, tangible ways? Or was his original memory simply that flawed, that full of gaping, inexplicable holes? The beautiful blonde woman beside Ben offered a gentle, serene smile and a slight curtsy. "And I am Inari, my lord," she said, her voice soft, melodic. "I am Ben's fiancée." Fiancée? Lloyd's bewilderment intensified. Everything about this encounter felt wrong, dislocated from the reality he thought he knew. "A pleasure to meet you both," he managed, his voice carefully neutral, masking the whirlwind of questions and confusion in his mind. "My apologies for my apparent lapse in memory, Lord Ben. The summit has been rather overwhelming." "Understandable, of course," Ben replied, his single gray eye still holding that unnerving, knowing glint. So many new faces, so many old secrets brought to light. He paused, letting the words hang. Then his smile faded, replaced by an expression of quiet, focused intensity. "But I did not seek you out merely for pleasantries, Lord Lloyd. I sought you out because we have much to discuss. Matters of mutual interest. Matters that transcend mere family politics." Lloyd felt his internal alarms, which had been on high alert all day, begin to scream. The way Ben spoke, the weight behind his words, the unsettling familiarity in his gaze. This wasn't just a forgotten cousin making a belated social call. This was something else entirely. Something dangerous. "Mutual interest," Lloyd repeated, his own voice dropping, becoming more cautious. the earlier confusion solidifying into sharp, wary suspicion. In what possible interest could a humble heir with a penchant for soap and a surprisingly competent wolf share with the son of the esteemed Lord Kyle? Ben Ferrum's smile returned, but this time it was different, colder, sharper, almost predatory. His single gray eye seemed to pierce right through Lloyd's carefully constructed facade, seeing not just the 19-year-old heir, but the ancient, weary, battle-hardened soul trapped within, and then he delivered the line that shattered Lloyd's world for the second time in as many days. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" Ben Ferrum said, his voice a low, almost intimate murmur, yet each word landed with the force of a physical blow. "Major General." The world tilted. The stone floor beneath Lloyd's feet seemed to dissolve into a shifting, uncertain mist. The air in the quiet corridor grew thin, hard to breathe. The polite, distant portraits of Ferrum ancestors on the walls seemed to blur, their stern gazes melting into a swirl of indistinct color. All sound faded, save for the frantic, roaring pulse in his own ears and the two words that echoed, sharp and impossible, in the sudden, terrifying silence of his mind. Major General, the title, his title. Not Lord Ferrum, not the drab duckling, not the accidental prodigy, but his rank, his identity, the one he had earned, bled for, lived and died with on another world, in another lifetime. Major General Cam Evan of the United States Army, designer of the flying mechanical battlesuit, hero of a dozen forgotten conflicts on a planet called Earth that has secrets so profound, so fundamental to his very being, that he hadn't even dared to whisper it to himself in the darkest hours of a night that day. Truth he believed was his, and his alone, buried under 86 years of time and an entire dimension of space. And this boy, this impossible, broken boy in a wheelchair, this cousin he had no memory of, had just spoken it aloud, casually, knowingly, that Lloyd's carefully constructed composure, the cynical armor of the 80-year-old, the practiced calm of the nobleman, the confident swagger of the tournament champion. It didn't just crack, it vaporized. In its place was the raw, primal, ice-cold reaction of a soldier, a strategist, who had just had his deepest, most secure flank inexplicably, impossibly breached. His every instinct screamed threat, his every nerve ending fired with alarm. The polite, slightly bewildered young lord vanished, replaced in an instant by the wary, dangerous predator he had become in his first, brutal life after the assassinations. His body didn't move, but his entire presence shifted, condensed, becoming something hard, cold, and utterly lethal. The air around him seemed to drop in temperature, a subtle, almost imperceptible pressure emanating from him, a faint echo of the killing intent he had honed over years of shadow warfare. Fong, sensing the instantaneous, profound shift in his master, rose silently from the floor, a low, guttural growl rumbling deep in his chest, his golden eyes blazing, his form crackling with a barely suppressed nimbus of azure lightning. Chapter 214. Lloyd took a slow, deliberate step forward, his eyes no longer holding any trace of polite confusion, locking onto Ben Ferrum's single gray eye with an intensity that could peel steel. His voice, when it came, was unrecognizable. It wasn't the voice of the 19-year-old heir. It was the voice of Major General Cam Evan, low, quiet, utterly devoid of emotion, and carrying the chilling, absolute weight of command. The voice of a man who had ordered strikes that leveled cities. A man who had stared into the face of death and made it blink first. "Who?" Lloyd breathed, the word a whisper of freezing air. "Are you?" The pressure he exerted, a non-magical, purely psychological force born of decades of command and life-or-death decision-making, was immense that a lesser man would have buckled, flinched, stammered an apology. The beautiful Inari, standing behind the wheelchair, visibly paled, her serene smile vanishing, replaced by a look of genuine alarm. She took a half-step back, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of a small, silver dagger tucked into her belt. She felt the shift, the sudden, terrifying transformation of the seemingly harmless young lord into something ancient and deadly. But Ben Ferrum did not flinch. He did not look away. He simply met Lloyd's terrifying, soul-piercing gaze with his own single, unnervingly calm gray eye. His faint, knowing smile didn't waver. If anything, it widened fractionally, as if he had not only expected this reaction, but welcomed it as if he were finally speaking to the man he had been waiting for all along. "As I said," Ben replied, his voice still quiet, almost conversational, utterly unperturbed by the crushing weight of Lloyd's killing intent or the crackling, lightning-wreathed wolf now growling at his side. I am Ben Ferrum, third son of Kyle. Nothing more, nothing less. He paused, letting the simple, impossible statement hang in the air. As for how I know your previous title, let's just say that some memories, some echoes are stronger than others. They leave an impression on the world that on certain receptive individuals. Lloyd's mind reeled. Receptive individuals? Echoes? What was he talking about? Was he another reincarnator? A psychic? Some kind of cosmic entity disguised as a crippled teenager with an impossibly beautiful fiancée? The possibilities were terrifying, endless. That's not an answer, Lloyd growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. The pressure intensified. He took another slow step forward. And you have approximately 5 seconds to provide me with a real one. Before my wolf decides to test the structural integrity of your very charming, but probably quite flammable, wheelchair. Ben's smile finally faded, replaced by a look of weary, almost pitying understanding. Patience, Major General. You were always so direct that so focused on immediate tactical solutions. He sighed softly. Very well. You want answers, I have them. Or at least some of them. But not here. Not now. His gaze flickered down the corridor, a silent acknowledgement of their lack of privacy, of the ever-present eyes and ears of the Ferrum estate. If you truly want to know who I am, Ben stated, his voice regaining its quiet, firm authority. If you want to understand how I know what I know, if you want to begin to unravel the true, complex, terrifying tapestry of the life you have been so unceremoniously thrown back into, then you will meet me in a few days, after the summit festivities have concluded at my father's estate, the Ironwood Manor, in the Central Conservatory, that we will speak there alone. He met Lloyd's murderous gaze without a trace of fear. I will not be coerced, Major General. I will not be threatened. I am offering you a chance to understand. The choice, as always, is yours. Come. Or remain in the dark, wrestling with ghosts and building your soap empire. The faint, almost teasing, mockery in his tone as he said the last words was a clear sign that he knew far more about Lloyd's recent activities than he had any right to. Just as Ben finished speaking, just as Lloyd was about to press further, to demand more, the familiar, almost smug, chime echoed in his mind, sharp and clear. New task assigned. Task: a ghost at the feast. The Ben Ferrum enigma. Objective: uncover the true identity and purpose of the individual known as Ben Ferrum. Investigate the source of his knowledge regarding your past life as Major General Cam Evans. Stipulation: attend the proposed meeting at the Ironwood Manor Conservatory. Gather intelligence. Survive the encounter. Reward: 100 system coins SC. The system prompt was a bucket of ice water thrown on the raging fire of Lloyd's suspicion and killing intent. 100 coins at a major quest. The system itself was validating Ben's importance, confirming that this meeting, this enigma, was a critical path in his journey. It wasn't just a random encounter. It was a designated nexus point. Lloyd stared at Ben. The internal battle raging. The soldier screamed for immediate neutralization of the threat. The strategist whispered of intelligence gathering, of understanding the enemy before striking. The system, with its promise of a 100-coin reward, was heavily tipping the scales towards the latter. He slowly, reluctantly, reined in the killing intent, pulling the metaphorical predator back into its cage. The oppressive pressure in the corridor receded. Da Fong's growl subsided into a low, unhappy grumble. The lightning around him fading. The wary, dangerous Major General retreated, replaced once more by the calm, watchful, but now deeply unsettled Lord Ferrum. 10 days from tonight, Lloyd said finally, his voice cold, clipped, the Ironwood Manor Conservatory. He didn't agree. Not exactly. He stated it as a fact, a confirmation of the appointment. Ben Ferrum's smile returned, serene, knowing. Excellent. I look forward to our reacquaintance. He nodded to Inari, who, with a final, wary glance at Lloyd, began to push the wheelchair smoothly down the corridor, their silent departure leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a profound, bone-deep sense of unease. Lloyd stood alone in the quiet hallway, his heart still pounding, his mind reeling. Ben Ferrum, a ghost from a past that shouldn't exist, a key to a future he couldn't predict, in a few days. He would get answers. Or, he thought, a grim smile touching his lips, he would get a fight. Either way, the game had just become infinitely more complex and infinitely more dangerous. The rest of the Ferrum family summit passed in a blur of forced pleasantries and simmering, unspoken tensions. Lloyd moved through the closing ceremonies, the formal feast, the endless rounds of polite, meaningless conversation, like a man sleepwalking. His body was there, nodding respectfully to Great Aunt Esmeralda, offering a brief, non-committal response to Marquis Krutz's effusive thanks, even managing a strained, vaguely civil exchange with his still-fuming cousin, Quinta. But his mind, his soul, was elsewhere, trapped in the quiet corridor with the impossible, wheelchair-bound boy who knew his greatest secret. Major General. The words echoed, a persistent, unnerving drumbeat beneath the surface of the celebratory din. He found himself back in the suite late that night. The opulent room feeling less like a gilded cage and more like a decompression chamber. The silence was thick, heavy, broken only by the distant sounds of the estate settling into slumber and the soft rustle of pages as Rosa, a silent, veiled sentinel in her usual armchair, read by the light of a single, flickering lamp. Lloyd didn't bother with the sofa tonight. He didn't have the energy for its lumpy, judgmental embrace that he paced back and forth across the plush rug that marked the boundary of his designated territory, a caged tiger wrestling with an impossible enigma. Who was Ben Ferrum? How could he know? Was he a friend? An enemy? A reincarnator like himself? The questions churned, a relentless, unanswerable vortex. The upcoming meeting at the Ironwood Manor felt less like an appointment and more like a summons, a step into a darkness he couldn't yet fathom. That he paced, running a hand through his dark hair, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. His usual internal monologue, the cynical, pragmatic 80-year-old, was uncharacteristically silent, replaced by the raw, focused alertness of a soldier confronting an unknown, potentially overwhelming threat. All his carefully laid plans, the soap empire, the slow accumulation of system coins, the cautious, gradual revelation of his powers, felt suddenly fragile, naive, thrown into disarray by this single, impossible encounter. As he stopped his pacing, staring unseeingly out the tall window at the moon-drenched gardens, his reflection a pale, haunted stranger in the dark glass. His mood, usually a carefully controlled mixture of weary amusement and strategic focus, was now dark, turbulent, a storm of unease and unanswered questions. It was in this moment of profound, unguarded preoccupation that Rosa Siddick finally spoke. Her voice, cool and crisp as ever, cut through the heavy silence of the room like a sliver of ice. "You are troubled?" Lloyd. Chapter 216. It wasn't a question. That it was a statement of fact, an observation delivered with the cool, analytical precision of a scientist noting a change in a specimen's behavior. Lloyd started, turning from the window, surprise momentarily breaking through his dark reverie. He hadn't realized she was watching him so intently. Usually, when she was reading, the rest of the world, himself included, seemed to cease to exist for her. He saw her sitting there, her book closed in her lap, her veiled face turned towards him, those unnerving obsidian eyes fixed on him with a focus that was different, not just the usual detached, data-gathering observation. There was something else there, a flicker of something. He couldn't quite name it. Curiosity? Concern? The latter seemed so improbable it was almost laughable. "Am I so transparent?" Lloyd replied, forcing a wry, self-deprecating smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "My apologies. I'll endeavor to brood more subtly in the future. I wouldn't want to disrupt the serene ambience of our shared domestic bliss." Rosa did not react to his sarcasm. Her gaze remained steady, probing. "Your mood has shifted," she stated, her voice still level, analytical, "since the conclusion of the summit. Before, your demeanor, while often atypical, a subtle, almost invisible eye roll accompanied this word, was one of carefree confidence. Your focus was on finance, logistics, the practicalities of your soap enterprise." The way she said soap enterprise made it sound like a slightly distasteful, if academically interesting, biological experiment. Today, however, you are not touching your books. You're not sketching schematics. You're preoccupied, distant. Your thoughts are clearly elsewhere, somewhere dark. Lloyd stared at her, genuinely taken aback. She had been observing him, not just passively, but actively, cataloging his moods, his habits, his preoccupations. The thought was both unsettling and, in a strange, unexpected way, almost touching, that she would expend the mental energy to analyze his behavior in such detail. It was the closest thing to genuine interest she had ever displayed. He felt the familiar urge to deflect, to offer a glib, meaningless response, to retreat behind a wall of sarcasm. But something in her steady, unwavering gaze, something in the quiet, almost expectant silence of the room, made him pause. Perhaps just a sliver of the truth wouldn't hurt. Not the whole, impossible truth, of course, but a piece, that a sliver. I met someone today, Rosa," he said finally, his voice quiet, Dropping the pretense of carefree confidence, he walked over to the sofa, sinking onto its lumpy surface, suddenly feeling the full weight of the day of the past 2 lifetimes pressing down on him. A cousin, point one eye? I don't remember ever meeting before. Ben Ferrum, Kyle's third son. He watched her for a reaction, but a flicker of recognition, a nod of acknowledgement. He saw nothing. Her veiled face remained a perfect, unreadable mask. He is disabled. Lloyd continued, his voice low, wrestling with the memory. In a wheelchair, missing an eye, a hand, a leg. He saw a faint, almost imperceptible widening of her visible eyes. Good did a reaction. Something. And he knew something about me. Rosa. Something impossible. Something no one could possibly know. He ran a hand through his hair again, a gesture of pure, unadulterated frustration. It has unsettled me, deeply. He didn't expect sympathy, he didn't expect comfort, he wasn't even sure why he was telling her. Perhaps just to voice the impossible, to give it form in the quiet darkness of the room, to share the burden, however impersonally, with the only other person on the planet who shared his immediate, physical space. Rosa remained silent for a long moment, her head tilted slightly, processing this new, unexpected data, a disabled cousin. Impossible knowledge, that a source of profound, uncharacteristic distress. For her usually unflappable, if eccentric, husband. There are many things in this world, Lloyd, she said finally, her voice still cool, still detached, but perhaps lacking some of its usual icy edge, that defies simple, logical explanation. Curses, ancient artifacts, powers that operate beyond our understanding. She paused. Then, to Lloyd's utter astonishment, she offered not a dismissal, not a platitude, but a piece of cool, pragmatic, almost chillingly logical advice. If this, Ben Ferrum, poses a threat, if his knowledge represents a danger to you, to this house, then the logical course of action is to neutralize that threat permanently. Lloyd stared at her. Neutralize the threat permanently. She was suggesting assassination, just like that, with the same calm, dispassionate tone she might use to suggest rearranging the furniture for better energy flow. The sheer, ruthless pragmatism of it was both terrifying and, in a dark, twisted way, almost admirable. He let out a short, sharp bark of laughter, a sound of pure, surprised amusement. Gods. Rosa, he said, shaking his head. You are truly something else. He met her questioning gaze, a genuine, almost fond, smile touching his lips. No, I don't think we'll be assassinating my possibly demonic, wheelchair-bound cousin. I have a meeting arranged to ascertain the nature of the threat first. But thank you for the input. It's refreshingly direct. Rosa tilted her head again, a silent acknowledgement. She had offered a logical solution. He had considered and rejected it for his own, presumably logical, reasons. The exchange was complete. But then, as if a different, previously dormant, analytical subroutine had been triggered by their unusual, almost personal, conversation, she did something even more unexpected. She changed the subject. Your power, Lloyd, she said, her voice regaining a fraction of its earlier analytical tone. The steel. Blood. The other abilities you displayed today. Why did you hide them? For so long. What was the strategic advantage in projecting an image of such profound mediocrity? The question was direct, probing. The question of a fellow power user, a fellow strategist, seeking to understand the logic behind a long-term deception. Lloyd leaned back against the sofa, feeling the familiar, lumpy cushions against his back. The question hung in the air between them, sharp, demanding. He could deflect again, he could offer another glib, mysterious non-answer. But looking at her now, at this strange, beautiful, terrifyingly logical woman who was his wife, who had just casually suggested murder as a viable problem-solving strategy, who smelled faintly of rosemary and quiet, analytical concern. He found he didn't want to. I just felt like it, he said, with a nonchalant shrug, a faint, almost teasing smile playing on his lips. He offered no explanation, no justification, just a simple, infuriating, utterly illogical statement of personal whim. Rosa stared at him. Her obsidian eyes narrowed slightly behind her veil. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken analysis, with the whirring of her internal logic circuits trying to process this new, utterly irrational data point. Then, to Lloyd's absolute, comprehensive astonishment, she snorted at a small, delicate, almost imperceptible sound, quickly stifled behind a raised hand, a snort of what sounded suspiciously like amusement, or perhaps just profound, exasperated disbelief. Rosa Siddick, the Ice Princess, had just snorted at his answer. She didn't ask any further questions. She simply turned back to her desk, picked up her book and resumed her reading, leaving Lloyd sitting on the sofa, wrestling with the profound, earth-shattering, almost terrifying realization that he might have just accidentally made his wife laugh or, snort, which for Rosa was probably the emotional equivalent of a full-blown, tear-streaming stand-up comedy special. The world, he decided, had officially gone completely, wonderfully, terrifyingly mad. The exhaustion of the day, a heavy, leaden thing born of physical combat, mental strain, and the profound, soul-deep weariness of wrestling with impossible revelations, finally claimed him. Lloyd, still fully clothed, slumped sideways on the sofa, the dusty tome of guild regulations a poor substitute for a pillow, and fell into a sleep that was less restful slumber and more a dizzying, uncontrolled plummet into the depths of his own fractured consciousness. He was adrift, not in darkness, but in a space that was not a space. A place of shifting, vibrant, impossible colors, a churning nebula of deep, bruised blue and stark, furious red, swirling together in a silent, cosmic dance. The air, if it could be called air, was thick, heavy, humming with a low, resonant frequency that vibrated not in his ears, but in the very marrow of his bones, a sound that felt older than stars, older than time itself. He was floating, weightless, disembodied. He had no hands to feel, no legs to kick, yet he possessed a distinct, undeniable sense of self, a singular point of awareness in this vast, chaotic, beautiful, terrifying place that the afterlife. His disembodied consciousness wondered with a strange, detached curiosity that if so, the interior decorating is bold, very abstract. I was hoping for something more solid, with better seating options, and definitely less existential dread-inducing color palettes. Then he saw him. Across the swirling, silent expanse of blue and red, a figure began to coalesce. It wasn't a gradual formation, but a sudden, sharp assertion of presence, as if it had always been there, merely choosing now to become visible. Chapter 218. It was a man. Or the shape of a man. He stood impossibly tall, a silhouette of pure, vibrant crimson, as if sculpted from the very essence of the furious red that swirled through this strange, liminal space. He had no features, no face, no discernible clothing, just a perfect, humanoid form burning with an internal, silent fire. He was a cipher, an enigma, a walking, breathing question mark painted in the color of arterial blood and dying suns. Lloyd's awareness, his disembodied self, felt a jolt. Not of fear, not exactly, but of profound, instinctual recognition, that a feeling that he knew this figure, this crimson man, on a level that transcended memory, that resonated with the very core of his being. It was a familiarity that was both deeply comforting and utterly, terrifyingly alien. The crimson man raised an arm, a gesture slow, deliberate, almost languid. He pointed a featureless red hand directly at Lloyd's point of awareness. And then he spoke. Or rather, sound emanated from him. But it wasn't language. Wasn't words. It was static, a torrent of noise, like a radio caught between 1,000 stations, a chaotic symphony of whispers, clicks, whirs, screeches, and a low, persistent hum that vibrated with immense, frustrated power. It was a voice trying to break through an impenetrable barrier, a message desperately trying to find a frequency that Lloyd's consciousness could tune in it. He could feel it, the intent behind the chaotic noise. It was a voice trying to say something. Something important, something urgent. A warning, an explanation, a command. The static was thick with meaning, with emotion, frustration, longing, a desperate, almost painful urgency. Yet the content, the actual message, was utterly, completely, maddeningly indecipherable. It was like listening to a ghost on a broken telephone line. The words tantalizingly close, yet forever lost in the crashing, roaring waves of cosmic interference. The red man seemed to grow more agitated, his featureless form vibrating with the effort of his communication. The static intensified, becoming a physical pressure, a wave of sound and non-sound that pushed against Lloyd's awareness, demanding to be understood. Lloyd strained, focusing his entire being, his entire will, on the torrent of noise, trying to find a pattern, a word, a single, intelligible syllable amidst the chaos. "Come on, you big red mystery man," he pleaded silently. "Enunciate. Use smaller words. Maybe try charades." Though with no features, that might be tricky. The red figure's hand clenched into a fist. The static reached a fever pitch, a deafening, mind-scraping roar of pure, frustrated intent. Lloyd felt his own awareness begin to fray, to shred, under the sheer overwhelming pressure of the unintelligible message. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The Crimson Man lowered his arm, his featureless form seeming to slump, to sag, as if with a profound, weary sigh of defeat. The static vanished, leaving behind a ringing, echoing silence that was almost as deafening as the noise had been. The Red Man simply stood there for a long moment, a silent, burning silhouette against the swirling backdrop of blue and crimson. That he looked sad, resigned, a being of immense power, utterly defeated by the simple, insurmountable barrier of communication. He raised his hand one last time, not in a gesture of command, but in a slow, almost gentle wave, that a farewell, that a promise, an acknowledgement of failure. Then, his crimson form began to dissolve, to fade, not vanishing, but simply receding, melting back into the swirling red mists of the strange, beautiful, terrifying space, leaving Lloyd's awareness once more alone, adrift in the silent, colorful void. The dream, or vision, or whatever it was, held for another heartbeat, the image of the silent, waving Crimson Man seared into his consciousness. And then, Lloyd's eyes snapped open. He was on the sofa. The first gray light of dawn was filtering through the windows of the suite. The air was cool. Still, he was drenched in a cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. He sat bolt upright, his mind reeling, the echoes of the dream, the static, the silent farewell of the Crimson Man, still ringing in his ears. It wasn't just a dream. The memory of it was too vivid, too real. The sensations, the humming vibration, the pressure of the static, the profound, gut-deep recognition of the Red Man. They felt more real than the lumpy velvet of the sofa cushions beneath him. What in the hells was that?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. He ran a trembling hand over his face, wiping away the sweat. The Red Man, the static, the desperate, failed attempt at communication. It felt familiar, like a memory from a dream he'd had 1,000 times and instantly forgotten upon waking. He pushed himself off the sofa, his legs unsteady, and stumbled towards the window, needing to see the solid, real, non-swirling cosmic nebula reality of the waking world. That he looked out at the awakening gardens, the familiar shapes of trees and hedges, reassuringly solid, reassuringly mundane. It must have been an unpleasant dream, he told himself, trying to rationalize it, to dismiss the profound, unsettling feeling it had left in its wake. Stress, exhaustion, the after effects of being hunted by giant monsters and publicly scrutinized by his entire, slightly terrifying family. Just a nightmare, that a particularly weird, abstract, and existentially troubling nightmare. Nothing more. He wiped the sweat from his brow again and chanced a glance towards the bed. Rosa was still there, a still, silent form beneath the silken sheets, her breathing deep and even. She hadn't stirred. She was asleep, but he was alone with the echoes of his unsettling vision. He needed air, he needed to walk, he needed to feel the solid ground beneath his feet and convince himself that the world wasn't about to dissolve into a swirling vortex of red and blue static. Despite the sun having yet to fully rise, despite the chill in the pre-dawn air, he left the room, closing the door softly behind him, and headed towards the quiet, empty gardens, the image of the silent, waving, Crimson Man, a burning, unanswerable question at the forefront of his mind. The pre-dawn air in the garden was cool and sharp, a welcome, grounding shock after the thick, humming atmosphere of his dream. Lloyd walked, his feet crunching softly on the gravel path. The scent of damp earth and dew-kissed roses are reassuringly normal. Counterpoint to the memory of cosmic static and silent, Crimson Men. He paced, letting the rhythm of his steps, the solidity of the ground, chase away the last, clinging tendrils of the unsettling vision. It was just a dream, he told himself again, more firmly this time, that a stress-induced hallucination. My subconscious, trying to process the fact that my life has officially gone from mildly complicated to full-blown fantasy epic with questionable supporting characters and a distinct lack of decent catering. Nothing more. He gradually brought his breathing under control, the frantic hammering in his chest slowing to a more reasonable, less I've just been verbally assaulted by metaphysical entity rhythm. The sun was beginning to crest the horizon now, painting the eastern sky in delicate shades of rose and pale gold. A new day. A day for practicalities. A day for soap and system coins. He found himself smiling. A genuine, almost relieved smile. The dream was weird, yes. Unsettling, definitely. But was intangible, a mystery for another time. The soap empire, the 15,000 gold coins slowly making their way through Bursar Periwinkle's bureaucratic labyrinth, the 103 system coins currently burning a metaphorical hole in his mental pocket. Those were real. Tangible, that a solid foundation upon which to build his future. A future that hopefully involved significantly less running from giant monsters. The thought of the coins, the sheer potential they represented, was a warm, comforting glow against the lingering chill of the dream. He could finally, properly begin. Just as the thought crossed his mind, just as a renewed sense of purpose began to chase away the last vestiges of his nocturnal dread, the familiar, almost smug, chime echoed in his mind. New primary goal detected. Task. Operation. Suds and steel. The foundation. Description. The user has successfully secured significant investment capital for a new commercial enterprise. Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir. The time for theoretical planning and small-scale, smokehouse-based experimentation is over. The time for industrial-scale production has begun to don't just make soap, build an empire that a very clean, very profitable empire. Objective 1. Establish a dedicated, purpose-built manufactory, the soap factory. This includes land acquisition/appropriation, architectural design, construction, and outfitting with necessary equipment, boiling vats, drying racks, scent infusion laboratory, etc. Objective 2. Commence successful, consistent, large-scale production of at least one baseline product, e.g., rosemary-scented hard bars. Reward upon completion, 1,000 system coins, SC, and 1 new permanent system function, farming system coins. Chapter 220. Lloyd stopped dead on the gravel path, his mouth falling slightly open. He read the notification again. And again, 1,000 system coins, 1,000. The number was staggering, an order of magnitude beyond any reward he had received before. It was enough to upgrade a spirit to ascension and then transcend. With change to spare. It was enough to significantly rank up his void powers. It was a game changer. But it was the second part of the reward that truly made his breath catch in his throat. A new permanent system function. Farming system coins. What did that even mean? His mind raced, the 80-year-old engineer instantly dissecting the possibilities. Farming. Cultivating, generating. Did it mean he could create coins, passively set up some kind of system that would generate a steady, reliable income of the most valuable currency in his known universe? The implications were profound, world-altering. It would free him from the tedious, dangerous grind of bounty hunting, from the slow drip of his allowance, from the constant, pressing need to find new ways to scrounge for gold. It would be a paradigm shift. A leap from being a gig economy power gamer to a full-blown, self-sustaining, supernatural magnate. This wasn't just a task. This was the key. The key to everything. A fierce, almost giddy, excitement surged through him, completely obliterating the last traces of his earlier unease. The dream. The Crimson Man. The unsettling static. They felt distant now, unimportant. Overshadowed by this dazzling, tangible promise of power and progress, he had thought he would build a factory later, after more planning, after the funds had fully cleared. At a slow, methodical process. But this reward changed everything. The timeline had just been aggressively moved up. Right? He murmured, his eyes gleaming with a new, fervent intensity. Plan changed. Forget later. The soap factory starts construction today. He turned on his heel, his mind already a whirlwind of logistics, planning, and a deep, abiding desire for that farming function that he practically strode back towards the main estate building, his earlier exhaustion forgotten, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated, system-fueled ambition that he needed to speak to his father. Immediately, he needed access to the ducal bursar, to the estate architects, to the land surveyors, that he needed to get the 10,000 gold coins released. Now, not in a week, the deed. Right? His father had mentioned a deed. He found Lloyd Ferrum in the main dining hall, engaged in his usual solitary breakfast ritual of paperwork and stoic disapproval of everything. Lloyd, still slightly disheveled from his pre-dawn garden walk, but radiating a new, almost manic, energy, bypassed the usual formalities. "Father," he began, his voice firm, respectful, but carrying an unmistakable urgency. "I require the 10,000 gold coin investment you pledged today. Did I wish to commence work on the manufactory immediately?" Roy looked up from his ledger, one perfectly sculpted eyebrow arching in surprise at his son's sudden, energetic intrusion. "Immediately, Lloyd? Your enthusiasm is commendable if slightly abrupt. But as I believe I mentioned, such a significant transfer of ducal funds requires proper procedure. At a venture of this scale, an investment of this magnitude, it must be formalized. We must first draw up a deed." Lloyd frowned, a flicker of his earlier frustration returning. A deed, father. Between us, I am your son, the heir. This is a Ferrum enterprise. Why the need for such legalistic formality? It seemed like another unnecessary bureaucratic hurdle, another delay designed by Bursar Periwinkle to protect his precious ledgers from the grubby, innovative hands of the younger generation. Roy set down his quill, his expression becoming serious, paternal, almost educational. Lloyd, he said, his voice losing its usual sharp edge, becoming patient, instructive. This is not about a lack of trust between you. It is about a surplus of prudence, and about building a foundation for true, lasting success. You are no longer just my son dabbling in a hobby. You're proposing to become a captain of industry. And captains of industry, he paused, letting the words sink in, operate with contracts, with deeds, with the force of law and tradition behind them. He leaned forward, his gaze intense. This deed, Lloyd, serves two crucial, intertwined purposes. Purposes that look not just inwards, to our family, but outwards to the world you wish to sell your soap to. He held up a finger. Firstly, is about trust. Not my trust in you, but the trust of the merchants, the suppliers, the guilds you will inevitably need to deal with. Think of it from their perspective. You are the Archduke's heir, yes, but you're also young, your reputation still in its formative stages. A polite way of saying everyone still thinks you're a slightly weird, unpredictable flake who trips people with invisible wires. Lloyd translated internally. They might hesitate to enter into large-scale contracts with a new, untested venture headed by you alone. They might worry about supply chain disruptions, about payment defaults, about the venture simply failing. But, Roy continued, his voice resonating with strategic wisdom. With a formal deed, a contract co-signed by myself, the Archduke of Ferrum, it is a different matter entirely. It is a public declaration to guarantee, it says to the world. This enterprise is not merely the whim of my son. It is a formal venture of House Ferrum itself. That IT is backed by the full faith, credit, and, if necessary, the intimidatingly large treasury of the ducal house. It gives them an assurance of stability, of continuity. IT tells them that even if your initial orders falter, even if you face unforeseen challenges, they will be paid, that their contracts will be honored, that behind you stands the unshakable might of me. IT is an assurance. Lloyd, a shield, a tool, to build the very trust you will need to make this empire of yours a reality. Lloyd listened, his initial frustration giving way to a dawning, grudging respect. He hadn't thought of it that way. He'd been focused on the product, the system, the internal logistics. His father was thinking, as always, of the external politics, the perception, the long-gamed. IT wasn't a hurdle. It was a foundation, a damn clever one. And the second reason, Lloyd? Roy's voice softened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something akin to paternal pride, or perhaps just shrewd business acumen, in his eyes. The second reason is simpler. The investment is sound. Roy Ferrum's voice, for once, was not that of the stern Archduke reprimanding a reckless heir, but of a seasoned investor explaining a sound financial decision. This deed, Lloyd, this formal contract between us, it served a second, equally crucial purpose. That IT clarifies ownership, that IT defines the stakes. IT turns this from a son's project funded by his father's largesse into a true, formal partnership. He leaned back in his chair, the gesture relaxed, confident. I have assessed your prototype. I have heard the expert testimony of Grandmaster Grimaldi and Master Elmsworth. I have considered the market potential, the innovative nature of the product, the surprising ingenuity of your delivery system. He paused, his gaze meeting Lloyd's directly, a flicker of something that might have been genuine, almost grudging, admiration in his dark eyes. And my conclusion, Lloyd, is simple. This is a good investment, a damn good one. The praise, so rare, so unadorned, landed with more weight than any of his earlier thunderous pronouncements. Lloyd felt a strange, unexpected warmth spread through his chest. His father, the man whose approval he had subconsciously craved and despaired for 2 lifetimes, believed in his venture. Not just as a father indulging a son, but as a shrewd businessman recognizing a golden opportunity. Therefore, Roy continued, his voice regaining its familiar, authoritative tone, the businessman, reasserting himself over the briefly proud father. This deed will formalize my position not just as your benefactor, but as your primary business partner. My investment of 10,000 gold coins is not a gift, nor a loan to be repaid only in the event of catastrophic failure. He tapped a decisive finger on the ledger before him. It is the purchase of equity, of a stake in this new enterprise you have so audaciously conceived. He let the words sink in, then delivered the terms with the cool, precise finality of a master negotiator closing a deal. The deed will stipulate that the ducal house of Ferrum, in exchange for this initial capitalization of 10,000 gold coins, will retain a 40% share in all future profits generated by the Ferrum family finest cleansing elixir manufactory and its associated product lines. Chapter 222 40%. The number was significant, substantial, but not unreasonable. Lloyd's mind, the engineer and strategist, instantly ran the calculations. His father was providing the vast majority of the initial capital, the political backing, the legal framework, the very foundation upon which the entire enterprise would be built. To make 40% stake for that level of foundational investment and risk assumption was fair, more than fair, even by the cutthroat standards of Earth-based venture capitalism. It left him, the innovator, the operator, with a controlling 60% shared. It made them partners, true partners. This arrangement, Roy explained, seeing the calculation in his son's eyes, benefits us both. That IT provides you with the massive, immediate capital you require to build your empire correctly, without compromise from day one. IT provides me, and by extension, the ducal treasury, with a significant, ongoing revenue stream, should your venture prove as successful as Elmsworth so breathlessly predicts. IT ties the success of your enterprise directly to the prosperity of our house. IT aligns our interests perfectly. He offered a rare, almost invisible smile. And, from a purely paternal perspective, he added, his voice dropping slightly, it gives me a vested legal interest in ensuring you don't, in a fit of youthful enthusiasm, accidentally invest the entire 10,000 gold coins into developing a soap that spontaneously combusts or smells faintly of despair and regret. I will be a partner. Lloyd. A silent one. For the most part. I trust your vision, your newfound competence, but I will also be an observant one. The implication was clear. I believe in you, but I will also be watching very, very closely. Lloyd felt a surge of genuine respect for his father's strategic brilliance. This wasn't just about control. It was about building something real, something lasting. That a partnership. It was a far greater sign of trust, of faith in his abilities, than simply handing over a bag of gold coins would ever have been. I understand, father, Lloyd said, his voice firm, sincere. He met his father's gaze, not as a chastened son, but as a future business partner. The terms are acceptable. More than acceptable. They are wise. He offered a slight, formal bow. I would be honored to have the ducal house as my primary partner in this venture. Excellent, Roy said, a note of deep satisfaction in his voice. The deal was struck. Then there is no further need for delay. I will have the ducal scribes draw up the initial deed of partnership immediately. You will review it. We will sign it before the bursar this afternoon, and the 10,000 gold will be transferred to your venture account by sunset. He picked up his quill, his attention already shifting back to the waiting stack of ducal paperwork. The matter in his mind settled. Lloyd, however, did not immediately take his leave. There was one more piece to this puzzle, one more unexpected development he needed to understand. Father, he began, a hint of his earlier hesitation returning. That the king, his majesty, James, he saw his father's hand pause fractionally over the parchment. His own investment offer 5,000 gold for a complimentary supply of soap. He shook his head slightly, the sheer absurdity of it still difficult to process. Why? Why would the king of Bethlehem, here in disguise, take such a personal and, frankly, rather eccentric interest in my soap? Roy Ferrum set down his quill again. He leaned back in his chair, a slow, almost weary sigh escaping him. He looked at Lloyd, his expression complex, the weight of his ducal responsibilities, of the vast, intricate game of politics he played every day, settling over him. Lloyd, he began, his voice low, grave, you must understand, kings do not act on whims, especially not a king as shrewd as pragmatic as Liam Bethlehem. He gestured vaguely towards the memory of the disguised monarch. His presence here is interest in your venture. It is not about soap. Not really. The soap is merely a pretext at a convenient, almost ridiculously mundane excuse. An excuse for what, father? Lloyd pressed, his senses on high alert. An excuse to engage with you, Lloyd, Roy stated simply. To assess you, build a relationship with you, the future Archduke of Ferrum. He paused, letting the words sink in. His investment is not in your product, SON.IT is in you. IT is a political maneuver, cloaked in the guise of commercial one. A 5,000 gold coin gesture of goodwill, out a way of establishing a direct, personal link to the next generation of Ferrum leadership, bypassing the formal, often rigid channels of diplomacy. He looked at Lloyd, his eyes holding a new, almost daunting level of seriousness. You impressed him, Lloyd, more than you know, not just with the soap, but with your mind, your confidence, your unexpected capabilities. That he sees in you not just an innovator, but a potential future power player on the continental stage, a future ally, perhaps, or a future rival to be managed. His investment. It is a way of getting a seat at your table, early, of ensuring he has your ear, your goodwill, as you grow into your power. He offered a final, grim smile. Welcome to the great game, son. You're no longer just a boy making soap at a smokehouse. You are now a piece on the board, at a very interesting, very valuable, and very, very visible piece. And the King of Bethlehem has just made his opening move. The full weight of his new reality, the vast, dangerous, exhilarating game he had just been thrust into, settled on Lloyd's shoulders. This was about so much more than just soap. That it was about power, politics, kingdoms, and he was, whether he was ready or not, right in the heart of it. The weight of his father's revelations settled around Lloyd like a shroud woven from silk and steel. The great game wasn't just a piece on the board. He was suddenly a very valuable, very visible piece, one that had attracted the direct, personal attention of a king. The soap empire, his brilliant, almost comically mundane path to power and system coins, had inadvertently become a tool of international diplomacy, a fragrant pretext for geopolitical maneuvering. The thought was both exhilarating and deeply, profoundly terrifying. He left his father's study in a daze, his mind reeling with the implications. The 15,000 gold coins, the future manufactory, the royal endorsement. It was all happening, faster, bigger, more complicated than he could have ever imagined. He felt a headache beginning to form behind his eyes, a familiar thrum of stress that had nothing to do with awakening ancient bloodline powers and everything to do with the sudden, crushing weight of royal expectations. He was just making his way back towards his own wing of the estate, his thoughts a chaotic jumble of lie concentrations, diplomatic protocols, and the lingering, unnerving image of Ken Park single-handedly committing mythological deicide, when his father's voice, sharp and commanding, echoed down the corridor behind him. Lloyd. A moment more. Lloyd froze, sighing internally. What now? Had the king decided he also wanted a line of Ferrum family finest medicated foot powder? A royal decree demanding a lavender-scented variant for the queen's corgis. He turned, schooling his features into an expression of polite, attentive curiosity. Archduke Lloyd Ferrum strode towards him, his expression the usual unreadable granite, but his movements held certain purpose. He stopped before Lloyd, his gaze sweeping over his son, taking in the slightly disheveled tunic from the tournament, the lingering exhaustion around his eyes, the new, almost unnerving confidence in his stance. For a long moment, Roy said nothing. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken thoughts. Lloyd waited, bracing himself for another lecture, another warning, another set of daunting expectations. Then, Roy did something truly, profoundly shocking. He reached into a heavy leather purse that hung at his belt. The ducal privy purse, Lloyd recognized, the one that held funds for personal, discretionary spending, separate from the formal treasury, and withdrew a small, but unmistakably heavy, cloth it clinked with the solid, satisfying sound of a great many gold coins. He held the bag out to Lloyd. Lloyd stared at it, then at his father, his mind a complete blank. Father, he began, utterly bewildered. Take it, Roy commanded, his voice gruff, almost dismissive. As if embarrassed by the gesture, he pressed the heavy bag into Lloyd's unresisting hand. But the 10,000, Lloyd stammered. The bursar, the deed, you said by sunset. This is not part of the investment, Lloyd. Roy cut in sharply, his gaze flicking away for a fraction of a second, as if uncomfortable with what he was about to say. This is separate, personal. He cleared his throat, a rough, awkward sound. The tournament, yesterday. He finally met Lloyd's gaze again. And for the first time, Lloyd saw not the Archduke, not the strategist, not the stern patriarch, but just his father. And in his father's eyes was a flicker of something raw, something genuine, something so rarely seen it was almost a mythical creature in itself. Unabashed, fierce, paternal pride. Chapter 224. You fought well, Lloyd, Roy said, the words seemingly costing him a great deal of effort, yet delivered with a profound, undeniable sincerity. You faced down your cousins, your sister. You faced down Ryan. You demonstrated not just unexpected power, but courage, cunning. You did not break. You did not yield. He paused, his gaze hardening slightly. You silenced the doubters, Lloyd, the whispers about your inadequacies. Your victory solidified your position as heir in a way no decree for me ever could. You earned their respect, not through birthright, but through demonstrated strength. He gestured towards the heavy purse in Lloyd's hand. The victor of the summit tournament is traditionally awarded a prize from the patriarch's own coffers that are recognition of their prowess, the reward for bringing honor to their line. His voice became gruff again, the moment of overt emotion passing, replaced by a more familiar, almost business-like tone. Consider this your prize, 2,000 gold coins. Use it as you see fit, for your personal expenses, for further unorthodox experimentation. I do not care. It is yours, earned it, and no strings attached. 2,000 gold coins, personal capital, not tied to the soap venture, not part of the ducal investment. A reward for winning. Lloyd felt a wave of emotion so potent it almost made him dizzy. It wasn't just the money, though the sum was staggering, a fortune that would have been unimaginable to his first life. Allowance-starved self. It was the acknowledgement, the praise, the simple, unadorned statement. You fought well. From his father, it was worth more than all the gold in the ducal treasury. Father, Lloyd began, his throat suddenly tight, unsure what to say. Do not say anything. Roy cut him off, his discomfort with the emotional display palpable. He had said his piece. The moment was over. The Archduke mask was firmly back in place. Simply do not make me regret my confidence in you, or this investment. He clapped a heavy, slightly awkward hand on Lloyd's shoulder, a rare, almost shocking gesture of physical contact. The pressure was firm, grounding. Now go. See to your studies. And for the love of the ancestors, Lloyd tried to stay out of any more curse force for at least a week. My nerves and the ducal guard's overtime budget can only take so much. With a final, sharp nod, Roy Ferrum turned and strode down the corridor, leaving Lloyd standing there, the heavy weight of 2,000 gold coins in his hand and a strange, unfamiliar warmth spreading through his chest. He looked down at the purse, the reality of it finally sinking in 2,000 gold. He could convert 100 gold coins into 1,000 system coins right now, if he wished, though the daily limits still applied. The thought was intoxicating. But no, the investor, the 80-year-old pragmatist, asserted itself. The daily conversion was for long-term growth. This was different. This was operational capital. Seed money for the truly interesting things. He thought of the system shop, the options he hadn't yet been able to afford, spirit upgrades, void power rank ups, that 50-coin skill tree for his black ring eyes, with his current balance of 313 SC, plus the potential income from this new personal fund. His options had just expanded exponentially. The path ahead was still fraught with danger. The Altamiras, the lingering threat from Ruble, the enigma of Ben Ferrum, the general chaos that seemed to be his constant companion. But for the first time, he felt truly equipped, not just with hidden powers and secret knowledge, but with resources, real, tangible, spendable resources. He hefted the purse of gold, a slow, determined smile spreading across his face. Okay, he thought, let's go see what's for sale in that cosmic superpower nightclub. The bouncer can't possibly turn me away now. I've got cash, and I'm feeling lucky. The soap empire could wait a day. Today was for a different kind of investment, an investment in power. The morning after the summit felt like waking from a fever dream into a world subtly, yet irrevocably, altered. The grand hall, now cleared of its festive banners and simmering tensions, was just a vast, echoing space. But the decisions made within its walls resonated with the force of an earthquake, and Lloyd Ferrum was standing directly at its epicenter. The 10,000 gold coins from his father and the 5,000 from a king weren't just numbers in a ledger. They were a crushing weight of expectation, a tangible measure of the trust and ambition now placed squarely on his shoulders. His first port of call was not the smokehouse or the gardens, but the dry, parchment-scented office of Master Elmsworth, the economics tutor, whose usual demeanor ranged from mildly annoyed to actively disappointed, greeted Lloyd with an expression of such fervent, almost manic, enthusiasm that it was deeply unsettling. The man had clearly spent the entire night running speculative profit and loss projections and had emerged a true believer, a high priest in the burgeoning church of Ferrum family, finest cleansing elixir. Young Lord Lloyd, Elmsworth exclaimed, nearly tripping over a stack of books in his haste to clear a chair. Excellent. Timely. I've already drafted some preliminary thoughts on supply chain optimization and potential tariff implications for interducal export. We must strike while the iron, or rather, the soap, is hot. Before we discuss global soap domination, Master Elmsworth, Lloyd said, his tone dry but appreciative, Father insists on formalizing the venture. We need to navigate the ducal bureaucracy and draft an official business deed. Elmsworth's face lit up even further, if such a thing were possible. A deed? Of course, a masterstroke of prudence from the Archduke. It establishes legitimacy, inspires confidence in suppliers, clarifies equity, a brilliant foundational step. He grabbed a fresh quill and a stack of the finest vellum, his hands trembling with academic excitement. Let us begin at once. We shall craft a document of such legal and financial elegance that the bursar himself will weep with joy. The process was, as Lloyd had feared, surprisingly complex. Guided by Elmsworth's encyclopedic knowledge of ducal law and commercial charters, they spent the next several hours painstakingly drafting the founding document for the new enterprise. They debated clauses on liability, profit distribution, and quality control standards. Elmsworth, in his element, argued passionately for including a subclause on amortized depreciation of boiling vats, while Lloyd gently steered him back towards more pressing matters like a clear definition of his own operational authority. He christened the new entity, simply and elegantly, Ferrum's cleansing elixirs. It had a certain alchemical gravitas, he thought, that Lloyd's baffling soap emporium rather lacked. Finally, the document was complete, a masterpiece of legal jargon and financial foresight. They presented it to Archduke Roy Ferrum in his study. Roy read through it meticulously, his face an unreadable mask, occasionally grunting in what Lloyd hoped was approval. That he made a few minor amendments, tightening a clause on ducal oversight. Then, with a sharp, decisive flourish of his quill, he signed his name, the ink a stark, final black against the creamy vellum. That he slid the document across the polished desk. Lloyd signed his own name below his father's, the act feeling strangely momentous, a formal severing from his past life of aimless mediocrity. The partnership was sealed, the 10,000 gold investment was, pending Bursar Periwinkle's final, fussy stamps, officially sanctioned. Elmsworth, Roy commanded, his gaze shifting to the still vibrating tutor. Your cautious optimism regarding this venture. I trust it remains intact. Cautious, Your Grace? Elmsworth sputtered, clutching the newly signed deed as if it were a holy relic. My optimism is anything but cautious. It is robust. It is fervent. It is, if my preliminary models are even remotely accurate, statistically significant to a degree that borders on the revolutionary. Roy offered a rare, almost invisible smile. See that it is. You will continue to advise my son on all financial matters pertaining to this enterprise. Keep him solvent. And he added a pointed look at Lloyd, out of any more cursed forests. With his father's blessing and Elmsworth's borderline hysterical support secured, Lloyd's next stop was the Alchemist's Guild Tower, a place that smelled of strange herbs, simmering concoctions, and the faint, ever-present possibility of small, contained explosion. He sought out Grand Master Grimaldi, who, much like Elmsworth, greeted him with an enthusiasm that was both flattering and slightly alarming. Young Lord Ferrum, Grimaldi boomed, his silver beard seeming to vibrate with alchemical glee. I've been contemplating your saponification process, the elegant simplicity, the purity of the reaction. It is a beautiful expression of mundane chemistry, a delightful respite from my current research into the rather volatile digestive properties of powdered griffin beaks. He gestured toward the beaker that was bubbling ominously with a thick, purple sludge. Frankly, your soap is a welcome, and considerably less likely to explode, distraction. I'm glad to provide a safe diversion, Grandmaster, Lloyd said wryly. In fact, I came to request your assistance that my father's investment has been secured that we are scaling up production, and I require skilled hands, minds that understand the nuances of measurement, temperature, and chemical reaction in a way that goes beyond simple kitchen labor. Chapter 226. Grimaldi's ancient eyes lit up. You wish for apprentices to assist in this grand alchemical soap-making? An excellent notion. The practical application of chemical principles is the finest education a young alchemist can receive, far better than memorizing dusty old grimoires. He stroked his magnificent beard, his mind clearly sifting through his roster of students. I have just the trio for you, he declared finally. Promising, yes. Dedicated, certainly, if perhaps, he paused, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Slightly eccentric in their own unique ways. But brilliance often walks hand in hand with a certain unconventionality, does it not? He summoned them with a sharp clap of his hands. 3 figures in the gray robes of senior alchemical students entered the laboratory, bowing respectfully. Young Lord Ferrum, Grimaldi announced with a grand, sweeping gesture. Allow me to present your new core research and development team. He indicated the first, a young man with sharp, intelligent eyes behind a pair of thick spectacles, a quiet, almost nervous energy, and hands that were meticulously, almost obsessively, clean. This is Alaric. His attention to detail is second to none. His measurements are flawless, his notes legendary in their precision, that if you need a reaction replicated exactly 100 times without a single variable straying, Alaric is your man, that he is meticulous, quiet, and finds a kind of spiritual solace in. A perfectly balanced equation. Alaric offered a short, jerky bow, his gaze darting around, already seemingly cataloging the laboratory's inventory. Next, Grimaldi gestured to the second young man, a stark contrast to the first. He was boisterous, barrel-chested, with a shock of unruly red hair and a grin that suggested he viewed the world as one large, fascinating, and probably quite flammable experiment. "This is Boren," Grimaldi said with a fond, if slightly weary, sigh. "Boren is experimental. He does not see rules so much as interesting suggestions to be tested. His mind is a whirlwind of innovation, always seeking a faster, a stronger, a more explosive way of doing things. He has single-handedly contributed to 90% of our guild's unscheduled structural repairs this year. But his enthusiasm is infectious, and his intuitive grasp of catalytic reactions is, I confess, remarkable." Boren gave Lloyd a hearty slap on the back that nearly sent him into a bubbling cauldron. "Pleasure to meet ya, Lord Ferrum. Got any ideas on how to make soap that glows in the dark? Or maybe one that repels goblins? The possibilities are endless." Finally, Grimaldi turned to the young woman standing between them. She was sharp-featured, with intelligent, practical eyes that seemed to miss nothing, and an air of no-nonsense competence. She regarded Lloyd not with awe, or nervousness, or boisterous enthusiasm, but with a cool, appraising curiosity. "And this is Lyra," Grimaldi concluded. "Lyra is the pragmatist, the anchor that keeps Boren from accidentally launching the entire tower into the stratosphere, while Alaric focuses on the what and. Boren on the what if, Lyra focuses on the how. Workflow, safety, efficiency, practical application. She can look at the most chaotic experiment and instantly devise a safer, faster, more logical way to achieve the same result. Her mind is a fortress of common sense and logistical brilliance." Lyra offered a curt, efficient nod. "Lord Ferrum, a pleasure. Your dispenser design shows promise, though I've already identified 3 potential stress points in the spring mechanism that could be improved for long-term durability." Meticulous, experimental, practical, that IT was a perfectly balanced, if slightly volatile, team. Lloyd looked at them. Alaric, the quiet perfectionist. Boren, the enthusiastic demolitions expert. And Lyra, the sharp-witted efficiency guru. This was his R&D department. This was the engine that would drive the soap empire. "Excellent," Lloyd said, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "Welcome to Ferrum's Cleansing Elixirs, the 3 of you. Your first task: help me figure out how to make liquid soap without accidentally creating spontaneously combustible oleaginous plasma." And Boren. He fixed the boisterous redhead with a very serious look. "No glowing soap. Not yet." Boren looked momentarily disappointed, but then his grin returned, wider than ever. "Ah, fine. But what about one that screams when you use it?" Lloyd sighed. This was going to be a very, very interesting partnership. The core team was assembled. The funding was secured. The revolution, it seemed, would be meticulously documented, highly efficient, and just slightly unhinged. With his core R&D team assembled, a motley but promising crew of an obsessive-compulsive note-taker, a cheerfully volatile experimentalist, and a pragmatist who probably dreamt in flowcharts. Lloyd's next, most pressing task was to find a home for his burgeoning soap empire. The disused smokehouse, while charmingly rustic and steeped in the nostalgic aroma of clandestine chemistry, was hopelessly inadequate for the scale of production he now envisioned. IT was like trying to build a warship in a bathtub. "We need a factory," Lloyd announced the next morning, standing with his newly assembled team in the cool, dew-kissed gardens of the estate. Jasmine stood beside him, her usual timidity warring with a newfound sense of importance, clutching a list of potential herb suppliers Lloyd had asked her to research. Ken Park was a silent, imposing shadow a few paces behind, his presence a quiet, unwavering statement of ducal authority. Alaric, Boren, and Lyra, the 3 alchemist apprentices, looked on with varying degrees of quiet intensity, boisterous curiosity, and practical assessment. "Not just a workshop," Lloyd continued, his voice ringing with the quiet confidence of a man who had just secured a 15,000 gold coin operating budget, but a purpose-built manufactory, a place with space, with access to resources, with a logical workflow, a place we can build from the ground up to be efficient, safe, and, most importantly, discreet. The old West Wing stables are currently underutilized, my lord." Lyra, the pragmatist, offered immediately, her mind already sifting through logistical possibilities. The drainage is adequate, the structure is sound, and it's close to the main larders for tallow transport. Too close, Lloyd countered instantly, shaking his head. Too visible. The smell of boiling tallow and lye, the comings and goings of workers, it would attract too much attention, too many questions that we need isolation at a place where Boren's enthusiastic experimentation is less likely to startle the Duchess's prize peacocks or, level the guest quarters. Boren grinned sheepishly. The last explosion was very small, my lord, and we learned so much about the unexpected volatility of powdered moonstone. Precisely, Lloyd said dryly. So, we scout that we need a location on the periphery of the estate grounds, something sturdy, something forgotten, something we can claim as our own sovereign territory of soap and science. Their scouting party, a bizarre procession of the heir apparent, his stoic bodyguard, his loyal butcher girl turned forewoman, and 3 alchemists, set off. They spent the better part of the morning exploring the vast, often neglected outer reaches of the Ferrum estate. They dismissed a crumbling shepherd's hut as too small, a remote hunting lodge as too difficult to supply, and an unsettlingly creepy, abandoned mausoleum that Boren had suggested with far too much enthusiasm. Finally, guided by a half-forgotten memory from Lloyd's own bored teenage wanderings in his first life, they found it. Tucked away in a shallow valley, screened by a thick stand of birch trees and overgrown with ivy, stood a massive, disused grain-milled it was an old, sturdy structure of thick stone walls and a heavy slate roof, built to last for centuries. A wide, sluggish stream, now mostly silted up, ran alongside it. The remnants of the old mill channel still visible. The great wooden water wheel, its timbers green, with moss and decay, hung silent and still, a ghost of its former purpose. This, Lloyd declared, his eyes gleaming with a vision only he could see, is it? The team stared. The place was a wreck. The heavy wooden doors sagged on rusted hinges. Windows were boarded up or shattered. And the interior, when they forced a door open with a groan of protesting wood, was a cavern of dust, cobwebs, and the lingering, musty smell of forgotten grain. Pigeons had clearly taken up residence in high rafters, and a family of particularly large, unimpressed-looking rats scurried away into the shadows as they entered. "It's rustic, my lord," Alaric commented, peering nervously into the gloom, already looking as if he wanted to start meticulously cataloging the different species of mold. "It's perfect." Boren boomed, his voice echoing in the cavernous space that he pointed towards the massive, silent water wheel visible through a grimy window. "Look at that! The potential! We can rebuild it! Use the stream's power, we could rig up a system of gears, connecting rods, power large, counter-rotating mixing paddles in the vats. Constant, automated stirring. Think of the efficiency, the sheer mechanical elegance." His eyes shone with the fervent light of an engineer who had just been handed the world's most interesting, if slightly dilapidated, chemistry set. Chapter 228. Lyra, meanwhile, was already pacing the main floor, her practical gaze sweeping over the space, ignoring the dust and decay, seeing only workflow and potential. The main grinding floor is large enough for the primary boiling and mixing vats, she mused, tapping a thoughtful finger against her chin. Good stone foundation can handle the weight and the heat from the hearths we'll need to build. The upper lofts, she pointed towards the high, dusty second floor, are perfect for the drying and curing racks. Excellent airflow once we unboard those windows. In that side chamber, she indicated a smaller, stone-walled room that had likely been the miller's office, would make an ideal, secure laboratory for Alaric's precise measurements in your scent distillation experiments. My lord, away from the heat and steam of the main floor. Lloyd listened, a slow smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. This was why he had chosen them. Boren saw the potential for innovation, for power. Lyra saw the path to practical, efficient implementation. Alaric was probably already mentally designing a color-coded labeling system for the mold samples. They were perfect. Exactly, Lloyd confirmed, clapping his hands together, the sound startling another flurry of pigeons from the rafters. This is our foundation, our manufactory. He turned to Jasmine, who had been looking around with wide, slightly overwhelmed eyes, trying to picture this derelict ruin as a bustling factory. Jasmine, your first official task as forewoman, that we need this place cleansed. And so, the work began. Under Jasmine's increasingly confident, if still slightly timid, supervision, two capable, no-nonsense maids assigned by Roy from the household staff. A stout, pragmatic woman named Martha, a different, younger Martha than the head cook, a fact that initially caused some confusion, and a quiet, tireless girl named Pia, arrived with buckets, brooms, and a shared expression of grim determination. The great mill clean-out of the Ferrum estate commenced at it was an arduous, thankless task. Years of accumulated dust, grime, rat nests, and pigeon droppings had to be shoveled, swept, and scrubbed away. The silted upstream channel had to be dug out by a team of grumbling estate laborers, redirected to once again flow through the mill race. Rotted floorboards were torn up, broken slates on the roof replaced, shattered windows reglazed. Boren, to everyone's surprise, proved to be not just an enthusiastic theorist, but a surprisingly skilled amateur engineer, directing the laborers with booming, cheerful commands as they worked to repair and reinforce the massive, ancient water wheel, his mind already buzzing with designs for wooden gears and power transfer systems. While the basic infrastructure was being wrestled back from decades of neglect, Lloyd, with Lyra and Alaric at his side, began drawing up the formal plans. Using large sheets of vellum spread out on a makeshift table, Lloyd translated the images in his head into concrete designs that he sketched the layout, guided by Lyra's sharp, logistical insights. The raw materials entrance here, flowing logically to the initial processing and melting stations. The primary boiling hall here, with specially constructed, fire brick-lined hearths designed for sustained, controlled heat. The lye extraction and storage area over there, in a separate, well-ventilated chamber, with strict safety protocols Lyra insisted upon. The scent infusion lab here, clean and isolated. The curing lofts upstairs, with meticulously spaced racks designed by Alaric for optimal airflow and easy inventory tracking. The final packaging and shipping area here, near the main doors that IT was a symphony of practical creation, a fusion of Lloyd's futuristic, Earth-inspired engineering concepts, Lyra's logistical genius, and Alaric's obsessive attention to detail. The old grain mill was not just being cleaned. It was being reborn, reimagined, transformed from a monument of forgotten industry into the cradle of a new one that the foundation of the soap empire was being laid, not just with golden plans, but with sweat, dust, and the shared, burgeoning excitement of a team that was beginning to believe in their eccentric young Lord Strange. Fragrant vision. While the old grain mill echoed with the sounds of scraping shovels, hammering mallets, and Boren's booming, occasionally explosive, engineering suggestions, Lloyd turned his attention to the second critical pillar of his burgeoning empire. The supply chain at a state-of-the-art factory was useless without a steady, reliable, and cost-effective flow of raw materials. Tallow, ash, and most crucially, the finer oils that would elevate his product from surprisingly effective to undeniably luxurious, with the lifeblood of his entire enterprise. This was not a task for an alchemist or a forewoman. This required subtlety, negotiation, an understanding of the intricate, often treacherous, web of commerce that crisscrossed the duchy. This required Ken Park. Lloyd found his stoic bodyguard later that evening, standing sentinel, as always, in a shadowed alcove near his suite. The man seemed to be a permanent fixture of the estate's architecture, a silent, living gargoyle, radiating quiet menace and impeccable professionalism. Ken, Lloyd began without preamble, his mind still buzzing with factory schematics and light-to-oil ratios. The manufactory is underway. Now, we need to feed it. Ken inclined his head, his impassive gaze indicating he was ready to receive his instructions. Your requirements, young lord? Ingredients, Lloyd stated, handing Ken a neatly written list he had prepared with Alaric's meticulous assistance, in bulk, consistently, and discreetly. He ran through the list, elaborating on the specifics. First, tallow. Jasmine's efforts have been commendable, providing us with enough for our initial experiments. But for large-scale production, we need more than the trimmings from the estate's kitchens. That we need a primary supplier to a large-scale butcher, a slaughterhouse, perhaps a contract with the Butchers Guild itself. That we need clean, high-quality beef fat, rendered or raw, delivered weekly. And we need it at a price that reflects our volume. Ken scanned the first item on the list, his expression unchanging, but Lloyd knew his sharp mind was already sifting through a mental database of contacts, guild masters, and potential pressure points. Second, wood ash, Lloyd continued. Hardwood ash, specifically oak, maple, birch. The fires in the estate are a start, but again, insufficient for our needs. We need to establish a collection system. Contracts with local logging operations, charcoal burners, even large inns with constantly burning hearths. The quality must be consistent. No softwood contamination. This will be a logistical challenge, but essential for creating our hard fire lye. Third, and most importantly, Lloyd's voice took on a more serious tone. The oils. This is where we elevate our product from merely functional to truly luxurious. Olive oil. The finest we can procure, sourced from the southern provinces. Almond oil, walnut oil, Perhaps even, if it can be found, coconut oil, though I understand that is a rare, expensive import from the far-off tropical isles. We need to identify merchants, importers, agricultural estates that can provide these in significant, reliable quantities. This, he met Ken's steady gaze, is the most critical and likely the most difficult part of the procurement process. These are premium goods, their supply chains often controlled by powerful, established merchant families who will not be eager to deal with a new, unknown enterprise. He paused, letting the scale of the task sink in. Your mission, Ken, should you choose to accept it. His internal monologue couldn't resist the Earth-based spy movie reference, though Ken's face, of course, remained utterly devoid of any recognition. Is to use your network to make this happen. I need contacts, contract terms, price negotiations. I need to know who controls these resources and how we can best approach them. Ken simply nodded, tucking the list securely into his tunic. The network will be mobilized, young lord. I will provide a preliminary report on potential suppliers and logistical pathways within 48 hours. The certainty in his voice was absolute. Ken Park's network was a thing of legend within the estate's inner circle, a web of contacts and informants developed over 2 decades of serving as the Archduke's eyes, ears, and occasionally his very sharp, very silent sword. IT extended from the highest echelons of the noble courts to the grimiest corners of the city's underworld, a testament to his intelligence, his discretion, and the deep, unwavering loyalty he commanded, or perhaps, quietly, intimidated from those he dealt with. One more thing, Ken, Lloyd added, lowering his voice slightly. Leverage. Use the Ferrum name. Use the implicit backing of my father. Use the newly signed ducal deed for the enterprise. Let them know this is not some personal whim of the heir, but a formal, well-funded venture of House Ferrum itself. But he cautioned, his expression serious. I want fair dealings, that we are building an empire, not a protection racket. We pay fair market prices. We honor our contracts. We build relationships based on mutual benefit, not intimidation. Use the Ferrum influence as a key to open doors, Ken, not as a club to beat down prices. Long-term supplier loyalty will be more valuable than short-term savings. Understood? Chapter 230. For the first time, a flicker of something that might have been surprise, or perhaps even approval, touched Ken's stoic features. He had expected, perhaps, a more ruthless, typically noble approach. Understood, young lord. Fair dealings. The influence of the house will be used to establish credibility, not to coerce. He offered another of his almost imperceptible nods. I will begin at once. And with that, he melted back into the shadows, a silent, deadly accountant off to balance the books of Riverio's commodity markets. Over the next few days, while construction and cleaning continued at the old mill, the first fruits of Ken's labor began to appear. Reports, delivered discreetly at odd hours, detailed potential suppliers. At the formal, if slightly wary, meeting was arranged with the master of the Butchers Guild, a man whose initial skepticism about selling vast quantities of waste fat to the Archduke's heir quickly evaporated when presented with a draft contract co-signed by the Archduke himself and offering a price slightly above the usual rate paid by tallow chandlers. That a deal was struck. The tallow supply was secured. The wood ash proved more complex, a messy network of smaller suppliers. But Ken, with the aid of a few persuasive conversations conducted by his less visible associates, managed to establish a regular collection route from several large timber operations on the estate's periphery, ensuring a steady stream of high-quality hardwood ash. The oils, as Lloyd had predicted, were the real challenge. The olive oil trade was dominated by 2 powerful, rival merchant families who were initially dismissive of this upstart soap-making venture. It was here that Master Elmsworth, his academic fervor now channeled into practical application, proved invaluable. Armed with Ken's intelligence on the merchants' current shipping routes, their key clients, and their simmering rivalries, Elmsworth, with Lloyd providing the overarching strategy, drafted a series of proposals that were masterpieces of economic leverage. To the first merchant family, they offered a long-term, high-volume contract that would provide a stable revenue stream, subtly hinting that if they refused, the offer would go exclusively to their hated rival. To the second family, they offered a similar deal, but also included a proposal, backed by the implicit authority of the Ferrum name, to help them secure more favorable docking rights in the northern ports. A long-standing point of contention. It was a classic pincer movement, playing the 2 rivals against each other while offering tangible benefits beyond mere coin. The negotiations were tense, protracted, conducted through a series of formal letters and discreet meetings in neutral locations. Lloyd, guided by Elmsworth's expertise in formal negotiation and Ken's constant stream of background intelligence, found himself enjoying the intricate dance of commerce and politics. It felt familiar. like the corporate boardroom battles of his Earth life, but with more silk robes and a slightly higher chance of being challenged to a duel if you insulted someone's olive oil quality. Finally, after a week of careful maneuvering, a deal was struck that a reliable, large-scale supply of Southern olive oil was secured. The lifeblood of their future luxury line was guaranteed. The supply chain was in place. Ferrum's cleansing elixirs was no longer just a plan on vellum. It was a functioning logistical entity, a testament to the combined power of ducal authority, a master spy's network, an economist's strategic mind, and the audacious vision of a reincarnated engineer who just wanted to make a decent bar of soap and a few billion system coins. The details were still being worked out. By the end of the week, Lloyd's SC balance had ticked steadily upwards. The daily 10-coin conversion from his personal funds and the small but consistent reward for minor background guild tasks, retrieving lost books for scholars, procuring common herbs for apothecaries, tasks he delegated to Jasmine's growing network of trusted junior maids, pushing his total to 395 SC. He was getting closer. But the real prize, the 1,000-coin reward for the factory itself, still felt tantalizingly distant. The foundation was laid, but the real work, the messy, volatile, alchemical work of creation, was about to begin. With the foundational infrastructure of the old grain mill slowly being wrestled from the clutches of dust and decay, and Ken Park's invisible network diligently securing the lifeblood of their future production, it was time for the heart of the enterprise to begin beating. It was time for alchemy. Lloyd led his trio of borrowed alchemists, Alaric the meticulous, Borin the enthusiastically volatile, and Lyra the pragmatic, into the now cleaner but still very rustic main floor of the mill. Several large, heavy-bottomed iron cauldrons, procured from the estate's deepest storage and scrubbed to a dull shine by Martha and Pia, sat waiting over newly constructed, fire-brick-lined hearths. The air smelled of damp stone, old wood, and burgeoning, if slightly chaotic, potential. "All right, team," Lloyd announced, clapping his hands together, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Welcome to the official research and development wing of Ferrum's cleansing elixirs. Our mission for the foreseeable future, to transform this," he gestured to a large, sealed jar of clean, rendered tallow. "In this," he pointed to a carefully stoppered jug of the potent hardwood lye solution they had created, into a stable, replicable, and exquisitely fragrant liquid soap. "Without," he added, looking pointedly at Borin, "any unscheduled structural modifications to our new facility." Borin grinned sheepishly, already eyeing the hearths with a speculative gleam that suggested he was contemplating ways to optimize their heat output with a judicious application of powdered dragon breath crystals. Their initial task was to scale up Lloyd's original, successful soft soap recipe. This fell squarely into Alaric's domain. The quiet, bespectacled alchemist was in his element, his earlier nervousness vanishing, replaced by a focused, almost reverent intensity that he produced a set of finely calibrated bronze scales, a collection of glass beakers marked with precise measurements, and a thick leather-bound journal, its pages already filled with his neat, spidery script. "Based on your initial prototype, my lord," Alaric began, his voice quiet but firm, "and accounting for the ambient humidity and the specific density of this particular batch of tallow, I have calculated the optimal initial ratio of fat to our current lye solution to be approximately 2.37 to 1 by weight for achieving initial trace that I recommend we begin with a small, precisely measured test batch of 5 kilograms. Lloyd listened, impressed. He had worked by feel, by sight, by the half-remembered instincts of a hobbyist chemist from another world. Alaric was approaching it with the rigor of a true scientist. "An excellent starting point," Alaric, Lloyd agreed. "Proceed." Under Alaric's meticulous direction, the first scaled-up batch began. The tallow was weighed, melted under a carefully controlled heat that Alaric monitored with a strange, long-stem thermometer he'd produced from his robes, and the lye was added with a slow, steady precision that was almost painful to watch. The stirring, a task assigned to the ever-diligent Pia, was maintained at a constant, metronome-like pace. It was a perfect, by-the-book replication of Lloyd's initial success, and it worked. The mixture reached trace, was infused with a carefully measured dose of rosemary hydrosol, and was set aside to cool into a thick, creamy, perfectly functional soft soap. "Success," Alaric declared, making a final, neat notation in his journal. He looked up, a rare, faint smile of satisfaction on his face. "The process is replicable. Quality is consistent." "Consistent is good," Borin boomed, who had been watching the meticulous process with a growing, almost desperate impatience. "But is it optimal? Is it fast? Can it be better?" He practically bounced on the balls of his feet, his experimental energy demanding an outlet. "My lord," Alaric's method is sound, yes, for a baseline, but slow. So slow. We could be making batches 3 times this size in half the time if we just optimize the reaction. Before Lloyd or Lyra could intervene, Boren was already at work. The lie creation, he declared, grabbing one of the buckets of hardwood ash. Leeching is for peasants and grandmothers. A true alchemist catalyzes. A small pinch of ground sunstone, added to the water before leaching, should dramatically increase its ionic potential, allowing it to absorb the alkali from the ash far more rapidly. He produced a small, glowing yellow pebble from a pouch and, with a cheerful grin, ground it into a fine powder and mixed it into the water. He then turned his attention to the boiling process. In this low, steady heat, it's so timid. The saponification process is an exothermic reaction. It wants to go. We should encourage it, not coddle it. A burst of intense heat at the initial mixing stage, a thermal shock, should kickstart the emulsification. We could add a small quantity of powdered fire salts to the tallow just before adding the lye. Chapter 232. Lyra, who had been observing Boren's enthusiastic pronouncements with a long-suffering sigh, finally stepped in. Boren, the last time you used powdered fire salts to kickstart a reaction, we had to re-thatch the entire roof of the West Wing laboratory and Grandmaster Grimaldi's beard-smelled of odor for a week. Perhaps we should test your optimizations on a slightly smaller, less flammable scale? Nonsense, Lyra. Go big or go home. Boren retorted cheerfully. Lord Ferrum is an innovator. He understands the need for bold experimentation. He looked at Lloyd, his eyes wide with pleading, experimental fervor. My lord, just one batch. My way? Lloyd looked at Boren's eager face, then at Lyra's exasperated one, then at Alaric, who looked as if he were about to faint from the sheer, unmitigated horror of introducing uncontrolled variables into his perfectly balanced equation. Part of him, the sensible, pragmatic part, knew this was a terrible idea. But another part, the curious engineer, the man who had built a flying battle suit on a foundation of bold experimentation, was intrigued. What if Boren was right? What if there was a faster, better way? All right, Boren, Lloyd conceded, a decision that made Alaric audibly whimper. One batch, your way, but, he added, holding up a warning finger, we do it outside, far away from the mill, and we use a smaller cauldron. And Lyra, you will be in charge of the fire extinguisher bucket, several of them. The result was educational. The sunstone-infused lye solution Boren created was indeed incredibly potent, floating the test egg so high it practically bobbed on the surface. And when he added it to the fire salt-laced, superheated tallow, the reaction was not so much kick-started as it was launched into low orbit. The mixture didn't just hiss, it roared, erupting in a thick, bubbling, furiously expanding foam that overflowed the cauldron in a tidal wave of hot, caustic goo. The resulting soap was a strange, unsettlingly vibrant green color, smelled faintly of sulfur and regret, and possessed a texture that was less creamy and more sentient. Angry sludge, well, Boren said, peering at the bubbling, greenish mess that was now slowly eating its way through a patch of grass, looking not disappointed, but fascinated. That's interesting. The catalytic reaction was far more vigorous than anticipated. Note to self: reduce fire salt quantity by approximately 90% for next attempt. Note to self, Lyra muttered, dousing a small, smoldering patch of Boren's robe with a bucket of water. Never let Boren near the main production line, ever. After that particular excitement, Lloyd gently but firmly guided them back to his own proven, if slower, methods. The lesson, however, had been valuable to Boren's enthusiasm, while dangerous, was a wellspring of innovation. Lyra's pragmatism was an essential break, and Alaric's precision was the bedrock of quality control. They needed each other to function. They spent the rest of the day refining the core process. Lyra, true to her nature, meticulously documented every step, timing each stage, identifying bottlenecks. The stirring is the primary time sink, my lord, she pointed out, watching Pia and Martha laboriously turning the heavy paddles. Boren's idea for a water-powered mechanical stirrer, while overly ambitious for today, has merit that a simpler, hand-crank gear system could increase efficiency by 50% until the water wheel is fully operational. Alaric, having recovered from the trauma of the green goo incident, focused on the scent infusion. The rosemary hydrosol adds a pleasant note, my lord, but much of the volatile oil is lost to steam during the crude distillation that if we were to use a proper sealed retort, a spiritus rector as the Grandmaster calls it, we could capture a far purer, more potent essential oil. The resulting fragrance would be stronger, more refined, and require a much smaller quantity per batch, ultimately saving On raw material costs, Lloyd listened, absorbed, integrating their insights with his own vision. This was it. This was the process of innovation. Trial, error, analysis, refinement. He had provided the foundational concept, the spark. But his team, his strange, brilliant, slightly unhinged team, was now fanning it into a true, sustainable flame. The soap empire wasn't just his dream anymore. It was becoming their shared creation. And it was going to be magnificent, and hopefully significantly less green and sludgy in the future. The following weeks at the old grain mill, now unofficially christened the Elixir Manufactory by a very proud Master Elmsworth, fell into a rhythm of controlled, productive, and occasionally slightly alarming chaos. The initial, frantic phase of cleaning and basic repairs gave way to a more focused period of experimentation and process refinement. The synergy between Lloyd's vision and his team's specialized skills began to bear fragrant, if sometimes bubbly, fruit. After the infamous green goo incident, Boren's more explosive tendencies were tactfully rechanneled. Under Lyra's watchful eye, he threw his considerable energy and surprising mechanical aptitude into building a prototype of the mechanical stirrer she had proposed at IT. Was a marvel of rustic, functional engineering. A large, hand-cranked wooden gear system, connected via a series of sturdy connecting rods to two massive wooden paddles suspended over the largest cauldron. That IT was clunky, noisy, and required considerable effort to operate. But it worked. The constant, even counter-rotating motion it provided was far more efficient than manual stirring, reducing the time it took for the soft soap mixture to retrace by almost a third and freeing up Martha and Pia for other crucial tasks. Alaric, meanwhile, with a small discretionary fund from Lloyd, had procured a proper copper alchemical retort. He spent days patiently, meticulously steam distilling the vast quantities of rosemary they had gathered, capturing a small, precious vial of pure, incredibly potent essential oil. The difference in quality was immediately apparent. The scent was sharper, cleaner, and far more complex than the simple hydrosol they had used in their first smokehouse experiments. With these refinements in place, it was time for the first true industrial batch, the one that would, if successful, form the basis of their initial, exclusive product line. "All right, team," Lloyd announced, gathering them around the largest, newly scoured cauldron, the hand-cranked stirrer looming over it like a skeletal wooden beast. "This is IT and more small-scale tests, and more interesting color experiments," he said, shooting a pointed look at Boren, who just grinned sheepishly. "This is for real? Alaric, your measurements?" Alaric, clutching his ledger, nodded curtly. "Calculated for a 50-kilogram batch, my lord." That talentless ratio adjusted for a slightly higher water content to favor softer, more pumpable final consistency. Temperature profile established for optimal saponification with mechanical agitation. "Lyra, workflow. Martha and Pia will manage the tallow melting and lye transfer under Alaric's direct supervision," Lyra reported crisply. "Boren and I will operate the stirring mechanism in shifts to maintain constant motion. Jasmine will oversee the scent infusion and final quality check before cooling. All safety protocols are in place. That we are ready, my lord." The process began. That IT was a symphony of controlled, focused labor. The scent of melting tallow filled the air, followed by the sharp, alkaline tang of the lye. Boren and Lyra began turning the heavy hand crank, the wooden gears groaning as the massive paddles began their slow, relentless churning of the cloudy mixture. Alaric monitored his thermometers, calling out minor adjustments to the fire. Jasmine stood ready with the precious vial of pure rosemary oil. Lloyd observed it all, a conductor, watching his orchestra, a quiet satisfaction settling in his chest. Hours passed. The mixture thickened, transformed, reaching that perfect, creamy trace stage. Lloyd's signal. The stirring slowed, and Jasmine carefully added the potent rosemary oil, its clean, invigorating scent instantly blooming, filling the entire manufactory. The first industrial-scale batch of Ferrum's cleansing elixir soft soap was complete. IT was left in the main cauldron to begin its cooling and stabilization process. Its quality consistent, its aroma delightful, a tangible 50-kilogram victory. Simultaneously, Lloyd had been tackling the other critical challenge, the dispenser. The prototype he had crafted from oak and void-forged steel was a masterpiece of functional art, yes. But it was also a one-off, a miracle of personal power that was completely impractical for mass production, that he couldn't spend his days personally forging hundreds of intricate pump mechanisms. He had an empire to run, and system coins to grind for. He needed a design that could be replicated consistently and affordably by skilled but non-magical artisans. He tasked Ken Park with finding the best master carpenter in the capital, a man known for his precision and discretion. Ken returned with a name, Master Valerius. Lloyd met with the old, wizened craftsman, presenting him not with the actual void steel pump, but with a series of detailed technical drawings he had painstakingly created, schematics that would have looked more at home in an earth engineering firm than a Riverian carpenter's workshop. Master Valerius stared at the drawings, his aged eyes wide with a mixture of bewilderment and professional. My lord, these designs, the tolerances, the internal mechanisms. I've never seen anything like a craft this from wood alone, not entirely from wood. Master Valerius, Lloyd explained, the body, yes, from a good, seasoned hardwood, but the internal pump mechanism, that will require metal. Not steel, too difficult for common smiths to work with this precision. Bronze, perhaps or a tin alloy, something a skilled metalsmith can cast or machine. Chapter 234. It was here that Lyra, with her practical, problem-solving mind, made a crucial contribution. She had been studying Lloyd's schematics, her sharp eyes identifying potential weaknesses, not in the design, but in the materials available. My lord, she had said during one of their planning sessions, tapping a drawing of the valve mechanism. Bronze is a good choice for the piston and cylinder. It's durable and can be machined to a smooth finish. But the valves, the seals, over time with constant exposure to the slightly alkaline soap and water, even bronze will corrode. The seal will fail. An excellent point, Lyra. Lloyd had conceded, impressed. So what do you propose? An alchemical solution, she replied, a faint spark of excitement in her practical eyes. There's a sealant, a varnish we use in the guild for coating beakers that must hold highly corrosive agents. It's a resin-based compound, infused with powdered obsidian and a small amount of silver colloid. When applied to metal and cured with low, steady heat, it creates an inert, waterproof, and highly corrosion-resistant layer. We could coat the internal bronze components with IT would drastically increase the dispenser's lifespan and ensure a perfect, long-lasting seal. It was a brilliant fusion of Lloyd's engineering and her own applied alchemy. The final design was a masterpiece of practical elegance, a standardized, easily turned wooden body, beautiful yet replicable, and a modular, bronze pump mechanism, its components cast by a skilled metalsmith, then coated in Lyra's alchemical sealant for durability, and finally, assembled with precision. IT was no longer a one-off miracle. It was a manufacturable product. The manufactory was a hive of activity, a place of creation, a fusion of old-world labor, new-world engineering, and practical alchemy. The first successful large-scale batch of soft soap was cooling in its cauldron, and the first 10 replicable, artisan-crafted, alchemically sealed dispenser prototypes were nearing completion in Master Valerius's workshop. Lloyd stood in the center of the bustling mill, the scent of rosemary in the air, the sounds of hammering, cranking gears, and cheerful, if slightly off-key, work songs from Martha and Pia. Echoing around him, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, a satisfaction that went bone deep. This was real. This was an empire born from a memory, funded by kings, and built on the hard work and brilliant collaboration of his strange, wonderful team. The system coins, he thought, checking his slowly but steadily increasing balance. Now at 468 SC, thanks to the relentless daily conversions and a series of minor, background tasks, were almost secondary. Almost. The real prize was this act of creation, this tangible, fragrant, revolutionary reality. The scent of warm rosemary and cooling tallow that permeated the old grain mill was to Lloyd the smell of progress. Days had bled into a week of relentless, focused activity. The initial chaos of refurbishment had given way to the organized hum of a fledgling production line, the great water wheel, lovingly restored by Borin and a team of grumbling, but ultimately impressed estate carpenters, now turned with a steady, rhythmic groan, its power transferred through a clanking, ingenious system of wooden gears and leather belts to the massive stirring paddles, which churned the saponifying mixtures with an efficiency that brought tears of joy to Lyra's pragmatist eyes. Down on the main floor, several large, sealed earthenware jars filled with the creamy, rosemary-scented soft soap were stacked neatly, awaiting the completion of the first run of dispenser bottles from Master Valerius's workshop. That Alaric's ledgers grew thick, with meticulous records of batch numbers, concentrations, and cooling times. Jasmine, a transformation in herself, moved through the manufactory with a quiet, confident authority. Her earlier timidity burned away by the heat of responsibility, replaced by the focused competence of a true forewoman. IT was into this hive of industry that Master Elmsworth arrived one bright afternoon, not as a tutor, but as an auditor. Archduke Roy, true to his word, had dispatched the economics expert to conduct an initial inspection to assess the viability of the enterprise not just in theory, but in practice. He was also, Lloyd suspected, profoundly curious himself. Lloyd met him at the door, a faint, almost proud smile on his lips. "Master Elmsworth, welcome to Ferrum's cleansing elixirs." Elmsworth, who still seemed to be vibrating with a low-level hum of economic excitement whenever he was in Lloyd's vicinity, stepped inside, his sharp eyes taking in everything at once. He peered at the clanking gear system, sniffed the air appreciatively, ran a critical finger along a dusty beam, a test Lloyd's team had, thankfully, passed, as Pia had been scrubbing the rafters just that morning. And then his gaze fell upon the heart of the operation, the workflow, and he was, to Lloyd's immense satisfaction, visibly, almost profoundly, impressed that he watched as Jasmine, consulting a slate board meticulously maintained by Lyra, directed the flow of raw materials. Tallow from one designated storage area, lye from its secure, separate chamber. Everything moved in a clear, logical progression. He observed Alaric, spectacles perched on his nose, performing a quality control test on a small sample from a new batch of soft soap, comparing its color and viscosity to a master sample, making a precise notation in his ledger. He saw Martha and Pia working at a long table, diligently polishing the newly arrived wooden dispenser bodies, their movements practiced, efficient. "Remarkable," Elmsworth murmured, turning to Lloyd. "The organization, the delineation of tasks, this is not the usual chaotic jumble of a common workshop, young lord. This is a system." He walked over to the inventory section, where Alaric's ledgers were neatly stacked. He picked one up, his eyes scanning the columns of figures. "Inventory management," Elmsworth breathed, his voice filled with an almost reverent awe. "You're not just tracking total stock, you're tracking it by batch number and production date. You can identify any potential quality issues down to the specific day they were produced." "Efficiency minimizes waste, Master Elmsworth," Lloyd replied, quoting one of the tutor's own oft-repeated, if previously ignored, maxims back at him. "And good data allows for better forecasting. That we are already tracking our weekly raw material consumption against our elixir output, allowing us to project our needs for the next month with a surprising degree of accuracy." The plan had, of course, come from Lloyd. He'd spent an evening with Jasmine and Lyra, armed with a large piece of slate and a stick of charcoal, sketching out the entire workflow from a systems engineering perspective. He'd explained the concepts of dedicated workstations, minimizing unnecessary movement, and creating buffers for materials. Jasmine had absorbed it all with wide-eyed intensity, translating his abstract flowcharts into the practical, daily realities of managing her team. Lyra had refined it, adding safety checks and process redundancies. Now, seeing Elmsworth, the master of traditional economic theory, so visibly impressed by these basic, Earth-standard logistical principles, it was deeply, deeply satisfying. Elmsworth was practically vibrating. This is magnificent. I must show these projections to the Archduke. The potential for cost control, for waste reduction. It's a model that could be applied to the ducal granaries, the timber operations, the very logistical foundation of our house. He looked at Lloyd with a new, profound respect. "Young lord, your grasp of practical economics is frankly astounding, far beyond what my humble lectures could have imparted." "You are a gifted teacher, Master Elmsworth," Lloyd said with a sincerity that was only slightly feigned. "You merely provided the theoretical soil that I am just planting a few practical seeds." Their tour continued, with Lloyd pointing out further efficiencies he planned to implement. He showed Elmsworth Boren's surprisingly clever design for a wheeled, lever-operated cart for moving the heavy cauldrons from the hearths to the pouring stations, a system that reduced the risk of spills and required only one person to operate instead of two. He explained the color-coded tagging system Alaric had devised for the jars of soft soap, allowing them to track each batch through its cooling and stabilization phase. "And this," Lloyd said, leading Elmsworth to the small, clean laboratory chamber Lyra had organized, "is the heart of our future innovation." He showed him the copper retort, the neatly labeled vials of essential oils, the small-scale experimental setup where Boren was under strict supervision, testing the saponification properties of different oil blends. Research and development. That we will not just produce one product, that we will constantly refine, improve, innovate, create new scents, new formulations, stay ahead of any potential competition. By the time the inspection was over, Master Elmsworth looked like a man who had just had a religious experience. He shook Lloyd's hand with a fervor that was almost alarming, promising to deliver a glowing, comprehensive, and statistically robust report to the Archduke. Yes, the excited economist departed, his mind clearly filled with visions of optimized supply chains and beautiful, bell-curve profit projections. Lloyd allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The factory was running. The team was gelling. His ideas were working. He checked his system balance again, a now habitual motion point 498 SC. The daily conversions and minor background tasks were trickling in.so close at so tantalizingly close to the 500 SE needed for that first, crucial ascension upgrade for Fong. He could almost taste it. Chapter 236. He spent the rest of the afternoon observing, fine-tuning, feeling the hum of his small, fragrant empire taking shape around him. It was a good feeling, the solid feeling, the feeling of control, of progress, of building something real from the ground up. It was a feeling that was about to be profoundly, comprehensively, and rather mysteriously shattered, he remembered, with a jolt that had nothing to do with soap or economics. The other pressing, deeply unsettling item on his mental to-do list. Ben Ferrum. The impossible wheelchair-bound boy who knew his greatest secret. The meeting he had agreed to, the one at the Ironwood Manor Conservatory. It was tonight. The quiet satisfaction of a well-run factory evaporated, replaced by the familiar, cold knot of apprehension that he had been so immersed in the practical, logical world of saponification and workflow optimization that he had almost managed to forget the surreal, terrifying enigma that awaited him. He looked around his bustling, fragrant manufactory, at the diligent workers, the bubbling cauldrons, the jars of cooling elixir. This was a world he understood, a world he could control, a world he was building. But the world Ben Ferrum represented, that was a world of shadows, of impossible knowledge, of secrets that could potentially destroy everything he was so carefully constructing. Ken, Lloyd said quietly to the empty air beside him. The shadow in the corner detached itself, solidifying into the familiar, stoic form of his bodyguard. Young Lord? Tonight, Lloyd said, his voice low, serious. I have an appointment at the Ironwood Manor. He met Ken's impassive gaze. I am going alone. You will remain here, guarding the manufactory. This is a personal matter, and potentially a dangerous one that your presence could complicate things. Ken's expression didn't flicker, but Lloyd sensed the silent protest, the ingrained protective instinct warring with the command. The risk is necessary, Ken, Lloyd insisted. I need answers, and I need to get them on my own terms. He paused, then added, a hint of grim humor in his tone. But if I'm not back by dawn, you have my full, posthumous permission to pay Lord Kyle a visit, and perhaps ask some very pointed, very fiery questions. Understood? Ken Park's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Understood, young lord, he said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. The manufactory will be secure, and the dawn will be watched for. The promise, the threat, hung in the air between them. Lloyd nodded, a silent acknowledgement. The time for building was momentarily over. The time for confronting ghosts had arrived. The Ironwood Manor, seat of the newly elevated Lord Kyle Ferrum, was a stark contrast to the sprawling, almost ostentatious, grandeur of the main Ferrum estate. It was an older, more austere structure, built not for show, but for endurance. Its stone walls were thick, weathered, its lines clean and functional, radiating an aura of quiet, unyielding strength, much like its master. Lloyd arrived on foot just as dusk was painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange. He had dismissed the carriage, preferring the anonymity of solitary walk through the twilight. He felt tense. The calm focus of the factory had been replaced by the high-alert stillness of a soldier moving into unknown territory. Fong, walking silently at his side, was a low, rumbling shadow, his golden eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with a wary, protective intensity. He was met at the heavy oak door not by a formal butler, but by a single, stoic household guard who simply nodded and gestured him inside. The interior was as austere as the exterior, polished dark wood, worn leather furniture, the scent of beeswax and old books. It felt less like a noble's residence and more like a fortified library. The guard led him through quiet corridors to a set of tall glass doors at the rear of the manor. Beyond them lay the conservatory. It was a breathtaking space, a vast dome of glass and wrought iron, housing a lush profusion of exotic plants. The air within was warm, humid, thick with the scent of damp earth and sweet, heavy perfume. And there in the center of the conservatory, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of several enchanted lightstones that mimicked moonlight, was Ben Ferrum. He was seated in his wheelchair, as before, a woolen blanket draped over his lap. The beautiful, blonde Inari stood a respectful distance behind him, a silent, serene guardian. Ben's single gray. I fixed on Lloyd as he entered, and a slow, knowing smile touched his lips. Lord Lloyd, Ben greeted, his voice quiet but carrying easily in the humid air. Welcome. I'm glad you decided to come. Lloyd didn't return the smile. He stopped a few paces away, his senses on high alert. Fauna low, growling presence at his side. The atmosphere in the conservatory, for all its beauty, felt charged, expectant, trapped. I'm here for answers, Ben, Lloyd stated, his voice cold, direct. Not pleasantries. Let's start with the big one. Who are you? Ben's smile didn't falter. He simply gestured to a small stone bench nearby. Patience. All will be revealed. But not here. This is merely the reception area. He looked at Inari, who nodded once, then began to push his wheelchair slowly toward a less dense, more open part of the conservatory. Follow me. Let us meet somewhere quieter. Lloyd hesitated, his instincts screaming at him not to follow. But the promise of answers, the tantalizing pull of the system quest, was too strong. With a silent command to Fong to stay close, he followed. They emerged into a large, open field that bordered the estate, the true night sky now a vast, star-dusted canopy above them. The air was cooler here, cleaner. Ben signaled for Inari to stop, that he sat there, his single eye fixed on the heavens, a look of profound, ancient weariness on his young, broken face. Have you ever looked at the stars, Lord Lloyd? Ben asked softly, and felt a sense of homesickness, a longing for a place you can't quite remember, but know, in your very soul, that you belong. A place with different stars? The question, so specific, so pointed, sent a jolt of ice through Lloyd's veins. Different stars. He fought to keep his expression neutral, but his heart began to hammer against his ribs. I can't say that I have, Lloyd replied, his voice tight. The stars here are the only ones I've ever known. A light, a necessary, desperate lie. Ben chuckled, a low, sad sound. Of course, the soldier, always maintaining cover. He turned his gaze from the sky back to Lloyd, and his expression was no longer smiling. It was raw, vulnerable, filled with a pain so deep it seemed to eclipse the physical brokenness of his body. You asked who I am, Ben said, his voice quiet, almost breaking. The truth is, I am not Ben Ferrum. That is merely the name of this vessel. This broken shell I was forced to inhabit after my previous life came to a rather abrupt and violent end. He paused, then asked the question that shattered Lloyd's carefully constructed reality into a million pieces. Tell me, Major General Cam Evan, does the name mean anything to you? The name, the rank, the designation. It was a catastrophic system shock. The world dissolved into a roaring static in Lloyd's ears. Major General Cam Evan, the name he carried for 80 years on a world called Earth, and be the designation for his most hated, most formidable, most brilliant nemesis, be the enigmatic commander of Firefly, the world's largest and most dangerous private military corporation, a shadow empire that presented a public face of cutting-edge technology and philanthropic ventures but operated in the darkness, dealing in corporate espionage, political assassination, and trafficking stolen advanced weaponry. He was a ghost, a legend, a master strategist who had been his dark mirror for over a decade. They had never met face-to-face. Their war fought through proxies, through intelligence networks, through clashes of technology and strategy across a global chessboard. B's Firefly had been responsible for the theft of early battle suit prototypes, for the assassination of key scientists on his project, for acts of terror that had destabilized entire nations. The realization crashed down on Lloyd with the force of a physical blow. The boy in the wheelchair, his knowing smile, his quiet confidence, his unsettlingly familiar intelligence. It wasn't just a sharp mind. It was the echo of a mind he had fought, a mind he had hated, a mind from another world. This wasn't a political squabble of Riverio. This was a ghost from Earth, a ghost that knew his name. And just as Lloyd's mind, his world, his very understanding of reality, completely, comprehensively shattered, the familiar, almost smug, chime echoed in his consciousness. Task complete. A ghost at the feast. The Ben Ferrum enigma. Objective achieved. True identity of Ben Ferrum discovered. Subject identified as a significant and hostile figure from user's previous life on planet Earth. Acknowledgement of shared history confirmed. Reward issued. 100 system coins SC. Current system coins. For 198, previous, plus 100 reward equals 598 SC. The coins, the system, it all faded into insignificance. All that mattered was the impossible, infuriating, hate-filled truth before him. His greatest enemy from Earth, that he was here. Chapter 238. The 100-coin reward was a mocking, insignificant flash in the roaring inferno of Lloyd's rage. The system had confirmed it. This broken boy, this manipulative ghost in a wheelchair, was architect of a shadow war that had defined a decade of his life on Earth. The man whose actions had led to the deaths of colleagues and friends that a pure, white-hot fury, colder and more dangerous than any bonfire, erupted in the core of his being. The carefully constructed facade of Lloyd Ferrum, the awkward air, the burgeoning soap tycoon, vaporized. All that remained was Major General Kim Evan, the warrior, confronting the specter of his greatest foe. "You," Lloyd hissed, the word a whisper of freezing venom. His eyes, which had been filled with wary confusion, hardened into chips of obsidian ice. Firefly. The air in the open field, already cool, plummeted in temperature. The beautiful, serene Inari visibly paled, taking a half-step back, her hand flying to the silver dagger at her belt, her eyes wide with alarm at the sudden, terrifying transformation in Lloyd's demeanor. Fong, sensing the shift to absolute killing intent in his master, sprang to his feet, a low, guttural growl rumbling in his chest, his form crackling with a barely suppressed nimbus of azure lightning that bees calm, almost weary smile. Finally faltered, he saw the shift, the pure, undiluted, murderous rage in Lloyd's eyes. This wasn't the reaction of a curious young lord. This was the reaction of a soldier confronting his nemesis. "Major General," B began, his voice losing some of its earlier confidence. A flicker of something. Surprise? Miscalculation? In his single gray eye. "Wait, it's not what you think." But Lloyd was beyond words. He was beyond reason, that he was pure. Focused, righteous fury. This creature had crossed worlds, crossed lifetimes, to reappear before him. There was no room for negotiation. There was only erasure. "You dare," Lloyd whispered, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that seemed to vibrate with the hum of his awakened void power. "You dare to exist in the same world as me again. For that, there is no forgiveness. There is only consequence." He didn't shout, that he didn't roar, he simply acted. With a speed born of pure, unadulterated rage, he unleashed his power. The air around him shimmered, tore, as dozens, then hundreds of whisper-thin filaments of gleaming ferrum steel erupted from the void, not just from his hands, but from the very space around him. They weren't the non-lethal, binding wires from the tournament. These were different, sharper, colder, imbued with a chilling, lethal intent, each one a razor-edged promise of 1,000 cuts. They converged, a screaming, shimmering hornet's nest of steel, and shot, with the silent, inescapable speed of thought, directly at the boy in the wheelchair. This wasn't a warning shot. This wasn't a display. This was an execution. But just as the deadly cloud of steel wires was about to reach its target, just as it was about to shred B and his finely crafted wheelchair into a bloody, splintered ruin, the serene, beautiful Inari moved. She moved with a speed that was utterly, breathtakingly inhuman. One moment she was standing behind the wheelchair, a picture of delicate, floral grace. The next, she was a blur of motion, positioning herself directly between Lloyd's attack and her charge. Her gentle, serene expression vanished, replaced by a mask of fierce, cold, protective fury. Her blue eyes, moments before warm and kind, now blazed with a chilling, predatory light. "You will not touch him," she snarled, her voice no longer soft and melodic, but a low, dangerous growl that resonated with a power Lloyd's senses hadn't even registered. She didn't draw her dagger. She didn't need to. She simply thrust her hand forward, her spirit stone, a shard of what looked like polished, solidified night embedded in a simple leather bracelet, flaring with an explosive burst of dark, shadowy energy. "Kalen, intercept." The shadows in the field deepened, converged, coalesced before her, forming into a creature of sleek, terrifying, midnight beauty that was a puma, larger than any natural feline, its body seemingly sculpted from living, flowing shadow, its fur the color of a starless night sky. Wasn't solid, yet possessed a terrifying, tangible presence, and its eyes were twin pools of luminous, emerald green fire, blazing with a savage, predatory intelligence and an absolute, unwavering loyalty to its mistress. Let out a silent roar, a concussive blast of pure, shadow-infused will that made the very air seem to curdle. The puma, Kalen, met Lloyd's screaming cloud of steel wires head-on. The clash was not one of sound, but of silent, violent, metaphysical force. Spectral claw, woven from shadow and will, met razor-edged steel, forged from void and fury. The air crackled, shimmered, tore. Wires snapped, their contained energy dissipating into faint wisps of smoke. Shadows were shredded, only to instantly reform. For a heart-stopping, impossible moment, The two forces met in a stalemate, a swirling vortex of gleaming steel and writhing shadow, a silent, deadly battle between two diametrically opposed, yet terrifyingly potent, powers. Lloyd stared, his initial furious lunge momentarily checked, his mind reeling. This woman, Inari, the quiet, beautiful fiancée, her spirit. It wasn't just powerful, the it was ascended, at least. The sheer density of its shadow energy, its ability to intercept and neutralize his full-force steel wire assault, it was on a level far beyond any spirit he had encountered, save perhaps for Ken's own transcendent Reborn. She had blocked him, completely. His surprise attack, his execution strike, fueled by the purest rage he had felt in 2 lifetimes, had been stopped cold by a girl who looked like. She spent her afternoons arranging flowers and writing poetry. The identity of B was no longer the only, or perhaps even the most pressing, mystery of the night. Who in the hells? Lloyd thought, the fury in his veins now mixed with a healthy, grudging dose of profound, life-or-death caution. Are these people? The field, once a place of quiet, starlit conversation, was now a silent, deadly battlefield. The air crackled with the aftermath of the clash, a tense, humming stillness where Lloyd's gleaming steel wires and Inari's writhing shadow puma, Kalen, had met and neutralized each other. The attack was over, but the killing intent, a cold, palpable miasma, still hung, thick and heavy between them. Lloyd stood his ground, his body coiled like a spring, the remnants of a shattered wire cloud slowly dissipating around him. His black ring eyes, which had flared to life instinctively at the peak of his rage, now burned with a cold, analytical fire, their luminous bluish-white rings fixed on the two figures before him. He was no longer just a furious major general, he was the strategist, reassessing a tactical situation that had just become infinitely more complicated. Inari, the serene, flower-braided beauty, was no longer serene. She stood planted before B's wheelchair, a fierce, protective sentinel, her blue eyes blazing with a cold, predatory light that was utterly at odds with her delicate features. Her spirit, the massive, shadow puma Kalen, had not dissipated. It flowed around her, a semi-corporeal mass of living darkness, its emerald eyes locked on Lloyd. A low, menacing growl rumbling in its spectral chest, its claws, forged from pure shadow, flexed, ready to lunge, ready to tear, ready to obey its mistress's slightest command. The power radiating from it was immense, a suffocating pressure that made the very air feel thick and hard to breathe. Ascension level was an understatement. This felt closer to the upper echelons of that stage, humming with a power that bordered on the transcendent. Lloyd's fury, while still a cold, hard knot in his gut, was now tempered by a healthy dose of pragmatic caution. This woman was dangerous, exceedingly. So a direct confrontation would be unwise. He could probably win, he thought, a flicker of his innate Ferrum arrogance surfacing. The black ring eyes offered him options beyond mere physical assault. The seal of sever perception on her, or her spirit, could end this quickly. But the cost, the energy drain, would be significant, and he still didn't understand the full picture. Why were they here on Earth? Charging in blindly was no longer a viable option. Just as the shadow puma, Kalen, tensed its powerful haunches, its muscles bunching for a devastating lunge, just as Lloyd was preparing to unleash a new, more subtle, and infinitely more insidious attack with his black ring eyes, a voice cut through the supercharged tension. Inari, enough. The voice was quiet, strained, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute authority that made the fierce, protective Inari freeze mid-motion. B, the broken boy in the wheelchair, the catalyst for this entire chaotic confrontation, raised his single, remaining hand, a clear, commanding gesture. Chapter 240. Stand down, Kalen, that if he uses those eyes you cannot sustain a few seconds, he commanded. Inari hesitated for a fraction of a second, her jaw tight, her eyes still blazing with protective fury, but then, with a reluctant, almost resentful sigh, she gave a sharp, almost imperceptible nod. The massive shadow puma, with a final, rumbling growl that promised future violence, dissolved, flowing back into the shadows from whence it came, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and cold, dark places. Inari's own fierce expression softened, her posture relaxing fractionally, though her gaze, when it rested on Lloyd, remained wary, hostile. This is not your fight, Inari, B said, his voice soft but firm. He turned his single gray eye, which now held a strange mixture of profound weariness and an unshakable, almost stubborn, resolve, towards Lloyd. This is between us, between me, and the Major General. Lloyd watched his own attack held in abeyance, his black ring eyes still glowing with their cold, ethereal light. He said nothing, simply waiting, observing, his mind a whirlwind of calculation and suspicion. Then B did something that seemed, on the surface, utterly impossible. With a low grunt of immense, teeth-gritting effort, a sound of pure, unadulterated willpower overcoming physical limitation, he began to push himself up from his wheelchair. His body, frail and broken, trembled violently with the strain. The muscles in his remaining arm corded, his face, pale and slick with a sudden sheen of sweat, contorted in a mask of agonizing exertion. Ben! Inari was moving to assist him. Stay back, Inari. B gasped, his voice tight with pain, waving her away with a sharp, insistent gesture. I said, this is my fight. And as he pushed himself upwards, as he struggled to rise from the confines of his chair, the air around his severed limbs, the stumps of his left arm and left leg, began to shimmer. Not with spirit energy, not with the ethereal glow of Lloyd's black rings, but with the familiar, unmistakable, thrumming hum of Ferrum void power. Then, the shimmering intensified, and from the raw, severed ends of his limbs, something began to extrude, not flesh and bone, but metal, gleaming, solid, undeniable. Metal. Tendrils of what looked like molten, half-formed iron flowed from his left shoulder, weaving themselves together with a painful, audible grinding sound, coalescing, shaping, solidifying with agonizing slowness into the crude, functional form of a hand, a wrist, an arm. Simultaneously, an even larger mass of the same metallic substance flowed from his left hip, building downwards, forming a thick, powerful, if somewhat ungainly, prosthetic leg, ending in a wide, stable metallic foot that clanked heavily as it met the grassy earth. The process was clearly excruciating. B's face was ashen, his body shaking with the immense strain of the transformation, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. But he did not stop. He poured his will, his very life force, into the act of creation, forcing his bloodline power to obey, to build, to forge for him the limbs he had lost. Finally, it was done. B, the cripple, stood before Lloyd, unsteadily at first, then with a growing, solid, immovable presence. He was supported not by flesh, but by his own self-forged appendages of gleaming, raw iron. He looked like a broken porcelain doll that had been crudely, brutally repaired with scrap metal, a strange, tragic, yet undeniably powerful fusion of fragile humanity and unyielding Ferrum. He took a slow, deliberate, clanking step forward, then another. His new iron leg thudding heavily on the ground, his new iron hand clenching into a solid, metallic fist. He stood tall, or as tall as his broken body would allow, his single gray eye blazing with a fire that was a direct, unwavering challenge. Now, Major General, B said, the name a deliberate, mocking echo of a forgotten rank, his voice no longer weak or strained, but resonating with the full, deep power of his awakened Ferrum bloodline. Now we can talk. Or he added, a flicker of that old, dangerous B commander confidence returning to his gaze. If you still prefer, we can fight. He looked from his own newly forged iron fist to Lloyd's glowing, ethereal black ring eyes. On equal footing, this is my fight, and I will not hide behind a woman or a wheelchair when I face an old enemy. The conservatory, once a place of tense, almost silent, psychological warfare, now felt like the epicenter of a barely contained earthquake. The air, thick with the scent of exotic flowers and damp earth, was now charged with the raw, metallic tang of two powerful, diametrically opposed, Ferrum bloodlines clashing on one side. Lloyd, his black ring eyes glowing with a cold, ethereal, almost alien light, radiating an aura of subtle, insidious, metaphysical control. On the other, Ben, a broken boy, made whole by sheer, brutal willpower, standing unsteadily but defiantly on his newly forged iron limbs, emanating a raw, physical power that felt as solid and unyielding as the very earth beneath their feet. Lloyd stared, the initial shock of Ben's impossible transformation slowly giving way to a cold, hard, tactical reassessment. This changed everything. Ben wasn't just a crippled mastermind hiding behind a powerful bodyguard. He was a warrior, a Ferrum warrior, wielding a form of their shared bloodline power that was crude, yes, but undeniably potent. The sheer force of will required to manifest functional prosthetics from raw void power. It spoke of a level of control, of raw, desperate strength that was deeply, profoundly unsettling. And he was challenging him. A fight, dead on equal footing. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it, coming from a boy who looked as if a strong breeze might shatter him, was almost impressive. Equal footing, Ben? Lloyd's voice was a low, dangerous purr, the ethereal light of his black rings seeming to intensify. You stand there, a broken thing held together by rust and sheer, bloody-minded stubbornness, and you call this equal? You have no idea what you're facing. Ben's single gray eye narrowed, the crude iron fist at his side clenched, the sound a low, grinding groan of metal on metal. Don't I, Major General? He retorted, his voice a low rumble. I've spent the better part of the last 17 years studying you, your history, your tactics, your victories, your failures, and I know you better than you know yourself. He took another clanking, deliberate step forward. I know you favor speed, precision, misdirection, the lightning-fast strike. You are a scalpel, designed for surgical, efficient kills, but he pounded his newly forged iron fist against his chest, the sound a dull, heavy thud that resonated through the conservatory. I'm a sledgehammer. And sometimes, Major General, all the surgical precision in the world doesn't matter when the fortress wall is about to come down on top of you. Without another word, Ben charged. He didn't move with grace, he moved with the inexorable, earth-shaking momentum of a landslide. His iron legs stomped on the stone floor, each step a concussive boom. His iron arm swung back, preparing for a blow designed not to cut, but to crush Lloyd, wary, furious, but ever the strategist, reacted instantly. He didn't try to meet the charge head-on. That would be suicide. Ben was right. He was a scalpel, and you don't try to parry a sledgehammer with a scalpel. You get out of the way and look for an opening. Lloyd moved, a blur of motion, sidestepping the clumsy, powerful charge with that same preternatural, flowing grace he had displayed in the tournament. But even as he moved, he focused his will, unleashing his own signature attack. Let's see how your sledgehammer deals with 1,000 needles, Ben, he snarled, flinging his hands outwards, a shimmering cloud of razor-fine steel wires. Far denser, far more numerous than the ones he had used against the scavengers, erupted from his hands, converging on Ben in a screaming, silver whirlwind. This wasn't a tripwire. This was a shredder. But Ben, impossibly, didn't even try to dodge. He met the attack head-on, a roar of pure, defiant fury ripping from his throat. He brought his newly forged iron arm up, not to block, but to smash directly into the heart of the swirling wire cloud. The impact was immense. The sound was a deafening, high-pitched screech of metal on metal, of 1,000 razors scraping against an unyielding anvil. Sparks flew, brilliant and white, illuminating Ben's face, contorted in a mask of sheer, agonizing effort. Lloyd felt the backlash, a jarring shock through his void connection. His wires, his beautiful, deadly, superheated steel wires, the weapons that had disarmed, tripped, and terrified every opponent he had faced, they weren't cutting. They weren't binding. They were shattering, breaking against the raw, unyielding density of Ben's iron arm like brittle threads of glass. Chapter 242. Ben roared again, a sound of triumph this time, and with a final, explosive flex of his arm, he shattered the last of the wire cloud, the remnants dissipating into harmless motes of fading light. He stood there, panting, his iron arm scarred, deeply gouged from the impact of 1,000 slicing threads, but intact, unbroken. Your tricks are useless, Major General. Ben gasped, his single eye blazing with a triumphant, almost manic light. Your precision means nothing against overwhelming, absolute force. Lloyd stared, his mind reeling that he shattered them. He just broke them. With sheer brute strength, the power disparity, the sheer difference in the nature of their abilities, was terrifyingly, starkly, clear that Lloyd's power was in finesse, in control, in the impossible sharpness and heat of his refined steel. Ben's. Ben's was just raw, unadulterated, overwhelming power, a force of nature that didn't need to be sharp when it could simply crush. Wary now, deeply unsettled, Lloyd changed tactics. If wires wouldn't work, perhaps a more direct approach was needed. He moved again, a shadow, circling Ben, looking for an opening, for a weakness in his clumsy, powerful stance. Ben, however, was not as clumsy as he looked. His artificial limbs, while slow, gave him an incredibly solid, immovable base that he turned, tracking Lloyd's movements, his single eye sharp, analytical, his iron fist held ready. Lloyd saw an opening, a slight over-rotation as Ben turned. He lunged, his own fist a blur, aiming not for a knockout blow, but for a disabling strike to Ben's remaining flesh-and-blood arm, aiming to disarm, to unbalance. Ben met the attack, not by dodging, but by blocking. He brought his artificial iron arm up, catching Lloyd's fist with his own. The impact was bone-jarring. Lloyd let out a sharp, involuntary grunt of Pain as his knuckles connected not with flesh, not even with crude iron, but with something far harder, far more resilient. He felt a sharp, cracking sensation in his own hand, a surge of agony shooting up his AR. It felt like punching a solid granite wall. He recoiled, cradling his hand, his eyes wide with a new, even more profound, shock that he stared at Ben's artificial arm, at the deep gouges his own wires had left. And in the depths of those gouges, beneath the rough, iron-like exterior, he saw. It had gleamed a familiar, cold, hard luster, the undeniable, unmistakable sheen of true, refined, impossibly strong, ferrum steel. It wasn't just iron, it was steel. The same rare, potent, mainline-only bloodline power that he possessed. This boy, this broken, crippled, impossible boy, he wasn't just strong, he wasn't just a powerful void user. He was like him. Lloyd breathed, the realization a cold stone in his gut. The steel blood, how? Ben Ferrum offered a slow, grim, almost painful smile. His artificial steel arm, scarred but unbroken, hung at his side. "I told you, Major General," he said, his voice a low, weary rumble. "I have studied you, all of our shared, cursed, beautiful bloodline." He took a clanking step forward, his single gray eye holding a universe of pain, of loss, of unyielding resolve. "And I have learned that I have adapted. And he raised his gleaming steel fist, a testament to his pain, his power, his sheer, unadulterated will, have surpassed the original model. The weight of that statement, the weight of that gleaming steel fist, was absolute. The power disparity wasn't just one of brute force versus finesse, that it was a matter of sheer, overwhelming, terrifying, mirrored power. And in this strange, new, impossible war, Lloyd Ferrum had just discovered, with bone-crushing certainty, that he was no longer the only one who could wield the steel, and his enemy's version, it seemed, was forged in a far hotter, far more painful fire than his own. The revelation struck Lloyd with the force of a physical blow, more jarring than the impact that had sent a web of agony spidering up his arm. Steel. Not crude, brute force iron, but true, refined, mainline ferrum steel. The same impossible power that hummed in his own veins, the legacy he thought was his and his alone, was staring back at him, forged into the very prosthetic limbs of his greatest nemesis. The questions of frantic, chaotic cascade threatened to overwhelm him. How was Kyle Ferrum's line not a cadet branch after all? Was there another, hidden lineage? Or had Ben, like him, somehow awakened this power through sheer, desperate will? The implications were staggering, rewriting everything Lloyd thought he knew about his own family, his own unique advantages. But there was no time for genealogical debate, and no time for existential pondering. There was only the fight, and the fight was going very, very badly. Ben Ferrum, no longer just a crippled boy, but a walking, clanking avatar of overwhelming force, pressed his advantage that he moved with a brutal, relentless rhythm. His iron and steel limbs thudding on the conservatory floor, each step a minor earthquake, shaking the very glass in the domed ceiling. He wasn't fast, he didn't need to be, he was a siege engine, an inexorable advance that simply consumed the space between them. "Your speed is useless here, Major General." Ben's voice was a low growl, strained with the effort of maintaining his metallic limbs, but fueled by a cold, triumphant fury. "Your precision is irrelevant. You can dance all you like, but you cannot escape the weight of steel." Lloyd, cradling his throbbing hand, retreated, his mind racing, desperately trying to formulate a new strategy. His primary weapons, the slicing wires, the kinetic projectiles, had proven ineffective against Ben's raw power and mirrored steel blood. His speed, his agility, his primary defensive advantage was being negated by the sheer, overwhelming pressure of Ben's advance, that he was a fencer being forced into a phone booth with a bear that a very large, very angry, partially metal bear. He needed a different approach, that he needed to create distance, to find an opening, to use the environment. He feinted left, then darted right, weaving between the exotic, pulsating plants of the conservatory, hoping to use the dense foliage as cover to force Ben into a less direct path. It was a foolish hope. Ben didn't bother with the path, that he simply walked through the foliage. Rare, priceless, probably magically significant plant were crushed, snapped, and pulverized under his heavy, clanking stride. That he was a force of nature, remaking the very landscape to suit his will. "There is no cover, Major General," Ben roared, crashing through a thicket of what looked like oversized, vaguely threatening Venus flytraps. "There is nowhere to hide from your past." Lloyd's mind screamed. The black ring eyes. Use the seals, plunge him into that sensory void again. He tried. Ben lumbered forward, Lloyd focused his will, his gaze locking onto Ben's single gray eye, trying to summon that cold, ethereal power to place the seal of sever perception. But it was different this time. Before, with Ryan, Lloyd had been the one on the floor, seemingly defeated, his intent masked by injury. Now, he was in active combat, his intent to attack clear, palpable, and Ben was ready. The moment Lloyd's gaze intensified, the moment that cold, alien power began to coalesce, Ben reacted. He didn't try to counter it with a power of his own, he did something simpler. More brutal, he raised his steel arm, a solid, gleaming shield of metal, and covered his single eye. The connection was broken. The nascent seal, deprived of its line of sight, its focal point, fizzled into nothingness, leaving Lloyd with a sharp, stabbing headache from the aborted effort. Did you really think? Ben's voice was a low, mocking rumble from behind his steel forearm. That I wouldn't have studied the Austin lineage as well. That I wouldn't have anticipated their most infamous, most insidious technique. He lowered his arm, his single eye blazing with a cold, triumphant light. Your eye tricks are useless, Major General. As long as I don't look at your eyes, you cannot make me fall for your tricks. I know all your secrets. While you are only just beginning to learn mine. The psychological blow was as devastating as any physical one. Ben knew. He knew about the Austin power. He had anticipated it. He had a counter. Lloyd's ace in the hole. His secret weapon had just been rendered useless by a simple, almost contemptuous gesture. The last of Lloyd's strategic options seemed to crumble into dust. He was out of tricks. Out of surprises, he was left with nothing but his own depleted reserves and a growing, chilling sense of inevitability. Ben saw it in his eyes, the flicker of despair, the dawning resignation. And he, like any good predator, chose that moment to strike. That he lunged, not with a clumsy, straightforward charge this time, but with a surprising, calculated burst of speed, his iron leg driving him forward, closing the remaining distance in a single, earth-shaking stride. Lloyd, his mind still reeling from the failure of the black ring eyes, reacted a fraction of a second too late. He tried to dodge, to flow away. But his movements, hampered by his still aching injuries from the tournament, were sluggish, clumsy. Ben's steel fist, a solid, unyielding meteor of metal and void power, swung not at Lloyd's head, not at his chest, but in a devastating, sweeping arc aimed at his legs. Chapter 244. Lloyd tried to leap clear, but the blow connected with his shins with a sickening, wet crunch of snapping bone and tearing flesh. Agony, white-hot and absolute, exploded through his lower body. His legs buckled beneath him. No longer able to support his weight, he cried out, a sharp, choked sound of pure, unadulterated pain, and crashed to the conservatory floor. His world a dizzying, nauseating swirl of green leaves, shattered glass, and overwhelming, blinding agony. He lay there, gasping, trying to push himself up, but his legs were a useless, broken ruin. He was helpless, utterly, completely helpless. Ben Ferrum stood over him, a hulking, clanking silhouette against the eerie, moonlike glow of the light. Stones. That he was panting, the effort of the short, brutal fight clearly taking its toll, sweat glistening on his pale brow. But his single gray eye held no triumph, no gloating satisfaction, only a kind of weary, almost sorrowful finality. It's over, Major General, Ben said, his voice a low, almost gentle, rumbled. He looked down at Lloyd's broken form, at the pain and defiance still blazing in his eyes. I told you, your precision, your speed, they mean nothing against overwhelming, absolute force. He raised his steel fist again, not in a wild swing, but in a slow, deliberate, almost merciful preparation for the final, finishing blow. This is not personal, Evan, he whispered, the name a ghost on his lips. This is necessary. A lesson. For both of us. The fist descended. Lloyd saw it coming, a gleaming harbinger of oblivion. He tried to move, to shield himself, to do anything. But his body, broken and screaming in agony, would not obey. All he could do was watch as the inevitable impact rushed towards him. The world exploded. Not into darkness. Not yet, but into a single, blinding, white-hot starburst of pure, concussive pain. He felt a sensation of weightlessness, of flying, as the force of the blow lifted him from the ground, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. But he crashed, with a sound that was both sickeningly wet and brutally final, against the wrought iron frame of the conservatory wall. The last thing he registered before the darkness claimed him completely was the sharp, shattering tinkle of glass raining down around him, and the faint, almost gentle scent of 1,000 exotic, night-blooming flowers. The power disparity had not just been significant. It had been absolute. And the lesson had been driven home with bone, crushing, world-ending, certain. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a slow, agonizing crawl out of a deep, dark, pain-filled well. Lloyd's first sensation was a dull, throbbing ache that seemed to permeate every cell of his body, a symphony of bruised ribs, protesting muscles, and a sharp, insistent memory of snapping bone. He groaned, the sound a low, pathetic rasp in his own ears, and tried to move. A mistake, a fresh wave of agony, sharp and blinding, lanced through his legs, and he bit back a cry, his vision momentarily graying out. But he forced his eyes open. The world swam into focus slowly, reluctantly. He wasn't in the conservatory. He wasn't lying in a pile of shattered glass and existential despair. He was in a bed, at a surprisingly comfortable bed, with soft, clean linens that smelled faintly of lavender and antiseptic herbs. Sunlight, warm and gentle, streamed through a high, arched window, illuminating a room that was tastefully appointed, yet simple, austere. The walls were paneled in dark, polished wood, a single, non-disapproving landscape painting hanging opposite the it was a guest room, at a very nice guest room, in the Ironwood Manor. He pushed himself up slowly, hissing in pain as his body protested the movement. He looked down at himself. His torn, filthy tunic had been replaced by a simple, clean linen nightshirt, and his legs, which he remembered with vivid, agonizing clarity as being a broken, useless ruin, were whole. They were wrapped tightly in clean white bandages, and a faint, warm, golden-green light seemed to pulse from beneath the linen, a soothing energy that hummed against his skin, knitting bone, mending tissue, easing the worst of the throbbing pain. Healing magic. Potent healing magic. I would advise against any sudden movements, Major General. The voice, quiet and calm, came from a chair pulled up near the window. Lloyd's head snapped towards the sound, every muscle tensing, a surge of adrenaline momentarily overriding the pain. Ben Ferrum sat there. Not the clanking, terrifying iron and steel golem from the conservatory, but the broken boy from the corridor. He was back in his wheelchair, the woolen blanket once more draped across his lap, concealing his missing limbs. His face was pale, drawn, beads of sweat standing out on his brow, a clear testament to the immense strain his earlier transformation had cost him. But his single gray eye was clear, calm, and held no trace of the earlier animosity. Standing beside him, a serene, silent guardian, was Inari. Her hands, resting on the back of his wheelchair, glowed with the same faint, golden-green light that pulsed from Lloyd's bandaged legs. It was her magic, her healing, that was mending him. Her beautiful, gentle face held a look of professional concentration, though her blue eyes, when they flickered towards Lloyd, held a flicker of something, wary, cautious, if he were a particularly dangerous, unpredictable animal that had been temporarily tranquilized but might wake up and start biting again at any moment. Lloyd stared, his mind struggling to process the scene. His enemy, the man who had brutally, comprehensively defeated him, had not finished him off. He had not left him to die in the conservatory. He had brought him here, tucked him into a guest bed, and was now having his ridiculously powerful, shadow puma-wielding fiancé heal him. This did not compute. What? Lloyd rasped, his throat dry. What is this? The gloat over your vanquished foe before you kill him part of the evening? Because if so, your bedside manner could use some work. A faint, weary smile touched Ben's lips. Hardly. Major General, if I had wanted you dead, you would be, as you well know. He gestured with his remaining hand towards Lloyd's bandaged legs. Consider this a professional courtesy, the gesture of goodwill. I broke them. It seemed only right that I arrange for them to be fixed. Goodwill? Lloyd's voice was a low, incredulous growl. You called it goodwill? That was a beat-down bend, a curb stomping. You shattered my legs. You nearly turned my internal organs into a smoothie. A necessary lesson, I'm afraid, Ben replied, his voice still quiet, still weary. I told you that I needed to demonstrate the disparity. I'll make you listen. I'll make you understand that the old rules, the old rivalries, they do not apply here. Not anymore. He sighed, a sound of profound, ancient exhaustion. My loyalty to Firefly, Major General, died with my original body. It died in a hail of gunfire in a corporate black site raid you yourself ordered, if you recall. This second chance, this broken, painful existence, he gestured to his own crippled form, it has granted me a certain philosophical flexibility. He met Lloyd's wary, suspicious gaze directly. I did not seek you out to continue our war. Evan, I sought you out because we're the same. We are anomalies, ghosts, relics of a forgotten conflict, washed up on the shore of strange, new world we are, whether we like it or not, two sides of the same, impossibly strange, coined it. I sought you out not as an enemy, but as the only other person in this entire God's forsaken universe who might, just might understand. Lloyd listened, the raw sincerity in Ben's voice, the profound weariness in his single eye, slowly, reluctantly, beginning to erode his own fury. The soldier in him still screamed threat, but the 80-year-old survivor, the man who had felt the profound, crushing loneliness of his own unique predicament, felt a flicker of something else, that a reluctant resonance. Understand what, Ben? Lloyd asked, his voice softer now, less aggressive, more genuinely curious. What is it you think I need to understand? Ben leaned forward in his wheelchair, his expression becoming grim, urgent. That we are not alone, Major General, he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. That our little war, our earthly conflict, it did not end when we died. IT has simply relocated. He let the words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. The forces that brought us here, whatever cosmic, careless entities are responsible for this cruel joke of a reincarnation cycle, they were not selective. That I've been here in this world, in this broken body for 17 years. Lloyd points 17 years of pain, of study, of observation. And I have found others. Lloyd's blood ran cold. Others, he breathed. Chapter 246. Yes, Ben confirmed, his eye dark with grim certainty. Others from our time, from our world, allies of yours, enemies of mine. And his gaze sharpened. Enemies of yours, Major General, very powerful, very ruthless, very bitter enemies. He paused, then delivered the final, terrifying, world-altering blow. They are here, Evan, reborn, just as we were, terrorists you hunted, rival intelligence agents you dismantled, soldiers you disgraced, whose comrades you killed. They are here, and they remember you. And worse, Ben added, his voice a near inaudible whisper of dread. Many of them have been here longer than you. They are not fumbling teenagers rediscovering their powers. They are adults in this world now. They have had decades to accumulate power, to build networks, to nurse their grievances, decades to prepare for the day they might, just might, encounter Major General Kim Evan again. And not all of them, I assure you, are as philosophically flexible as I have become. He leaned back, the terrible warning delivered, his work done. You think your fight with me was difficult? Major General, that was a friendly sparring match. A gentle welcome wagon compared to what is coming for you. Your recent victories, your little tournament triumph. You were fighting children. The real threats, the real ghosts from our shared past, they are out there. They are waiting, and they are already, in many cases, far, far stronger than you are. He offered a final, grim, almost pitying smile. Welcome back to the war, Major General. IT seems it has followed you. And this time, you are no longer the one with the overwhelming force. The quiet, tastefully appointed guest room in the Ironwood Manor suddenly felt like the coldest, most confining prison cell in the world. Ben Ferrum's final words echoed in the silence, not as a warning, but as a death sentence, a chilling epitaph for the brief, almost hopeful, period of peace Lloyd had naively believed he was building for himself. They are here. They remember you. They are stronger than you. The words were a bucket of ice water thrown on the nascent flames of his ambition, extinguishing the triumphant glow of his tournament victory, the warm satisfaction of his royal investment, the very hope that had begun to bloom in the ashes of his past lives. He wasn't just a reincarnated heir with a secret and a burgeoning soap empire. He was a hunted man, a man whose past, a past he thought buried under 86 years of time and an entire dimension of space, had not just followed him. It had gotten here first. He leaned back against the plush pillows of the surprisingly comfortable bed, the faint, healing glow from his bandaged legs a mockery of the profound, soul-deep chill that was now seeping into his bones. He thought of the faces, the names, the designations from his long, bloody war on Earth. Rashid Al-Falon, the charismatic, ruthless leader of the Crimson Crescent terrorist cell, a master of insurgency and improvised explosive devices, that a man whose entire network Lloyd had systematically dismantled, a man who had sworn a blood oath of vengeance against him before being killed in a drone strike Lloyd had personally authorized. Was he here, reborn as some back-alley brawler, some minor noble with a grudge and a sudden, inexplicable talent for explosives? Colonel Ivan Volkov, his opposite number in the rival Neo-Soviet intelligence agency, a cold, brilliant spy master with a penchant for poison and political assassination. Their shadow war had been a deadly chess match played across continents. Lloyd had outmaneuvered him, exposed his network, disgraced him before his own government. Volkov, it was rumored, had taken his own life rather than face a firing squad. Was he here? Perhaps as a guild master, a political advisor to some ambitious lord, his brilliant, strategic mind now turned to the intricacies of Riverian power games. And the soldiers, the men he had faced in the gray zones, the special operators, the mercenaries. Men whose faces he barely remembered, but whose hatred would be sharp, personal, eternal. The survivors of squads he had eliminated, the brothers and sons of enemies he had killed. They would not have forgotten the name Cam Evan. They would not have forgiven that a cold, greasy sweat broke out on his brow. Ben was right that he had been fighting children. Kita, Mike, even Ryan. They were ambitious, arrogant, but they were boys playing at power. These others, they were killers, strategists, true soldiers. And they had been here for decades, while he had been living a peaceful, technologically advanced life on Earth, growing old, raising a family. They had been here in this world of magic and steel, accumulating power, honing their skills, nursing their hatred. They wouldn't be 19-year-old novices like him, struggling with a single sluggish spirit core and a newly awakened, still unfamiliar void power. They would be seasoned adults. They would be masters, perhaps even grand masters of their respective guilds. They would be barons, viscounts, perhaps even dukes, their influence woven deep into the fabric of this world society. They might have ascended, even transcended, spirits. Their void powers would be ranked, refined, deadly. The power disparity wasn't just a possibility. It was a certainty. His brutal, comprehensive defeat at Ben's hands was no longer just a humiliating lesson. It was a terrifying preview of what was to come. Ben, even crippled, even after years of pain and adaptation, had overwhelmed him with sheer, raw power. What would a fully abled, magically gifted, vengeance-fueled terrorist leader be capable of? And his destiny. Ben had said they were linked, his old enemies, his old allies, their fates were somehow intertwined with his own here, in this strange new world. Was this some cosmic, cruel joke? A grand, bloody reunion tour staged by a capricious god with a sick sense of humor? The soap, the factory. The 15,000 gold coins at IT all felt so small now, so fragile, so hopelessly, pathetically inadequate. What good was a revolutionary cleansing elixir against a trained assassin with a transcended spirit and a generations-old grudge? What good was a perfectly optimized supply chain against a cabal of reborn terrorists plotting to destabilize the entire duchy? His recent victories, the praise from his father, the respect from the clan, the favor of the king, it all turned to ash in his mouth that he hadn't been proving his worth. He had been painting a target on his back that a big, bright, here I am, all you ghosts from my past. Come and get me target. Every display of his hidden power, every hint of his unusual knowledge would be a beacon, a signal to those who were watching, those who remembered. The urgency of frantic, desperate pressure he hadn't felt since the first, terrifying days after his family's assassination in his first life seized him that he was no longer just in a political game. He was in a race, that a desperate life-or-death race for survival, that he needed power. Not just the slow, steady accumulation from his soap venture. Not just the 10 system coins per day from his allowance that he needed. It now that he needed to ascend Fong, that he needed to rank up his steel blood, his black ring eyes, that he needed to buy new spirits, new void powers, to diversify his arsenal, to become as unpredictable, as dangerous as the ghosts that were now hunting him. That he looked at his system balance. The number glowing starkly in his mind, 0.598 SE, that IT had seemed like a fortune just hours ago. Now, it felt like pocket change, 0.500 for Fong's ascension. That was the first, most critical step that IT would leave him with 98 coins. But it would be worth IT. An ascended spirit was a significant leap in power, not just for the spirit itself, but for the user. IT would deepen their bond, enhance his own energy reserves, perhaps even grant him access to new, more potent lightning abilities through Fong. IT had to be done. Now that he closed his eyes, ignoring the throbbing in his legs, the weary ache in his soul, that he focused on the system interface, on the pulsating icon for his bonded spirit. Spirit. Fong. Lightning affinity. Current stage. Manifestation. Peak. Upgrade to ascension stage. Cost. 500 system coins. There was no hesitation and no second thoughts. The long-term financial strategy could go to hell. Survival came first. Yes, he commanded mentally, his will a cold, hard shard of steel. Do it now. The system acknowledged the command instantly. Processing request, Spirit Ascension Protocol, 500 system coins deducted. New balance, 98 SC. Initiating Ascension sequence for Spirit designation. Fong. If he didn't know what to expect, that a flash of light, a surge of power, But the transformation happened not in the quiet guest room, but deep within his own soul, at the very core of his bond with his spirit companion, that he felt it at a profound, fundamental shift, a deepening that is soundless. Spiritual explosion as the barriers within Fong's own being and within their connection shattered, unleashing a wave of raw, untamed, primal lightning power that surged through their bond, making Lloyd's own spirit core ache with a blissful, terrifying energy overload. Chapter 248. The gathering storm had just arrived, and Lloyd Ferrum, armed with the ghosts of his past, the fears for his future, and a newly ascended, terrifyingly powerful lightning wolf, was finally, truly, beginning to fight back. Initiating ascension sequence for spirit designation. Fong. The change was instantaneous. It wasn't a slow buildup of energy, but a cataclysmic explosion within his very soul. He felt the bond between himself and Fong, usually a strong, steady thrum of connection, suddenly ignite, transforming into a raging, white-hot river of pure, untamed power. An immense, overwhelming wave of energy surged from the unseen, intangible system, pouring not into Lloyd, but through him, using him as a conduit, a gateway, into the very essence of his spirit partner. It felt like grabbing onto a live, cosmic power line. His own meager spirit core screamed in protest, overwhelmed by the sheer, unimaginable voltage. A cry of pain and effort ripped from his throat as he was thrown back, stumbling against the writing desk, sending parchments and inkwells scattering. He didn't need to summon Fong. The process did it for him. The air in the center of the room tore apart, not with a shimmer, but with a violent, explosive rupture of reality itself. Light, brilliant, blinding, and impossibly white, erupted from the focal point, a miniature sun. Born in the heart of his suite, It pulsed once, twice, a silent, concussive wave of pure energy that made the very tapestries on the walls ripple and the glass in the windows hum with a high, keening note. Lloyd shielded his eyes, his heart hammering, his every nerve ending screaming with the overload of raw, unfiltered power. The connection of Fong, his Fong, was still there, but it was different now. Deeper, more intense. Woven not just with loyalty and affection, but with an ancient, primal, terrifyingly potent energy that he had only glimpsed before. This was the true nature of his spirit, unleashed, unshackled, reborn in the crucible of ascension. Then, as quickly as it had erupted, the blinding light began to recede, to coalesce, to fold in on itself, drawing back from the corners of the room, gathering, shaping, solidifying into a new form. The light faded completely, leaving behind dancing purple afterimages on Lloyd's retinas and a profound, humming silence, where his dark gray wolf, his loyal companion, had stood. There was now a woman. The silence in the suite was absolute, profound. The echoes of the explosive ascension still hummed in the very air, a lingering symphony of ozone and raw power. Lloyd, his back pressed against the writing desk, his breath still ragged from the spiritual backlash, could only stare, his mind struggling to process the impossible, breathtaking vision before him. The wolf was gone. In its place stood a woman, or rather, the ethereal, breathtaking embodiment of a woman. A being who seemed less born of flesh and more woven from starlight and storm. She was tall, her form slender, yet radiating a palpable, contained strength. Her skin was pale, flawless, seeming to possess a faint, internal luminescence, like moonlight captured beneath alabaster. But it was her hair that stole his breath. It was no longer the storm-gray fur of a wolf, but a cascade of pure, shimmering silver-gray light that fell to her waist, each strand seeming to crackle with a faint, almost invisible, static charge. It moved with a life of its own, stirred by the residual energy in the room, a living river of molten moonlight. In her eyes, they were the same intelligent, molten gold eyes he knew so well, the eyes of his loyal companion, his Fong. But now, set in this new, impossibly beautiful humanoid face, they held a new depth, a new awareness, a profound, ancient wisdom that seemed to look right through him, seeing not just the man, not just the major general, but the very soul tied to hers. They were eyes that had seen the birth of storms and the death of stars. She was clad not in cloth, but in what appeared to be a form-fitting bodysuit of pure, solidified energy, the color of a deep, twilight storm cloud, swirling with subtle patterns of darker gray and faint, shimmering indigo. It clung to her form like a second skin, accentuating every elegant line, every hint of contained, predatory-powered. It was less clothing, more a manifestation of her very essence. This was Fong, ascended. Lloyd's mind, which had just weathered the revelation of reborn enemies and a clandestine king, which had coolly calculated the risks and rewards of a 15,000 gold coin investment, simply stopped. It was one thing to read about ascension in the system's dry, clinical text. It was another thing entirely to witness his scruffy, underfed wolf spirit turn magnificent predator transform into this ethereal, terrifyingly beautiful storm goddess in a bodysuit. Fong, he whispered, the name feeling clumsy, inadequate, almost profane on his lips. The woman did not speak. Her new form, though humanoid, was not yet capable of human speech. That was a power reserved for the further, almost mythical stage of transcendence. But her golden eyes softened, a flicker of familiar recognition, of loyalty, of a bond that now ran deeper and stronger than ever before. Shining within their molten depths, she inclined her head, a gesture of quiet, regal acknowledgement. It is me. Slowly, hesitantly, as if moving in a dream, Lloyd pushed himself away from the desk. His own aches, his own exhaustion, were forgotten, eclipsed by the sheer, overwhelming presence of the being before him. He took a step forward, his hand reaching out, an unconscious, instinctive gesture, needing to confirm that this vision, this miracle, was real. His fingertips, still stained with the faint grime of his Gala Forest misadventure, drew near, as they were about to touch the pale, luminous skin of her outstretched arm. Her new, innate ascended skill activated a brilliant, almost violent, nimbus of crackling, azure electricity erupted around her entire body. It wasn't a wild, uncontrolled discharge, but a controlled, form-fitting aura, a shimmering, incandescent cloak of pure lightning that hummed with a low, menacing, oral warning. It cast the room in a stark, flickering blue light, making the shadows dance, and the very air feel crisp and charged. It was beautiful, and it was deadly. Lloyd snatched his hand back instinctively, a sharp jolt of static, a mere whisper of the cloak's true power, leaping to his fingertips, making them tingle with a phantom burn. The message was clear, delivered without a word, without a gesture. Do not touch me unbidden. This wasn't just a defensive field. It was a statement, a declaration of her new status, her new power. She was no longer just the loyal companion to be patted and fed. She was a force of nature, an ascended spirit, wreathed in a power that demanded respect, a power that would now protect her, and him, with a lethal, elemental fury. Ascended skill unlocked. Lightning cloak. Description: spirit can wreathe their form in a controlled, sustained aura of high-voltage lightning. The cloak acts as a passive defensive field, delivering a severe electrical shock to any object or being that makes direct, unauthorized physical contact. The intensity of the shock can be mentally controlled by the spirit/user, ranging from a non-lethal deterrent to a fatal discharge. The cloak also provides moderate resistance to physical and energy-based attacks. Lloyd stared at the shimmering, crackling aura, then at her calm, watchful golden eyes. A slow, almost dazed smile spread across his face, the defensive field that could electrocute anything that touched her without permission. It was practical. It was intimidating. It was perfect. The lightning cloak, he murmured, a sense of profound, almost giddy, relief washing over him, chasing away the last of the dread from Ben's warning. The ghosts from his past were still out there. They were still stronger than him. But now he had her, the guardian angel wreathed in a thunderstorm. More importantly, he has the system that he looked at her, truly looked at her, seeing not just the power, not just the beauty, but the familiar, unwavering loyalty in her golden gaze. The bond between them felt different now, a two-way street of immense, terrifying power. The fear, the dread of the gathering storm, hadn't vanished. But for the first time since Ben's revelation, Lloyd felt a flicker of something he hadn't dared to feel before. Hope, a sharp, defiant, crackling, lightning-infused hope. Let them come, he thought, a new, dangerous resolve hardening his gaze. Let the ghosts of my past come. They will find that the Major General is not as defenseless as they might think. He has a new partner now, and she wears a cloak made of thunder. The crackling, azure nimbus of the lightning cloak slowly subsided, its menacing hum fading back into the quiet thrum of contained power. The beautiful, silver-haired woman stood before him, her golden eyes watching him with that new, profound depth of understanding. The silent, powerful warning had been delivered, the boundaries of her new form established. Chapter 250. Lloyd looked at her, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. awe at her transformation, relief at her newfound power, and a deep, abiding affection for the loyal spirit who had been with him through thick and thin, from a scrawny, underfed wolf to this ethereal storm goddess. The name Fong echoed in his mind, feeling utterly, almost absurdly inadequate now that it was a name for a wolf. For a predator of tooth and claw, it didn't fit this being of grace and lightning, of silent wisdom and celestial beauty. She deserved a name that reflected her new reality, her ascended form. Fong, he began softly, testing the old name one last time. It felt clumsy on his tongue, like wearing ill-fitting clothes. He shook his head. No, that's not right anymore, is it? She tilted her head, a silent, questioning gesture. You need a new name, Lloyd continued, a slow smile spreading across his face. A name befitting, well, you. He considered for a moment. She was a creature of fierce, elemental power, yes, that a warrior spirit. But her new form held an almost fey, ethereal quality, a beauty that was otherworldly, magical, like a spirit from an old tale, a nature deity from forgotten myth, that a fairy did a very powerful, very dangerous, lightning-wielding fairy. The thought sparked, the name forming instantly in his mind, feeling right. Perfect, even in its slightly absurd, yet fitting elegance. Fong Fairy, he declared. The name, eh? Soft pronouncement in the quiet room. What do you think? It has a certain ring to it. Acknowledges your past, your predatory nature. He grinned, thinking of her wolf form. But also this. He gestured to her new, graceful, almost magical form to watch her reaction closely. For a moment, she remained perfectly still, her golden eyes fixed on his. Then, a subtle, almost imperceptible, softening occurred. The regal, almost intimidating stillness of her posture eased slightly. The corners of her lips, which had been set in a neutral, unreadable line, quirked upwards, just a fraction, in what was undeniably the ghostly echo of a smile. Her golden eyes seemed to shine with a new warmth, a clear, unspoken approval. The name pleased her, the connection between them, already deepened by the ascension, seemed to flare, to solidify, a wave of pure, shared contentment flowing through their bond. It felt less like master and spirit, and more like partners, equals. Fong Fairy it is then, Lloyd confirmed, his own smile widening. The name felt right at it felt like theirs. He stood there for another moment, simply basking in the shared, silent understanding, in the quiet hum of her newfound power. Then, he remembered another aspect of ascension, one he had read about, in the system's dry, clinical descriptions, but had yet to experience, the deepening of the bond, the sharing of power. The system said, at ascension, the user can begin to directly wield the spirit's elemental affinity. He murmured, more to himself than to her, his mind buzzing with the possibilities that he looked down at his own hand, the one that had so recently felt the phantom burn of her lightning cloak. Could he truly command the lightning himself? It was one thing to command Fong Fairy to use her powers. It was another thing entirely to channel that power through his own body, his own will. His Ferrum power was innate, a part of his blood, controlled by instinct and focus. But this was different. This was borrowing, channeling, a symbiotic relationship made manifest. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the sudden, excited hammering in his chest. He focused not on his void power, not on the steel and fire, but on the bond, the white-hot river of energy that now connected him to Fong Fairy. He reached out with his mind, not to command her, but to ask, to draw upon the crackling, azure energy that was her very essence. He extended his right hand, palm up. He pictured the lightning, the sparks, the controlled, crackling stream he had seen her unleash. He willed it to appear. For a moment, nothing happened. He felt a flicker of disappointment. Was his own spirit core, his single, sluggish, perpetually underwhelming core, simply too weak to act as a conduit for such potent energy. But then he felt her. Through their bond, he felt Fong Fairy's silent, encouraging nudge, a gentle offering of her power, a quiet opening of the floodgates, guiding him, showing him how to draw upon the storm. He focused again, guided by her silent instruction. And this time, it happened. The sliver of mid-morning sun cut through the tall, arched window of the master suite, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. The room was a study in opulent emptiness, rich mahogany. Furniture stood silent and severe against walls of cool, gray-stoned. It was a space designed for two people who shared a name and a roof, but nothing else. Rosa was gone, likely at the family's private training grounds, honing the prodigious talents that made her a living legend. And him, well, him. Lloyd Ferrum stretched, his joints popping in the quiet. He had just finished his own, far more discreet, training session with his steel blood and spirit fong. He felt a satisfying thrum of power under his skin, a secret strength that was growing day by day. It was time to head to the guild, find a simple mission, and continue his steady, methodical climb. He cast a final, indifferent glance around the room. His gaze slid over the massive four-poster bed that dominated the space. It was a fine piece of craftsmanship, certainly, with intricately carved posts and a plush, ridiculously expensive mattress. He'd slept on alone since the day they were married. He turned towards the door, his hand reaching for the ornate brass handle. Oi! The voice was raspy, aged, yet oddly smug. It echoed slightly in the large room, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Lloyd froze, his hand hovering inches from the door. He slowly retracted it, his senses flaring to life. An intruder? No, he would have felt a presence, this spirit. Possible. His eyes scanned every shadow, every corner of the room. The wardrobe, under the chaise lounge, nothing. Who's there? He called out, his voice low and cautious. He subtly shifted his stance, ready to summon a current of electricity at a moment's notice. That a deep, groaning chuckle answered him. Took you long enough that it's me. Right here, you dolt. Lloyd followed the direction of the sound, his gaze finally landing, with profound disbelief, on the B-E-D. It couldn't be. The voice replied, confirming his absurd suspicion. It's me, I am Bedcoin. Lloyd stared. He stared so hard he thought his eyes might fall out, that he blinked once, then twice. The bed remained a bed. Imposing, inanimate, and most definitely not possessing vocal cords. This had to be a hallucination, a side effect of pushing his system too hard. What? He finally managed, his voice a strangled whisper. How can a bed talk like that? Are you possessed by a spirit? It was the only logical explanation in a world of illogical things. Possessed. The bed seemed to scoff, a sound like straining springs and rustling linen. Insolence. I am no mere vessel, that I am a spirit unto myself. You may refer to me as the bed spirit king, you loser. The word hung in the air, sharp and insulting. All of Lloyd's caution and confusion evaporated, replaced by a hot spike of irritation. He had been called many things in 2 lifetimes. Genius, failure, hero, pawn. But being insulted by a piece of furniture was a new and deeply unwelcome experience. Who are you calling a loser? He shot back, pointing an accusatory finger at the headboard. You're a glorified plank with stuffing. 1 spark from me, and I'll burn you to charcoal. The bed sneered, the sound a derisive creak. Ha! Big words from the guy who can't even sleep in the same bed with his own wife. That I cannot help but call you a super loser. A mega loser. Even the undisputed emperor of losers. A vein began to pulse on Lloyd's temple. This was hitting a bit too close to home. The arrangement with Rosa was a complex, unspoken truce, a matter of practicality and his own private loyalties. It was not something he ever expected to have to defend to his sleeping arrangements. I don't want to sleep with that woman, he growled, the words tasting like a lie even to himself. That's all. He turned away, trying to regain his composure, his thoughts drifting inward. It's not a lie. The only women I will ever truly consider my wives are back on Earth. The ones I lived and grew old with. Not this girl. Not this cold, emotionless machine who looks at me like I'm a particularly uninteresting math problem. The bed, however, was not privy to his internal monologue and had its own interpretation. Right, I guess you just don't have the balls, do you? Is that it? Let me get this straight. You are a grown man, married to one of the most powerful and beautiful women on the continent, and you can't even touch your wife. What kind of man lets a woman dominate him so completely? You are a stain upon the very concept of husbandry. I don't need to touch her. Lloyd snapped, whirling back around. It's a marriage of convenience. Convenient for whom? The bed retorted gleefully. Certainly for me. But for you? Let's be honest that you're scared. You know that if you even so much as laid a finger on her without permission, you'd be turned into a Lloyd cycle before you could even yelp. Your hand would be a frozen stump. You have a sharp tongue for a mattress, Lloyd said through gritted teeth. His hand crackled with faint, blue sparks of static electricity. I'm serious. Point one more word, and I'm turning you into a bonfire. And what do you think Lady Rosa would do? The bed taunted, its voice oozing condescension. She would come back from her training, find her favorite resting place reduced to a pile of ash, and then your little icicle fantasy would become a reality. She'd flash freeze you and use you as a coat rack. That I, on the other hand, am irreplaceable. Irreplaceable? Lloyd laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Of course, you have no idea what it's like, the bed said, its tone shifting to one of profound, princely satisfaction. When you sleep on me, it's a nightmare. You toss, you turn, you probably drool. You leave an aura of mediocrity that I feel ignored like a piece of wastage in the corner of the room. But then Lady Rosa graces me with her presence. The bed seemed to puff itself up, the mattress rising a fraction of an inch. Ah, the moment she lies down, everything changes. The air grows crisp and clean. Her power, her grace, it seeps into my very fibers. I am treated like a prince. That my sheets are changed daily with the finest silks. Scented with lavender from the southern highlands, my pillows are fluffed by maids who approach me with reverence. I am not merely a bed. I am the throne of the Frost Queen. And you are but the court jester who sleeps on the floor. Lloyd was speechless. The sheer, unadulterated arrogance of the talking bed was staggering. That it wasn't just sentient. It was a snob, an egomaniacal, social climbing snob of a bed that a flicker of an idea, malicious and beautiful, sparked in his mind. A prince, you say? Lloyd said, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. You know, there's a thriving market for enchanted furniture. I could put you up for auction, and I'm sure someone would love to have a talking bed, and I'll sell you to a very, very old and very, very large noblewoman from the countryside. Someone with 20 cats who will all want to sleep on you. Does she'll care for you every day? Lloyd said, making air quotes with his fingers. Just think of it. The constant pressure, the smell of mothballs and cat hair, the endless stream of gossip about her bunions. You'll be treated like a king, all right, the king of a flea-infested swamp. The bed went silent for a moment. Then, it let out a shriek that was a horrifying combination of a rusty spring, tearing fabric, and pure, unadulterated terror. You dare. You wouldn't. You damn loser. You pathetic whelp who gets mentally tortured by his wife and takes it out on superior furnishings. You aren't even the master of your own bedroom. That was it. The final straw. The insult to his pride as a man, a warrior, and a homeowner was too much to bear. All reason fled Lloyd's mind, replaced by a singular, primal urge. You mother. He didn't finish the word. He lunged forward, his frustration and rage coalescing into a single, decisive action. His fist, wrapped in a barely contained aura of crackling energy, shot out and connected squarely with the center of the mattress. The thump. The impact was immensely satisfying, sending a deep, shuddering vibration through the bed frame. A few feathers puffed out from seam. It was at that exact moment that the bedroom door clicked open. Lloyd was frozen mid-punch, his knuckles still buried in the plush mattress. He slowly, mechanically, turned his head. Standing in the doorway was Rosa. She wasn't holding her training sword. She wasn't radiating an aura of cold fury. She was just standing there, holding a small towel and a water flask. Her hair was slightly damp, clinging to her temples, and her piercing black eyes were wide. But it wasn't the coldness in her eyes that made Lloyd's blood run cold. He had seen that look 1,000 times. This was different. This was the coldest, most bizarrely detached look he had ever witnessed. It was the kind of look one might give to a rabid dog that had somehow learned to juggle, that a look of profound, clinical confusion mixed with a deep, unsettling pity. From her perspective, she had opened the door to see her husband, his face a mask of purple-tinged rage, screaming an obscenity at the empty air in the middle of their room. And then, for no discernible reason, he had delivered a full-force punch to their bed. She didn't hear what the bed said. She didn't know about the bed spirit king, or his princely treatments, or his insults. All she saw was her strange, underachieving husband finally, unequivocally, losing his mind. Her gaze flickered from Lloyd's fist to his contorted face, then back to the now dented spot on the mattress. She didn't speak. She didn't have to. The silence was an indictment. With a calmness that was somehow more terrifying than any outburst, she simply blinked, turned, and walked silently towards the adjacent washroom. Her eyes never left him until the last possible second, that weirdly cold gaze boring into him, cataloging this new, baffling piece of data. Subject: Lloyd Ferrum. Status: apparently insane. The washroom door clicked shut behind her, leaving Lloyd alone in the sudden, deafening silence. His fist was still in the mattress. His heart was hammering against his ribs. He slowly looked from the door to the bed, then to the faint wisp of smoke rising from his knuckles that he couldn't hear the bed anymore. That it was either knocked out or, more likely, wisely feigning unconsciousness. Lloyd stood there, utterly defeated. He had faced down assassins, monsters, and the crushing weight of his own past. But in that moment, standing in a sunlit room, having lost an argument with a bed and revealed himself as a lunatic to his wife, he had never felt more thoroughly and completely beaten. A single, brilliant, Azure spark crackled into existence at his fingertips with a sharp, audible pop. Then another, and another. They danced across his palm, like captured fireflies, tingling against his skin, smelling faintly of ozone and rain. Lloyd stared, mesmerized, a laugh of pure, unadulterated delight bubbling up from his chest. That IT was small, that IT was weak. But it was real, that IT was lightning. His lightning dot, or rather, their lightning, he concentrated harder, pouring more of his will into the bond, drawing more of the power Fong Fairy so willingly offered. The sparks intensified, coalescing, weaving themselves together, until a controlled, crackling, miniature stream of pure, azure lightning, no thicker than a piece of string, danced and writhed across his open palm. IT didn't burn him. IT felt alive. Warm but a part of him, he could feel the drain, the effort it took to maintain even this small manifestation. His own energy reserves were clearly the limiting factor, but it was a start at a powerful, brilliant, electrifying start. He looked up at Fong Fairy, a wide, triumphant grin spreading across his face. She met his gaze, her own golden eyes shining with a shared, silent pride. He had done it. This was a new weapon, a new tool, a new dimension to his power. His steel wires were for precision, for binding, for lethal, hidden strikes. His black ring eyes were for subtle, terrifying, metaphysical control. And this was raw, elemental power, a tool for distraction, for defense, for a sudden, shocking blast of pure, untamed energy. He thought of his enemies, the ghosts from his past. They might be prepared for a Ferrum warrior. They might even, if they were truly well-informed, be wary of the legendary Austin I powers, but a Ferrum heir who could command not just steel but lightning. An heir with an ascended, humanoid, storm goddess spirit at his side. That he suspected was a variable they would not have anticipated. He let the stream of lightning dissipate, the sparks fading, leaving only the tingle of residual energy on his skin. He felt drained, yes, but also exhilarated. Reborn. The 98 system coins remaining in his account felt less like a paltry sum and more like the first installment in a new, much more powerful future. All right, Fong Fairy, he said, his voice ringing with a newfound confidence that was absolute, unshakable. The game has changed. Let's go show them what a storm really looks like. The intoxicating scent of ozone and newly wielded lightning faded, leaving behind the stark, pragmatic reality of Lloyd's situation. Power was a wonderful, exhilarating thing. An ascended spirit partner who looked like a storm goddess and a newfound ability to shoot sparks from his fingertips were undeniably excellent additions to his personal arsenal. But power, he knew with the weary certainty of an 80-year-old who had managed military budgets, was expensive. The IT required fuel, and in this world, and especially in the world of the system, that fuel was money. His brief, terrifying, and ultimately successful foray into the Gala Forest had netted him a respectable haul of quicksilver and a vital boost to his system coin balance. His dramatic, tournament-winning performance had earned him his father's grudging respect and a very welcome purse of 2,000 gold coins. And his impromptu sales pitch to a disguised king had secured a 15,000 gold investment that he was, by any reasonable measure, suddenly, astonishingly, successful. But it wasn't enough. Not for the future he envisioned. Not for the arms race against the ghosts of his past he now knew he was in. The gold was finite. The system's appetite for coins was endless. Upgrading his own void powers, acquiring new spirits, buying the skills necessary to survive the coming storm, it would require a river of gold. Not just a single, fortuitous flood. The thrill of his new power receded, replaced by the familiar, cold focus of the strategist. He couldn't rely on one-off bounties or tournament prizes, that he needed a sustainable, scalable, long-term source of income. He needed an engine of commerce. He needed to get back to the soap that he shoved the existential dread about reborn enemies, the unsettling mystery of Ben Ferrum, the lingering memory of the Red Man in his dream, into a tightly sealed box in the back of his mind. Those were problems for another day. Problems he could only face if he had the resources, the power, to do so. And the most immediate, tangible path to those resources was not through magic or combat, but through the mundane, messy, and potentially incredibly profitable business of saponification. Chapter 252. The next day, Lloyd was not in the training yards, practicing his new lightning-wielding abilities. That he was at the old grain mill, his fine noble attire replaced once more with practical, hard-wearing clothes. The scent of rosemary and curing tallow replacing the crisp smell of ozone. That he stood on a newly constructed wooden platform overlooking the main floor of the manufactory, a clipboard. Another of his earth-inspired innovations, much to Alaric's delight. In hand, assessing the progress. And the progress was good. The place was transformed. The dust and decay were gone, replaced by a sense of clean, organized industry. The great water wheel turned with a steady, rhythmic groan, the clanking of Boren's ingenious wooden gear system a constant, productive heartbeat. The huge cauldrons, tended by the diligent Martha and Pia, simmered over controlled fires, their contents slowly transforming from raw ingredients into the creamy, nascent elixir up in the lofts. The air was a fragrant forest of curing hard soap. Thousands of pale, rosemary-scented bars, each stamped with the elegant FF monogram, rested on meticulously spaced racks, hardening, mellowing, becoming more perfect with each passing day. The sheer volume was impressive, a testament to the efficiency of the workflow he, Lyra, and Jasmine had designed. Downstairs, the first large, industrial batch of soft soap, the one they had made with the new mechanical stirrer, had cooled completely to IT rested in large, sealed earthenware jars, a thick, creamy, pale beige paste, its rosemary scent clean and inviting. Alaric, ever meticulous, had taken samples, testing their pH with alchemical litmus strips, checking their consistency, their lathering properties. His ledgers, already thick with data, confirmed his initial assessment. The quality was consistent, stable, and, most importantly, replicable. The first 10 prototypes of the new, simplified dispenser bottle had arrived from Master Valerius's workshop. They were beautiful, a testament to the old craftsman's skill, the standardized bronze pump mechanisms, coated in Lyra's alchemical sealant, fitting perfectly into the smoothly turned wooden bodies. They had successfully transitioned from a one-off miracle of void power to a manufacturable luxury item. It was, by any measure, a success, a resounding success. The factory was operational, the team was efficient. The product was ready. Lloyd stood there, a quiet, deep satisfaction settling in his chest. This was real. This was a tangible achievement born not of inherited power or cosmic luck, but of knowledge, of planning, of hard collaborative work. But he was a pragmatist, a successful product, and an efficient factory were only two legs of a three-legged stool. The third leg, the one that would determine whether this was a successful business or just a very expensive, very fragrant hobby, was sales, distribution. Marketing. That he knew his own limitations. He could design a factory. He could formulate a product. He could even, when sufficiently motivated by giant snakes or disguised kings, be surprisingly persuasive. But the day-to-day grind of dealing with merchants, of haggling over prices, of building a distribution network, of crafting a marketing campaign that would convince the skeptical, tradition-bound nobility of Riverio to abandon their harsh lie blocks for his revolutionary cleansing elixir, that required a different kind of skill set, a skill set he did not possess. He needed a professional, but a merchant's tongue, a mind attuned not to alchemy or engineering, but to the subtle, ruthless art of commerce. But he couldn't be the face of this enterprise. His time was too valuable. His position as heir too conspicuous. He needed a general for his commercial army, at a head of sales and marketing. His thoughts immediately turned to the one person he knew who possessed an almost religious fervor for the principles of commerce. A man whose professional skepticism had transformed into the wide-eyed zeal of a true convert. Master Elmsworth, that he found the economics tutor in his dusty, book-lined office later that day, poring over the very same profit and loss projections he had so manically scribbled during the initial presentation. Elmsworth looked up as Lloyd entered, his eyes gleaming with a familiar, slightly unsettling economic fire. "Young Lord Lloyd? Excellent. I was just refining my 5-year forecast for market saturation in the southern provinces. The potential for displacing the imported perfume market is, I believe, significantly underestimated." "Master Elmsworth," Lloyd began, getting straight to the point. "The factory is operational. The product is ready. Now, we need to sell it, and for that I need someone specific." Elmsworth leaned forward, his interest piqued. "A sales agent? A factor? A seasoned merchant to manage the initial contracts?" "More than that," Lloyd said. "I need a leader. Someone to build and manage our entire sales and distribution network from the ground up. Someone with a deep, intuitive understanding of commerce, of negotiation, of marketing. Someone who can not just sell product, but create a brand. Someone with a merchant's tongue." He paused, then fixed the tutor with a direct, challenging gaze. "You're the most knowledgeable man I know in the theories of commerce. Master Elmsworth, do you know of such a person? Someone sharp, ambitious, trustworthy, and perhaps available?" Master Elmsworth's eyes lit up, a slow, proud smile spreading across his thin face. It was as if he had been waiting for this very question. "A merchant's tongue, young lord?" he echoed, a chuckle rumbling in his chest. "Sharp? Ambitious? The finest young commercial mind I have ever had the pleasure of instructing? He leaned back in his chair, his expression one of pure, unadulterated, grandfatherly pride. As a matter of fact, I do that I know precisely the person you need. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. She is not, perhaps, what you might be expecting. She is young. She is direct. And her methods, while impeccably logical, are sometimes startlingly aggressive. But her mind for business is a thing of beauty, that a fortress of pragmatic logic and rhetorical brilliance. Lloyd's eyebrow arched in surprise. Indeed, Elmsworth confirmed, his smile widening. My granddaughter. From my daughter's family to girl, I have had the distinct pleasure of personally tutoring in advanced business methodology, persuasive rhetoric, and the subtle art of negotiation since she was old enough to count. She has a tongue, he boasted, his eyes twinkling with affection and pride, that could sell sand to a desert king, and then sell him a lifetime warranty on it. He leaned forward again, his expression earnest. If you are serious about this, young lord, if you truly want the best, then allow me to summon her. She currently manages her father's minor textile interests, a position far beneath her considerable talents. An enterprise like yours, it would be a challenge worthy of her skills at a stage upon which she could truly shine. He looked at Lloyd, a silent promise in his eyes. Give me 2 days, that I will send a carriage, that I assure you, Lord Ferrum, you will not be disappointed. She is, without a doubt, the sharpest young commercial mind I know. A granddaughter, tutored by Elmsworth himself, a tongue that could sell sand to a desert king. Lloyd felt a flicker of intrigue, curiosity. It was unexpected, but then, everything about this venture had been unexpected. Very well, Master Elmsworth, Lloyd agreed, a slow smile touching his own lips. Summon your granddaughter. I look forward to assessing her rhetorical brilliance for myself. The soap empire, it seemed, was about to get its first, and perhaps most crucial, general. And her name, though he did not yet know it, was Mei Jing. The promise from Master Elmsworth hung in the air. A tantalizing offer of commercial genius wrapped in the slightly dusty package of his own granddaughter. Lloyd, intrigued by the old tutor's almost fanatical confidence, had readily agreed. The next 2 days were a blur of activity at the manufactory. The first full run of hard soap bars was deemed sufficiently cured by Alaric's meticulous standards and were carefully wrapped in simple, unbleached linen by Martha and Pia, then stored in wooden crates. The soft soap, now cooled into a stable, fragrant cream, was carefully decanted into the first batch of newly arrived oak and steel dispenser prototypes, each one a small work of functional art. The factory was no longer just producing. It was creating inventory, an arsenal of cleanliness, awaiting its general. That on the 3rd day, as promised, a carriage arrived at the main gates of the Ferrum estate. It wasn't a grand, heraldic emblazoned coach of a major noble house, but a smaller, more practical, yet impeccably maintained, traveling carriage, suggesting a family of means, but not of ostentatious display. Master Elmsworth, who had been pacing near the entrance with an uncharacteristic, almost fatherly, anxiety, practically scurried forward as the door opened. Lloyd watched from a slight distance, his curiosity piqued. He had been expecting, he wasn't sure what, at a younger, female version of Elmsworth, perhaps. Someone sharp and intelligent, yes, but likely bearing the same dry, academic air as her grandfather. The young woman who stepped out of the carriage, however, was a striking, immediate refutation of all his preconceived notions. Chapter 250, for she was not tall and willowy like Riva, nor possessed of the almost supernatural, otherworldly beauty of Rosa or the fiery, dramatic presence of Faria. Her beauty was of a different, more grounded, more intense kind. She was of average height, her posture straight, economical, radiating a quiet, unwavering confidence. Her features were sharp, intelligent, with high cheekbones, and a firm, determined jaw. Her eyes, a dark, almond shape, with a most arresting feature. They were black, not the abyssal, power-infused black of his own transformed eyes, but the deep, polished black of obsidian, and they missed nothing. They swept over the grand facade of the Ferrum estate, the waiting guards, her beaming grandfather, and finally, Lloyd himself with a cool, swift, appraising gaze that it wasn't the gaze of a guest awed by grandeur. It was the gaze of a merchant assessing a new market, a general surveying a new battlefield. Her hair, as jet black as her eyes, was pulled back from her face in a severe but incredibly elegant knot, secured with a single, unadorned silver pin. She was dressed not in the flowing, often impractical silks of Riverian noblewomen, but in a tailored ensemble that spoke of a different culture, a different world. A high-collared tunic of deep blue silk, its lines clean and sharp, was worn over wide, practical trousers of a darker material, tucked into soft, sturdy leather boots. It was the attire of a traveler, a professional, someone who valued function and efficiency, yet the quality of the fabric, the precision of the cut, spoke of undeniable wealth and status. She looked, Lloyd thought, with a jolt of something that felt almost like recognition, like a businesswoman from his Earth life, a CEO, a high-powered executive. Someone who didn't just enter a room, but assessed it, owned it, and immediately began calculating how to optimize it for maximum profit. "Grandfather," she said, her voice as crisp and confident as her appearance. She offered Elmsworth not a deep, deferential curtsy, but a short, precise bow from the waist, a gesture of respect, but also of equality. "You summon me, that I trust the matter is as urgent and potentially profitable as your message implied?" "Mei Jing, my dear." Elmsworth beamed, his usual academic stuffiness dissolving into pure, grandfatherly affection. "You've come. Excellent. Yes, yes, the potential as well. It is revolutionary." He turned, gesturing eagerly towards Lloyd, who had begun to walk towards them. "Allow me to present our benefactor, our innovator. This, my dear, is young Lord Lloyd Ferrum, heir to the Archduchy." Mei Jing turned her full attention to Lloyd. Her sharp, obsidian eyes swept over him again. A swift, comprehensive assessment. He saw her take in his simple but well-made tunic, the quiet confidence in his stance, the lingering exhaustion that probably still clung to him from his Gala Forest misadventure. She was cataloging him, judging him, weighing him. She offered him the same precise, respectful bow she had given her grandfather. "Lord Ferrum," she greeted, her voice cool, clear, utterly devoid of the usual deference or fluttering nervousness he expected from young women of her apparent age. "I am Mei Jing. It is an honor." The words were polite, standard, but her tone, her direct, unwavering gaze, suggested she was reserving final judgment on whether it was truly an honor or not. She wasn't just meeting the Archduke's heir. She was assessing a potential business partner, and he had a distinct, unsettling feeling that he was the one being interviewed. "The honor is mine, Lady Mei Jing," Lloyd replied, instinctively matching her professional tone, offering a slight bow of his own that he was intrigued, deeply. This was no timid noblewoman. This was a force. "Your grandfather speaks of you in glowing terms. He seems to believe you possess a rather remarkable talent for persuasion." A faint, almost invisible smile, sharp as a razor's edge, touched Mei Jing's lips. "My grandfather is a brilliant theorist, my lord. I am merely a practitioner. I believe in tangible results, not just elegant models." Her gaze was direct, challenging. "He tells me you have a product, something new, something he believes has the potential to reshape a market." "I do," Lloyd confirmed, a slow smile spreading across his own face. He was beginning to enjoy this. She didn't fawn. She didn't flatter. She cut straight to the heart of the matter, business. "Then, with all due respect, Lord Ferrum," Mei Jing said, her voice crisp, efficient, "I have traveled for 2 days. I am weary of road dust and mediocre and fare. Shall we dispense with the pleasantries and proceed directly to the assessment? Show me this revolutionary product." And then her dark eyes gleamed with a sudden, sharp, almost predatory light, the eyes of a merchant who has just scented the tantalizing aroma of a massive, untapped profit margin. "You can show me the numbers, because at the end of the day, my lord, no matter how revolutionary the product, the only thing that truly matters is the bottom line." Lloyd felt a genuine, unrestrained laugh escape him. It was a sound of pure, delighted surprise. Elmsworth had not been exaggerating. This woman was magnificent. She was a shark, a beautiful, elegant, impeccably dressed shark, and he had just invited her into a small, fledgling pond. "Lady Mei Jing," Lloyd said, his smile widening into a grin of shared, audacious purpose. "I have a feeling we're going to get along splendidly." He gestured back towards the main estate building. "Very well, in no more pleasantries, let's talk business. But first," he added, a mischievous twinkle in his own eyes, "allow me to offer you a demonstration at a first pitch, if you will. Because before we talk about numbers, you need to understand the experience, the promise, the aura." He had a product, he had a brand name. And now he had just found his general. The soap empire was about to get its voice. And it was a voice, he suspected, that could indeed sell sand to a desert king. And then, probably, convince him to franchise. The arrival of Mei Jing had injected a new, potent energy into the fledgling enterprise. She was a whirlwind of crisp, decisive efficiency, a stark, professional counterpoint to Grimaldi's alchemical eccentricity, Boren's explosive enthusiasm, and Elmsworth's academic fervor. Within hours of her arrival, she had toured the manufactory, her sharp, obsidian eyes missing nothing, her questions direct, probing, focused not on the how of the creation, but on the what now of its commercial future. She had listened patiently to Alaric's detailed explanation of the curing process, then immediately asked for projected weekly output and spoilage rates. She had watched Boren demonstrate his clanking, groaning, but undeniably effective, water-powered stirring mechanism, then immediately asked about its maintenance requirements and potential for scaling up. She had examined the dispenser prototypes with a jeweler's eye, then immediately asked about production costs per unit and potential failure points. She was, as Lloyd had suspected, a force of nature, a general surveying her new army, identifying its strengths, its weaknesses, and already formulating a plan of attack. Now, Lloyd stood with her in a small, quiet, sun-drenched parlor in the west wing of the estate, a room rarely used, chosen for its neutrality and privacy. Between them, on a small, polished mahogany table, he had placed the two key exhibits for his impromptu test point, one of the newly cured, rosemary-scented hard soap bars, its pale, creamy texture and stamped FF monogram looking surprisingly elegant, and beside it, one of the finished oaken steel dispenser bottles, filled with the creamy, soft soap, its polished surfaces gleaming, a perfect fusion of rustic warmth and cool, engineered precision. Mei Jing had remained silent throughout his brief explanation of the two product forms, her expression a mask of cool, professional assessment. She had picked up the hard bar, felt its weight, noted its smooth, non-gritty texture, inhaled its clean, herbaceous scent with a brief, appreciative nod. She had then examined the dispenser, testing the pump mechanism, her long, slender fingers tracing the seamless join between wood and steel, her eyes narrowed in thought. Finally, she placed both items back on the table with a soft, deliberate click. She looked up, her dark, intelligent eyes meeting Lloyd's, her expression still, unreadable. "I see the product, Lord Ferrum," she said, her voice calm level. "I understand the innovation. The quality is self-evident. Now, a flicker of that sharp, challenging light entered her gaze. "You wish for a demonstration. You said, 'Convince me to buy it.'" She offered a small, almost imperceptible shrug. "Very well. Consider me a skeptical, high-end merchant from the capital. I have seen 1,000 new trinkets, 100 revolutionary elixirs that my time is valuable. My customers, discerning and fickle. Why?" She leaned forward slightly, her gaze intensifying. "Should I invest my capital, my reputation, my precious shelf space in your soap?" The challenge was laid. The stage was set. Chapter 256. Lloyd took a deep breath. He could do this. He had the knowledge, the vision. He had 80 years of Earth-based marketing, branding, and human psychology to draw upon. He just had to translate it into a language she, in this world, would understand. He didn't pick up the soap. He didn't extol its cleansing properties that he started. Instead, with a question, "Lady Mei Jing," he began, his voice quiet, thoughtful, drawing her in. "What is the ultimate luxury?" Mei Jing's eyebrow arched slightly. It was not the opening she had expected. "Luxury, my lord. Silks from the Far East, spices that cost more than gold by weight, jewels from the deepest mines, power, influence. These are the currencies of luxury." "Indeed," Lloyd conceded. "Tangible things, status symbols. But I propose that the true, ultimate luxury is not something you wear or eat or displayed at IT, is an experience, not a feeling, an unspoken statement." He paused, letting the idea settle. "It is the subtle, pervasive, and undeniable assurance of refinement, that of cleanliness, that of effortless superiority." He picked up the simple, harsh block of standard lye soap he had brought for contrast, placing it on the table beside his own elegant creations. It looked crude, brutish, almost offensive in comparison. "This, Lady Mei Jing," he said, gesturing to the lye block, "is what everyone uses. From the humblest scullery maid to the Archduke himself. It is functional. It scours away the grime. That it does its job." He leaned in, his voice dropping conspiratorially. "But what does it say? It says I am cleaning away filth. It is a tool of necessity, a reminder of the grime of the world." He then picked up the oaken steel dispenser, its weight solid, balanced, in his hand. "And this, Lady Mei Jing, this is the masterstroke. This is not merely a bottle. This is a ritual. Think of your target customer, Lady Seraphina, the wife of a wealthy guild master. She enters her private washroom. Does she reach for a crude, slimy block of tallow soap sitting in a pool of gray water? Or he made a smooth, elegant motion, depressing the steel pump with his thumb? Does she perform this simple, clean, precise gesture, dispensing a perfect, fragrant, pearlescent dollop of cleansing elixir into her palm? An action that is hygienic, efficient, and in its very mechanics, whispers of advanced thinking, of a life lived beyond the crude necessities of the common man. He looked directly at her, his eyes shining with the conviction of his vision. You are not selling soap, Lady Mei Jing. You are selling an identity. You are selling the unspoken message that its user is a person of taste, of refinement, of a status so secure that even the most mundane, private act of washing one's hands is an experience of elevated luxury. You are selling the quiet, confident, fragrant aura of being better. He set the dispenser down gently. Every time a guest uses the washroom in a noble house and encounters this, they will be confronted with a choice. The world they know, of harsh lie and crude blocks, and this new world, this world of effortless elegance and fragrant refinement. Which world do you think they will aspire to join? Lady Mei Jing, which status will they covet? He leaned back, his pitch complete. He hadn't talked about lathering properties or moisturizing agents, or the specifics of the formulation. He had sold the dream, the brand, the aura. Mei Jing was silent for a long, long moment. Her sharp, obsidian eyes were no longer just assessing. They were gleaming, shining with a light that was pure, unadulterated, commercial avarice. The cynical, skeptical merchant was gone, replaced by a visionary who had just been shown the map to a continent of untapped gold. She finally looked up, a slow, predatory, utterly brilliant smile spreading across her face. It transformed her, softening the severe lines, igniting her features with a fierce, almost terrifying intelligence. Aura, she breathed, the word a soft, appreciative hiss, the unspoken promise of refinement. She picked up the dispenser, turning it over in her hands, her earlier professional assessment now replaced by a kind of reverence. My Lord Ferrum, she said, her voice dropping, filled with a new, profound respect. You are not, as I initially suspected, a mere nobleman with a clever idea. She met his gaze, her dark eyes shining. You are a merchant king in disguise. She paused, then her smile widened into a grin of shared, audacious purpose. Where do we begin? And, she added, her eyes twinkling, what is my commission structure? Lloyd laughed, a sound of pure relief and triumphant partnership. The general had not only seen the value of the weapon, she was already planning the entire campaign. The soap empire was in very, very good hands. The test had been passed. The pitch, delivered with a conviction born of 80 years of observing human nature and a sudden, desperate need for capital, had landed with the force of a revelation. Mei Jing, the sharp-eyed, pragmatic merchant's daughter, was no longer just an intrigued consultant. She was a true believer, a high priestess in the newly founded Church of Aura. The air in the small, sun-drenched parlor crackled with a new, shared energy, the heady, intoxicating buzz of two keen, strategic minds recognizing a golden opportunity. So, you're in? Lloyd asked, though he already knew the answer. The predatory gleam in her eyes was more eloquent than any verbal confirmation. In my lord? Mei Jing replied, a wry, almost teasing smile playing on her lips. She set the dispenser bottle down with a reverence usually reserved for royal regalia. Lord Ferrum, I am ready to build a commercial empire that will make the spice trade look like a child's game of selling slightly bruised fruit by the roadside. She leaned forward, her earlier professional reserve gone, replaced by a torrent of focused, commercial energy. The concept, selling an identity, not a product. It is brilliant. Revolutionary. It bypasses the mundane arguments of price and function and appeals directly to the most powerful motivators in this society: status, aspiration, and the desperate fear of being seen as common. She started pacing, her movements quick, sharp, her mind clearly already 5 steps ahead. The name, Aura, perfect, simple, elegant, mysterious. It hints at the scent, yes, but also at the intangible quality, the aura of refinement you spoke about, the brand, not just a label. Lloyd listened, a slow, satisfied smile on his face that he had planted the seed. Now he was watching it germinate with astonishing speed in the fertile ground of her brilliant, commercially ruthless mind. So, you'll take the position? He prompted. Head of sales and marketing for Ferrum's cleansing elixirs, operating under the brand name Aura. Mei Jing stopped her pacing, turning to face him, her expression serious, her dark eyes holding a sharp, negotiator's glint. The enthusiast was momentarily replaced by the professional. I will, my lord. On 2 conditions. Lloyd's eyebrow arched. Conditions? Of course, she replied, her tone matter of fact. A partnership of this potential requires clarity from the outset. She held up a single, slender finger. First, authority. I require full operational authority over all aspects of sales, marketing, distribution, and branding. Your vision is the foundation, my lord, and your final approval is, of course, paramount. But the day-to-day strategy, the negotiations with merchants, the crafting of the marketing message, that must be my domain. That I cannot build an empire if my hands are tied by committee or second-guessing. Lloyd considered for a moment, then nodded that IT was a bold demand, but a logical one. He didn't have the time or the inclination to micromanage a sales team. He needed a general he could trust to win the war. Agreed, he said without hesitation. You will have full operational authority, reporting directly to me. What is your second condition? A faint, almost predatory smile returned to Mei Jing's lips. Compensation, my lord. She didn't flinch, her gaze steady, professional. My grandfather, bless his academic heart, likely negotiated a generous salary for me. That IT is adequate for an employee. She paused, letting the implication hang. But I do not wish to be a mere employee, Lord Ferrum. That I wish to be a partner, a junior partner, perhaps, but a partner nonetheless. She met his gaze squarely. I propose a modest base salary, sufficient to cover my living expenses, but the true compensation will be in the form of commission at a percentage of net profits on every bar, every dispenser, every single drop of aura that is sold at a small percentage, to be sure, but one that directly ties my success to the success of the enterprise. That IT ensures my interests are perfectly and profitably aligned with yours. That if aura fails, I earn little, but if aura succeeds, if it becomes the empire we both envision. Her eyes gleamed. Then we shall both become very, very wealthy indeed. Lloyd stared at her, a slow, genuine laugh of pure, unadulterated admiration bubbling up from his chest. Gods, she was good. She wasn't just asking for a job. She was demanding a stake. She was betting on herself, on him, on the product. IT was audacious, brilliant, and exactly the kind of hungry, motivated ambition he needed. Chapter 258. Lady Mei Jing, he said, his smile widening into a grin. You are, without a doubt, the most terrifyingly effective negotiator I have ever had the pleasure of meeting, and that, he added, thinking of King Liam, is saying something. He extended his hand, not as a lord to a subordinate, but as one partner to another. You have a deal. Welcome to the board of Aura. Mei Jing's smile, in return, was dazzling. She took his hand, her grip firm, confident. A pleasure to be aboard, my lord. The deal was struck. His commercial general was officially enlisted. Now, she said, her tone instantly shifting back to crisp, efficient business, releasing his hand. Let us begin. The product is magnificent. The concept is sound, but the execution must be flawless. That we need to craft the brand. They spent the next several days closeted in the quiet, dusty confines of the Ferrum Estate Library, a space that had likely never witnessed such a fervent, almost manic, explosion of commercial strategy. The air, usually thick with the scent of old leather and forgotten histories, was now filled with the sharp scent of charcoal and the buzz of two brilliant minds working in perfect, if occasionally argumentative, sync. They covered vast sheets of parchment with notes, diagrams, and sketches. Lloyd, drawing on his fragmented but potent memories of Earth-based marketing, introduced concepts that were utterly alien, yet instantly grasped by Mei Jing's sharp, intuitive mind. Branding is not just a name, Mei Jing, he explained, sketching a simple diagram. It's a story that a promise, that an ecosystem. He talked about target demographics. We launch first with the nobility, the highest echelons. Create an aura of exclusivity, of unattainable luxury. The price must be high, obscenely high at first, high enough to be a statement in itself. Mei Jing nodded instantly, her eyes gleaming. Of course, scarcity creates desire. If only the Duchess and a few favored ladies of the court have it, every other noblewoman in the capital will move heaven and earth to acquire IT. IT becomes a weapon in their social wars. Exactly, Lloyd confirmed. Then, once the brand is established as the pinnacle of luxury, we introduce a secondary line, a diffusion line, if you will, the hard soap bars, still premium, still far superior to the common lie blocks, but at a price point accessible to wealthy merchants, guild masters, the upper middle class. That we allow them a taste of the luxury the nobles enjoy, that we make them feel as if they are part of the same exclusive club. Brilliant, Mei Jing breathed, already scribbling notes. We create a tiered system of aspiration. The common man sees the merchant using the hard bar and desires it. The merchant sees the noble with the elegant dispenser and covets it. And the noble, she looked up, a slow smile spreading across her face, sees the king using it and feels affirmed in their superior status. It's a perfect, self-perpetuating cycle of desire. They hammered out the details. Packaging was crucial. The dispenser is its own advertisement, Lloyd insisted. But the hard bars, they cannot be sold wrapped in common cloth. They designed simple, elegant boxes of dark, polished wood, lined with soft velvet, each bar to be wrapped in fine, scented paper stamped with the Aura logo they were developing. A simple, elegant swirl of lines that hinted at both a gentle lather and a wisp of fragrant smoke. Author note: bar soap yet to be perfected. They're deciding about what they will do with bar soap in future. They discussed pricing tiers. The standard hard bar at a premium line, made with the olive oil Lloyd was now securing, which will be marketed as Southern Elixir. And then, the pinnacle. The product reserved for royalty, for the highest-ranking nobles, for gifts of immense significance. The Royal Rosemary, Lloyd declared, the name coming to him in a flash of inspiration. The soft soap, made with the purest rosemary essential oil, housed exclusively in the oaken steel dispensers. It will not be for general sale. It will be available only by special order or as a direct gift from House Ferrum. Its exclusivity will be its greatest selling point. He thought of his 5-year-long, complimentary supply contract with King Liam. And of course, a steady, generous supply will find its way to the royal household of Bethlehem. Very publicly. Mei Jing's laugh was sharp with delighted, predatory glee. "My lord," she said, her eyes shining with admiration. "You are not just a merchant king. You are a devil, a wonderfully, brilliantly profitable devil." Together, they were not just building a business. They were crafting a legend, a brand, an aura. In the world of Riverian commerce, so long steeped in tradition and predictability, would never be the same. The partnership between Lloyd and Mei Jing was a potent, alchemical reaction in itself. His visionary, otherworldly concepts, drawn from a future she couldn't imagine, met her sharp, practical, Riverio-honed understanding of markets and human nature. The library became their war room, the vast oak tables their strategy maps, covered not with troop movements but with pricing structures, distribution networks, and the subtle, powerful art of crafting desire. The brand name, Aura, became their mantra. It was more than just a label. It was the core of their entire philosophy. Every element must reinforce the aura, Mei Jing insisted, her finger tracing the elegant, swirling logo they had designed. From the product itself to the very way a customer first encounters it, the experience must be seamless, from the moment they hear the name whispered in court to the moment they first feel that luxurious lather on their skin. Their strategy was a masterclass in tiered marketing, a concept utterly foreign to Riverio's largely undifferentiated markets. Tier 1. The Royal Elixir, the pinnacle of aspiration. "This is our halo product," Lloyd explained, gesturing to the single, perfect oaken steel dispenser they used as their master prototype. "The Royal Rosemary Soft Soap. It is not for sale. That is its most powerful feature." Mei Jing's eyes gleamed with understanding. Of course, its value is not in its price, but in its inaccessibility. It becomes a symbol, a myth, the ultimate status marker. Their plan for its distribution was pure, calculated psychological warfare. The limited number of the exquisite dispensers would be crafted by Master Valerius. The first, of course, was already destined for King Liam Bethlehem's personal chambers, a fact they would ensure became known through carefully managed accidental whispers in the right circles. Another would be formally presented, with great ceremony, to Archduke Roy and Duchess Milady. A few more would be gifted to the most powerful, most influential, most gossipy noblewomen in the capital, the wives of other dukes, the heads of the most powerful merchant guilds, the kind of women whose pronouncements on fashion and luxury could make or break a new trend overnight. "We give it to the trendsetters," Mei Jing elaborated, her mind already composing the delicate, handwritten notes that would accompany each gift. "We create a small, exclusive circle of users, the Aura Circle, and we let envy do the rest. Every noble who visits their washroom, every lady's maid who whispers of a strange, wonderful new, cleansing ritual of her mistress. They become our unpaid marketers." Tier 2. The noble's choice, the attainable luxury. "This," Lloyd said, picking up one of the beautifully wrapped, stamped hard soap bars, "is where we make our money. At least initially." This was their core product, the one aimed at the vast, wealthy, and status-conscious nobility and upper merchant class. The quality was undeniable, a world away from the harsh lie blocks they were used to. But it was the packaging, the story, that would justify its premium price. Mei Jing took the lead here, her understanding of her peers' psychology sharp and unforgiving. "The boxes must be dark wood, lined with silk, not velvet," she declared. "Velvet is for jewelry. Silk is for personal items. It implies intimacy, a closeness to the skin." She designed a simple, elegant paper wrap for the soap itself, stamped with the Aura logo, to be tied with a single, scented silk ribbon. The act of unwrapping it must feel like revealing a secret, a personal treasure. The price was set to be deliberately, almost offensively high. It should cost as much as a small bottle of decent imported perfume, Mei Jing argued. People will complain, they will call it outrageous. And then, she smiled a slow, predatory smile, they will by ITTO prove that they cannot TO show their rivals that they can afford such an outrageous luxury for something as mundane as washing. Tier 3. The diffusion line, the seed of aspiration. But we don't stop there, Lloyd insisted, thinking bigger. We create a path for aspiration, something for the lower rungs to strive for. Chapter 260. This was the masterstroke, a concept that made Master Elmsworth's eyes water with pure, economic joy when they presented it to him, that a simpler, more accessible version. The same high-quality hard soap, but perhaps with a less potent rosemary infusion or a simpler blend, and the packaging would be different. Not a silk-lined wooden box, but a sturdy, well-made cardboard carton, still beautifully designed, still bearing the Aura logo, but clearly a step down from the noble tier. We sell. This one through the main guild halls. Mei Jing planned, her mind already mapping out distribution channels. To the successful adventurers, the minor guild masters. The prosperous artisans that IT will be priced as a significant indulgence, a luxury, but an attainable one that IT allows them to buy into the Aura brand, to feel a connection to the nobility they emulate. And every time they use it, Lloyd added, finishing her thought, they will be reminded of the tier above, the silk-lined box. The dispenser on the noble's washstand at IT will fuel their ambition that IT will make them strive for more. And our brand will be there, waiting for them, at every step of their social climb. The strategy was complete, a perfect, self-perpetuating pyramid of desire. From the mythical, unattainable royal elixir at the peak, down to the aspirational but accessible guild-tier bars, Aura would become synonymous not just with cleanliness, but with success, with status, with the very concept of a refined life. They presented their finished brand strategy to Roy, Elmsworth, and Grimaldi. Roy listened in silence, his face an unreadable mask, though Lloyd saw a flicker of something that looked like profound, almost startled respect in his eyes. Grimaldi was fascinated by the concept of tiered scent potencies, already muttering about olfactory hierarchies. It was Elmsworth who, once again, had the most dramatic reaction. He stared at their presentation parchments, at the detailed diagrams of target demographics and pricing psychology, his face pale, his hands trembling. By the sainted ghost of Adam Smith, he whispered, his voice filled with a reverence usually reserved for ancient, holy texts. This isn't just a business plan, young lord. This is social engineering. It's applied economic warfare. He looked up, his eyes shining with a terrifying, brilliant light. It is the most beautiful, most ruthless, most elegant commercial strategy one have ever witnessed in my 60 years of study. He bowed his head. I am not your advisor, Lord Lloyd. I am your student. Lloyd and Mei Jing exchanged a small, almost invisible smile over the old tutor's bowed head. Their brand was crafted. Their strategy, flawless. The army was ready. The general was in place. Now, all they had to do was conquer the world. One dispenser of soap at a time. That the elixir manufactory, nestled in its secluded valley, had become a living, breathing entity. The rhythmic groan of the great water wheel was its heartbeat. The clanking of Boren's gear-driven stirs its steady pulse. And fragrant steam that now perpetually wafted from its high chimney was its breath. A clean, herbaceous scent of rosemary that was a stark, almost defiant, contrast to the industrial smoke of the capital's smithies. Inside, the controlled chaos had solidified into a symphony of production. Lloyd Ferrum stood on the mezzanine platform he had constructed, a clipboard in hand, looking down at his small but astonishingly efficient empire. That he felt a satisfaction that was purer, more profound than any victory in the tournament. That had been a display of power, a necessity. This was creation. Down on the main floor, Alaric the Meticulous moved like a high priest officiating a sacred rite, his spectacles perched on his nose, checking temperatures, verifying pH levels with his alchemical litmus strips, and making precise, spidery notations in his ever-present ledger. He was the guardian of quality, the bulwark against Boren's more volatile impulses. Boren, a cheerful, red-headed force of nature, was currently supervising the tallow melting, his boisterous energy somehow channeled into a focused intensity. He made a few unauthorized optimizations to the hearth design, adding a series of adjustable flues that gave them far greater temperature control. a modification so brilliant that even the pragmatic Lyra had grudgingly admitted its genius. Right after she'd finished lecturing him for not submitting a formal design proposal first, Lyra herself was a whirlwind of practical efficiency, moving between stations, her sharp eyes identifying bottlenecks before they could form. She had designed a color-coded tagging system for the earthenware jars of cooling soft soap, ensuring that each batch's properties and scent infusion levels were clearly marked. She had also streamlined the process for cleaning the vats between batches, a messy, time-consuming task that she had reduced by half with a clever system of heated water jets and scraping tools. And at the heart of it all was Jasmine. The once timid butcher girl was now forewoman Jasmine, her quiet voice carrying an authority that was instantly, respectfully, obeyed by the diligent Martha and Pia. She moved with a confidence born of competence, her deep, intuitive understanding of the process. From the feel of the tallow to the exact moment the soap reached trace, making her an invaluable asset, the practical hand that translated Lloyd's vision into tangible reality. Today was a momentous day. After weeks of small-scale tests, refinements, and one memorable incident involving a batch of lavender-infused soap that had turned a rather alarming shade of purple and smelled faintly of burnt toast, a born special, they were ready. The first large, stable, and, according to Alaric's rigorous testing, chemically perfect batch of the liquid soap, or rather, the creamy, pumpable soft soap that was its precursor, was finally complete. "It is done, my lord," Alaric announced, his voice holding a rare, almost breathless, note of triumph as he presented a small sample in a glass beaker. The substance within was a smooth, pearlescent, pale cream, thick but flowing, carrying the clean, invigorating scent of pure, distilled rosemary. The pH is perfectly neutral. The saponification is complete. The viscosity is stable. The IT is flawless. Lloyd, Mei Jing, Jasmine, and the three alchemists gathered around the massive cooling cauldron, a sense of shared, nervous excitement filling the air. This was it, the culmination of all their hard work. "The dispensers," Lloyd said, his voice quiet but resonant. "T is signal." Two of the estate guards, under Ken's supervision, carried in a large, velvet-lined wooden crate. The lid was lifted, revealing the first run of the finished dispenser bottles from Master Valerius's workshop. That a collective gasp went through the small group. They had seen Lloyd's sketches, Lyra's technical drawings, but the finished product, it was breathtaking. The warm, rich grain of the polished oak bodies seemed to glow in the light of the manufactory, a perfect organic counterpoint to the cool, precise, almost jewel-like gleam of the bronze pump mechanisms, which had been coated in Lyra's alchemical sealant to a hard, silvery sheen. They were objects of undeniable beauty, exuding an aura of elegance and innovation. Even Boren was momentarily silenced, his usual boisterous energy replaced by a look of genuine awe. "By the seven simmering stills," he breathed. "They're beautiful." "They are a statement," Boren, Mei Jing corrected softly, her own dark eyes shining with a merchant's appreciative avarice. She picked one up, her slender fingers tracing the seamless join between wood and metal. "They state that the owner values not just function, but form. Not just cleanliness, but art. This," she held it aloft, "is our weapon." Under Lyra's exacting supervision, the team carefully began the process of filling the dispensers, using a specially designed funnel to transfer the creamy elixir from the large jars into the oak bodies, each one then sealed and polished. As the first dozen finished dispensers stood in a gleaming, elegant row, a tangible symbol of their success, the conversation inevitably turned to the next, most crucial phase. "The product is ready. The packaging is perfect," Mei Jing stated, her tone shifting from appreciative awe to crisp, professional strategy. "Now, we must launch, that we must introduce Aura to the world, and the nature of that introduction will define its entire future. We could set up a stall in the high-end merchant's quarter," Alaric suggested cautiously. "A respectable location, good foot traffic from the nobility and wealthy guilds, a stall?" Boren snorted, his experimental nature extending, apparently, to marketing. "Too small, too timid. We should announce it from the steps of the Grand Hall. A public proclamation. Give away free samples. Let the people experience the revolution firsthand. And instantly devalue the brand by making it seem common, cheap, and available to everyone," Mei Jing retorted, her voice sharp as a shard of glass, instantly quashing Boren's populist enthusiasm. "Know your instincts are wrong. Both of you." Her gaze turned to Lloyd, a silent question in her eyes. Chapter 262. Lloyd had been listening, a slow, predatory smile forming on his lips. He had been waiting for this moment, drawing on a lifetime of observing how the truly elite, The 1%ers of Earth operated, he knew that the most powerful marketing tool wasn't availability. It was a lack thereof. Mei Jing is right, he said, his voice calm, confident, drawing the attention of the entire team. A market stall is for selling vegetables at a public proclamation is for declaring war or announcing a new tax. Aura is neither. Aura is not a product to be sold. IT is a status to be acquired. He began to pace, his mind alive with the audacious, high-risk strategy he had been formulating. We will not sell it to the public. Not at first, that we will not make it available in any shop, at any price, that we will make it unobtainable. He saw the confusion on their faces, even on Mei Jing's, though hers was tinged with intrigue, curiosity. We will not have a launch, Lloyd declared, a dramatic flair entering his voice. We will have an unveiling, an exclusive event, an experience. He turned to Mei Jing, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the plan. You will draft 50 invitations Mei Jing on the finest vellum, with the most elegant calligraphy. They will not be addressed to noble houses, but to individuals of the 50 most influential, most powerful, and most importantly, he grinned, most notoriously gossipy noble women in the entire capital. He continued, his vision sharp and clear. The Duchess Milady, the wife of the master of the Merchants' Guild, the ancient, terrifyingly influential dowager countess who hasn't approved of anything since the last ice age, the flighty young baroness who sets the fashion trends for the entire season. That group. The invitation will be cryptic, he instructed. It will speak of a private unveiling of a new secret to Ferrum refinement. It will hint at an exclusive experience, a revelation in personal luxury. And it will state, in no uncertain terms, that attendance is by personal, non-transferable invitation only. He looked around at his stunned team. We will create a velvet rope. We will make them feel as if they are being invited into the most exclusive, most secret club in the entire duchy. The desire to attend, simply to see what it is, to be one of the chosen few, will be immense. The desire not to be the one left out will be even greater. And at this event, he concluded, his gaze locking with Mei Jing's, a shared, audacious understanding passing between them, we will not sell them soap. We will gift it to them, a single, perfect dispenser for each attendee. We will tell them the story of Aura. We will let them experience its luxury. And then we will send them back into the high society of the capital, armed with a new, exclusive status symbol that no one else can acquire. He smiled, a slow, predatory smile. We will not create customers, my friends. We will create evangelists, 50 of them. And we will let their boasting, their pride, and the burning, all-consuming envy of those who are not invited do our marketing for us. That we will not launch a product. We will launch a legend. The audacity of the plan hung in the AI. Our IT was high-risk. IT was arrogant. IT was a gamble that could either make them the talk of the kingdom or the laughingstock of the nobility. Mei Jing was the first to break the stunned silence. That a slow, brilliant, almost terrifying smile spread across her face. My lord, she breathed, her voice filled with a reverence that was absolute. That is not just a marketing plan. That is a masterpiece of psychological warfare. That I will draft the invitations immediately. The velvet rope was about to be drawn, and the stampede, they hoped, was about to begin. The invitations were a work of art in themselves, crafted by Mei Jing's own hand on the thickest, creamiest vellum the ducal scribes could provide. The calligraphy was a masterpiece of elegant, flowing script. The ink, a deep, custom-blended indigo, was infused with a trace amount of silver dust, making the words shimmer almost imperceptibly in the light. The Aura logo, the elegant swirl, was embossed at the top, a subtle, mysterious symbol. The wax seal that secured the scroll was not the roaring lion of House Ferrum, but a plain, unmarked disc of deep blue wax, adding to the air of secrecy and exclusivity. The wording was a masterclass in understated, tantalizing hype. Her Grace, the Duchess Milady Ferrum, and Lord Lloyd Ferrum request the pleasure of your company at a private unveiling. Witness the dawn of a new era in personal refinement and experience curated for the discerning few. There was no mention of soap, no hint of a commercial product. The date, time, and location. A small, rarely used but exquisitely appointed solarium in the east wing of the estate were noted, and at the bottom, in small, sharp script, this invitation is personal and non-transferable. Attendance is strictly limited. The delivery was equally strategic, not sent by common messenger, but hand-delivered by a silent, impeccably uniformed household guard, lending the invitation the weight of a formal ducal summons. The effect on the capital's high society was immediate, and precisely what Lloyd and Mei Jing had predicted. At IT was like dropping a single, Perfect pearl into a pond of very hungry, very competitive koi fish. Chaos. What was it? Secret political gathering. An unveiling of a new magical artifact. A betrothal announcement. The 50 women who received an invitation were instantly elevated, their status confirmed, their days filled with fending off the frantic, jealous inquiries of their less fortunate peers. The 51-year-old Dowager Marchioness of Silverwood, who had been inadvertently left off the list, was said to have flown into a rage so profound that she shattered a priceless vase and sent 3 of her handmaidens into hiding. The velvet rope effect was in full, glorious, swinged on the day of the event. The solarium was transformed. Gone was the usual stuffy furniture. In its place were elegant, minimalist arrangements of white flowers, soft music, played by a string trio hidden behind a screen of silk, and a single, long table draped in deep blue velvet at the center of the room. On the table, artfully arranged on individual silk cushions, sat 50 of the oaken steel dispenser bottles, each one gleaming under the soft, filtered sunlight, looking less like a household item and more like a collection of sacred relics. The 50 chosen noble women arrived, their faces a mixture of piqued curiosity, smug self-importance, and a desperate desire not to appear too eager. They were greeted not by Lloyd, but by Mei Jing, who moved among them with a quiet, confident grace, her severe but elegant silk attire marking her as someone different in authority. She wasn't a servant, but she wasn't a noble either. Her role was deliberately, intriguingly ambiguous. When all the guests had arrived and been served small, delicate glasses of chilled fruit nectar, Mei Jing stepped to the head of the room. She did not raise her voice. She simply waited, a small, knowing smile on her lips, until a complete, expectant hush fell over the assembled duchesses, marchionesses, and baronesses. My esteemed ladies, Mei Jing began, her voice calm, clear, carrying to every corner of the room. We thank you for gracing us with your presence. You have been invited here today because you, more than any others in this great city, represent the pinnacle of taste, of discernment, of refinement. A wave of pleased, self-satisfied murmurs went through the crowd. Flattery, Lloyd noted from his discreet observation post behind a large potted palm, was always a good opening. For centuries, Mei Jing continued, her tone becoming more thoughtful, almost philosophical. True luxury has been defined by what we wear, what we own, what we display. Silks, jewels, perfumes, but we in House Ferrum, under the innovative guidance of Lord Lloyd, a subtle, respectful nod in his general direction, believe that the truest luxury is more personal, more intimate. It is the very aura of a person. She paused, letting the brand name hang in the air, allowing the women to connect it to the cryptic invitations. We have all, for our entire lives, accepted a simple, unpleasant reality, she said, her voice dropping slightly, becoming more confidential. The act of cleansing, of washing away the grime of the world, is a harsh one that we use crude, abrasive agents that strip our skin, that leave behind a residue, that punish us for the simple act of seeking cleanliness. A few of the older women nodded slowly, thinking of their perpetually dry, chapped hands, a reality no amount of expensive lotion could ever truly erase. Chapter 264. But what if? Mei Jing's voice rose slightly, filled with a new, exciting promise. It did not have to be so. What if the act of cleansing could be transformed from a harsh necessity into a moment of pure, fragrant, silken luxury? What if you could purify your skin, leaving it not stripped and dry, but softer, smoother, more vibrant than before? What if you could emerge from your daily ablutions wreathed not in the heavy musk of perfume, but in a clean, natural, invigorating aura of your own choosing? She walked slowly along the velvet-draped table, her hand hovering over the gleaming dispensers. This, my ladies, is aura, not a soap, but a cleansing elixir, a secret Ferrum technique, developed through years of painstaking research into the hidden properties of natural oils and botanicals, a process that transforms the mundane into the magnificent. She picked up one of the dispensers, holding it aloft. It is a liquid silk, formulated to be impossibly gentle, yet remarkably effective, and it is housed in a vessel worthy of its content, a dispenser of polished oak and fine forged metal, designed for a single, perfect, hygienic application, but a ritual, not just a routine. The women were leaning forward now, their earlier smugness replaced by genuine, focused intrigue. The story, the promise, the sheer, undeniable elegance of the bottle. It was a potent combination. Today, Mei Jing announced, you will be the first in the entire duchy, outside of the immediate Ferrum household, to experience this revolution. We have prepared wash basins of silver, ewers of cool, scented water, and towels of the softest linen. She gestured towards a series of private, silk-draped alcoves that had been set up at the far end of the solarium. The initial reaction was hesitation. These were high-born ladies, unaccustomed to such public displays of personal hygiene, however luxurious. But then, the Duchess Milady, who had been seated amongst them, rose gracefully. With a small, knowing smile towards Mei Jing, she was the first to approach an alcove, her own dispenser in hand. That broke the dam if it was good enough for the Duchess. It was good enough for them. One by one. Then in small, gossiping groups, the women proceeded to the alcoves, the solarium filled with soft, delighted gasps, with exclamations of surprise. The lather, it's like whipped cream. My hands, they feel velvety, and the scent, so clean, not cloying at all. They emerged from the alcoves, transformed. Their earlier polite curiosity had been replaced by genuine, almost feverish excitement. They gathered in small groups, comparing their newly softened hands, sniffing their wrists appreciatively, their voices buzzing with the thrill of shared, exclusive discovery. Mei Jing let the excitement build for a few moments, then clapped her hands softly for attention. "My ladies," she said, her smile warm, genuine. "The dispenser you hold, and the elixir within, are yours to take with you. A gift from House Ferrum, a welcome into the exclusive circle of those who understand true refinement." A wave of delighted applause went through the room. However, Mei Jing added, her voice regaining a hint of its earlier professional crispness, "I must caution you. The process for creating this elixir is complex, the ingredients rare. Our current production is extremely limited. This initial offering is all that is currently available. It may be many months before more can be produced." The lie was delivered with a flawless, almost sorrowful sincerity. The illusion of scarcity, the final, crucial turn of the screw. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The delight of receiving a precious gift was now overlaid with the fierce, competitive urgency of possessing a rare, finite resource. The 50 women clutched their aura dispensers not just as gifts, but as trophies, as proof of their inclusion, as weapons in the endless, subtle social wars of the capital. The seeds of desire, of envy, of aspiration had not just been planted, they had been watered, fertilized, and were already beginning to sprout with a ferocious, unstoppable energy. The whisper of aura was about to become a roar. The day after the private unveiling of aura, the carefully orchestrated social explosion detonated with a force that surpassed even Mei Jing's most optimistic projections. The capital's high society, a delicate ecosystem built on whispers, gestures, and the constant, ruthless assessment of status, was set ablaze. That it began, as predicted, in the tea rooms and private salons of the city's most powerful noble houses. Lady Beatrice, the notoriously sharp-tongued wife of a prominent treasury official, was holding her weekly gathering as her guests arrived. She made a point of greeting each one personally, her hands, usually gloved to hide their dryness, conspicuously bare. When a visiting baroness complimented her on a new pearl bracelet, Beatrice had simply laughed, a light, dismissive sound. "The pearls? A trifle, my dear. But feel my skin," she'd insisted, extending her hand. The baroness, confused but unable to refuse, had touched her fingertips to Beatrice's hand and gasped. "It was impossibly, unnaturally soft." "A new secret, darling," Beatrice had whispered, her voice laced with smug satisfaction. "A cleansing elixir from House Ferrum. Utterly divine," but she'd added with a theatrical sigh of regret, "completely unobtainable, I'm afraid. The Duchess herself gifted me one of the only 50 in existence at a private unveiling. You weren't there? Oh, what a shame." The story, with minor variations, was repeated in 24 other drawing rooms across the capital that afternoon. The 50 attendees of the Aura event had been transformed overnight from mere noble women into evangelists, apostles of a new religion of cleanliness and status. They didn't just talk about the soap. They performed it. The elegant oaken steel dispenser, previously unknown, was now the most coveted object in the city, displayed with casual, almost cruel prominence on washstands, where important guests were sure to see it. Owning one wasn't just about having soft hands. It was a tangible, gleaming symbol of one's inclusion in the innermost circle. The it was a silent, fragrant declaration. I was invited. You were not. The effect on those who had not been invited was electric. Envy, sharp and acidic, burned through the polite facades of high society. The Dowager Marchioness of Silverwood, still smarting from her exclusion, was said to have dispatched 3 separate spies to try and ascertain the elixir's composition. all of whom returned empty-handed and smelling faintly of chastened failure. Younger, ambitious baronesses pleaded with their husbands to use their political influence to secure a bottle, at any price. The value of the soap itself, its cleansing properties, its pleasant scent, became almost secondary to the social currency of the dispenser. It was the ultimate Veblen good, an item whose demand increased with its price, or in this case, its sheer, frustrating, maddening inability. By the second day, the whisper of aura had become a roar. The men of the noble houses, initially dismissive of what they considered a feminine frippery, began to take notice. Their wives were obsessed. Their rivals' wives were bragging. And the price of peace in their own households, it seemed, was a small, elegantly crafted bottle of what smelled faintly like a forest after a clean rain. The Merchants' Guild was the next to fall, the wife of Guild Master Boren. A different, far more serious Boren than Lloyd's own explosive alchemist, had been one of the 50 attendees. The story of her triumphant return, dispenser in hand, had spread through the wealthy merchant class like wildfire. Suddenly, every successful trader, every factor, every guild official with a shred of social ambition needed aura. It was no longer just about emulating the nobility. It was about securing a competitive edge, about demonstrating that their own wealth could purchase the same. Refinements. By the end of the week, the situation at the elixir manufactory had escalated from a trickle of curious inquiries to a full-blown siege. A steady stream of carriages, bearing the crests of a dozen different noble houses and merchant guilds, clogged the narrow lane leading to the old grain mill. Their occupants, armed with pouches heavy with gold and expressions of desperate, entitled urgency, demanded an audience, demanded a product that, as far as they knew, did not exist for public sale. The initial stock of 200 liquid soap dispensers, the ones Mei Jing had convinced Lloyd to prepare for a potential secondary release, were brought out. They were presented not as available stock, but as a special, limited concession to a few very select, very powerful clients who had made compelling offers. The price was set at a staggering 5 gold coins per dispenser, a price Mei Jing had initially worried was too audacious, but which was now met with frantic, almost grateful, acceptance. They sold out in 3 hours. Chapter 266. Lloyd, watching the chaos from the mezzanine of his factory, felt a dizzying, almost vertiginous sense of disbelief. His plan, his audacious, earth-inspired marketing gamble, hadn't just worked. It had exploded with a force he had never anticipated. He watched as a portly baron, a man who had likely never haggled for anything in his life, practically begged a harried-looking Jasmine for the chance to be put on a waiting list. This wasn't just selling soap anymore. This was managing a cultural phenomenon. The gold poured in. Not the vast sums from his father or the king, which were still tied up in Bursar Periwinkle's bureaucratic web, but a steady, intoxicating stream of hard, immediate currency. Hundreds of gold coins, changing hands in exchange for a few ounces of scented, saponified tallow and a cleverly designed bottle. Each night, Lloyd would dutifully convert one of these newly acquired gold coins into 10 system coins, the daily ritual of quiet, satisfying thrum of progress beneath the chaotic roar of his newfound commercial success. His system coin balance, once a source of constant, gnawing anxiety, began to climb, a tangible measure of his victory. The ripple effect was enormous. The value of rosemary futures, if such a thing had existed, would have skyrocketed. The demand for high-quality oak and bronze soared as Master Valerius and his metalsmith counterparts were placed on permanent, round-the-clock retainer. Grandmaster Grimaldi was rumored to be furiously trying to replicate the perfectly neutral pH of Lloyd's creation, his own laboratory now filled with dozens of failed, slightly off-smelling batches. The whisper had become a roar. The roar had become a frenzy, and Lloyd Ferrum, the drab duckling, the accidental prodigy, the creator of this storm in a soap bottle, stood at its quiet center, watching, learning, and getting very, very rich. The Aura brand was no longer just a concept. It was the single most desirable commodity in the entire duchy, and they had only just begun. The office of the elixir manufactory, a space that had been the disused, dusty miller's chamber just weeks ago, was now the humming nerve center of the most explosive commercial launch in recent ducal history. The air, thick with the scent of rosemary, vellum, and freshly minted coin, crackled with a triumphant, if slightly frantic, energy. Charts meticulously drawn by Alaric covered one wall, tracking production rates and curing times. A massive map of the capital, dotted with colored pins by Lyra, marked the households of the Aura Circle and the growing list of desperate, high-priority potential clients. Jasmine moved in and out, Her face a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration, delivering updates on inventory and staff morale. The center of it all, hunched over a large oak table littered with ledgers and stacks of gold coins, was Mei Jing. Her severe, elegant hairstyle was slightly askew, a smudge of ink adorned her cheek, and her dark, intelligent eyes shone with the wild, predatory light of a general who has just shattered the enemy's main line and is now planning the relentless, crushing pursuit. "It's madness, my lord," she declared, not looking up as Lloyd entered the room. She gestured with her quill at a long, scrolling list of names. Absolute, wonderful, profitable madness. She finally looked up, a grin of pure, avaricious delight spreading across her face. The initial 200 dispenser from the concession release are gone. Vanished that we could have charged 10 gold apiece, and they would have fought each other in the mud for them. The waiting list, she tapped the scroll, now has over 400 names on it. 400 nobles, guild masters, and wealthy merchants who have already paid in full, up front, for a product they may not receive for weeks, possibly months. Lloyd felt a surge of satisfaction, so potent it was almost dizzying. The velvet rope strategy was effective then. Effective? Mei Jing laughed, a sharp, delighted sound. "My lord, effective is what you call a well-aimed catapult." This was not a catapult. This was a political assassination disguised as a luxury product launch. You didn't just create customers. You created a social hierarchy defined by who has our soap and who does not. That it's brilliant, that it's ruthless, it's a work of art. Her expression, however, sobered slightly, the pragmatist reasserting itself over the triumphant strategist. "But it has also created a significant problem, my lord." She gestured to their limited, neatly stacked inventory of finished bottled elixirs. "Our success is now our greatest weakness. We have cultivated an atmosphere of extreme scarcity, and it has worked wonderfully. But it is an illusion that is becoming dangerously real. Master Valerius and his artisans, even working around the clock, can only produce about 20 of the dispenser bodies per day. Our own team can assemble and fill them. Yes, but the bottleneck is the craftsmanship of the bottles themselves. At this rate, it will take us weeks to fulfill the current back orders, let alone meet new demand. The frenzy could turn to frustration. The desire could curdle into resentment. We risk damaging the brand's reputation before it is even fully established." She looked at him, her dark eyes serious. "We have stoked a fire, my lord, at a very large, very profitable fire. But now, we are running out of wood to feed it. What is our next move?" Lloyd listened to her assessment. A slow, almost lazy smile spreading across his face, he walked over to the corner of the office, where a large, heavy, canvas-draped object had been sitting, untouched and uncommented upon, for the past week. "Wood, Mei Jing," he said, his voice laced with a theatrical amusement. "Who said anything about running out of wood?" With a deliberate, almost dramatic flourish, he gripped the corner of the canvas and pulled. The heavy cloth slid to the floor, revealing what lay beneath. Mei Jing stared. Her jaw, usually so firm and controlled, dropped. Her sharp, obsidian eyes went wide with sheer, unadulterated, comprehensive disbelief. Alaric, who had just entered with a new batch of pH readings, audibly gasped and dropped his entire ledger, sending a cascade of meticulously documented vellum across the floor, stacked neatly. Row upon gleaming row, reaching almost to the ceiling, were dispensers, hundreds of them that oaken steel bottles, identical in every detail to the ones that were causing a near riot at their front gate. They gleamed in the light of the office, a silent, magnificent, seemingly endless forest of luxury. "But how?" Mei Jing stammered, her voice a thin, reedy whisper. She walked forward, her hand outstretched, and touched one of the bottles as if to confirm it was real. That it was Master Valerius. His workshop. He could not possibly have produced this many that we receive his entire output. He didn't, Lloyd confirmed, his smile widening into a full, triumphant grin. He was enjoying this immensely. Master Valerius and his team produced 210 units. 10 for the initial gifting event, 200 for the concession release. He paused, letting the numbers sink in. "This," he said, gesturing to the magnificent, towering stack of dispensers that filled a quarter of the office, "is the other 800. Mei Jing's head snapped towards him, her mind, a finely tuned engine of commerce and logic, struggling to process the impossible data. 800, she repeated, bewildered. But from where? Who could craft such items with this precision, this speed, and in such secrecy? This, Lloyd thought, was his own masterstroke, his own secret, held close to his chest until the perfect dramatic moment. An advantage of being the Archduke's heir, my dear Mei Jing, he said cryptically, is access to specialized resources that, let's just say, I have a personal artisan, whose skills are unparalleled, and whose discretion is absolute. He wasn't, of course, going to tell her that he had spent every spare moment of the past 2 weeks, late at night, in the solitude of his suite, while Rosa slept or pretended to sleep on the other side of the room, painstakingly, exhaustingly, using his own Ferrum steel power to personally forge the intricate bronze and steel alloy pump mechanisms, and then, using a different application of his void control, shaping and finishing the oak bodies he had procured in raw, unmilled form through. Kin's network IT had been a draining, mind-numbing, repetitive task, a true test of his control and endurance. But the result was this army of dispensers, the secret weapon. You had these all along? Mei Jing breathed, the full, breathtaking scope of his strategy finally dawning on her. You let me worry about supply. You let the market descend into a frenzy. You deliberately held back 80% of our inventory. Chapter 268 I did, Lloyd confirmed calmly. Because true scarcity, my dear Mei Jing, is a temporary advantage. But the illusion of scarcity, carefully managed, can be a weapon of immense, enduring power. We didn't just sell out because the product was good, we sold out. Because people were terrified they might never get another chance, that we didn't just sell soap. We sold fear. The fear of being left out. And that, he grinned, is the most potent marketing tool in the entire world. Mei Jing stared at him, her earlier admiration transforming into something else. Something closer to awe. She had thought herself a master of commercial strategy, a shark in a pond of guppies. But this was another level entirely. He hadn't just anticipated the market's reaction. He had engineered it, controlled it, from the very beginning, with a foresight, a ruthlessness, a sheer, audacious brilliance that was almost terrifying. She slowly began to laugh at a low, appreciative chuckle at first, which quickly grew into a full, delighted peal of pure, unadulterated professional joy. "My Lord Ferrum," she said, shaking her head in disbelief, her eyes shining with a newfound, almost fearful, respect. "You are not a devil. You are a monster, a magnificent, terrifying, wonderfully, brilliantly profitable monster." She turned back to the towering stack of dispensers, her mind already racing, recalculating, reformulating their entire strategy. This changes everything," she murmured. "We don't have a supply problem, we have an allocation problem, that we can control the market. Release them in small, tantalizing batches. Reward loyal clients. Punish hesitant ones. We can build an empire on this." Lloyd watched her, a quiet satisfaction settling deep in his soul. The illusion of scarcity had worked. The secret inventory was revealed. The floodgates were about to open. And the gold, the beautiful, life-changing, power-granting gold, was about to pour in. His daily system coin conversions, which had been a slow, painful trickle funded by his dwindling personal reserves, were about to become a steady, reliable river. His balance, he noted with a grim smile, was already at 130 SC. Soon, it would be much, much higher. The path to ascension, to power, to survival, had just become significantly shorter, and it was paved, gloriously, with soap. The controlled release of the next batch of aura dispensers was a masterclass in psychological manipulation, orchestrated with chilling precision by Mei Jing. IT was not announced as a new supply, but as the early fulfillment of the premier waiting list. A select 100 names from the top of the 400-long list were sent personal, discreet missives, informing them that their patience and loyalty to the Aura brand had been noted, and that their prepaid order could be collected at the manufactory gate at a specific, designated time. The effect was exactly as they planned. That IT didn't satiate the demand. It inflamed it. Those who received their dispensers became even more insufferably smug. Their status as preferred clients, a new, even more potent form of social currency. Those still on the waiting list became even more desperate, their anxiety mounting. And those not on the list at all, they descended into a state of frantic, almost hysterical, envy. The manufactory, once a forgotten ruin on the edge of the estate, became the most popular and most chaotic destination in the entire duchy. The narrow lane leading to it was now perpetually clogged with a motley, jostling assortment of humanity. Ornate carriages belonging to furious nobles who had been overlooked were parked wheel to wheel with the sturdy wagons of wealthy merchants demanding to know why their gold was not as good as a baron's. Ambitious artisans, successful mercenaries, and even a few well-to-do farmers who had heard the whispers of this new miracle soap crowded the gate, waving pouches of coin, demanding, pleading, arguing. The problem was no longer scarcity. It was success, that a crushing, overwhelming, chaotic success. And at the epicenter of this daily storm was Jasmine. The once timid butcher girl, Now the proud forewoman of the most talked-about enterprise in the city found herself utterly, hopelessly out of her depth. Her quiet competence in managing production, her gentle but firm authority over Martha and Pia, was useless against the tide of entitlement, aggression, and sheer, desperate desire that crashed against their factory gate each day. She tried. Gods, how she tried. She stood at the gate with a ledger, her face pale, her voice trembling, attempting to manage the queue, to answer the barrage of questions, to placate the frayed tempers. Yes, Lady Agatha, you are on the list. Number 217, that we will send a missive when your order is ready. No, Master Gildan, I am terribly sorry. Offering me an extra 5 gold does not move you up the list. IT is strictly first come, first served, among those who were first to pre-order. That is, sir, please do not attempt to climb the gate. You will injure yourself. And our guard has been instructed to be persuasive. It was a nightmare, a well-funded, profitable nightmare, but a nightmare nonetheless. Nobles accustomed to instant gratification did not take kindly to being told to wait in line behind a merchant, no matter how wealthy. Merchants, whose entire lives were built on negotiation and leverage, could not comprehend a situation where their gold was simply not enough. The carefully crafted aura of serene, exclusive luxury was being threatened by the very real, very ugly reality of a mob. Orders were getting mixed up. Names were misspelled. Tempers flared. A minor baroness had a public, tearful meltdown when she discovered her rival had received her dispenser a full day earlier. The chaos was becoming unsustainable. One evening, after a particularly brutal day that had involved a near brawl between a knight captain and a spice merchant over a perceived queue-jumping incident, Mei Jing sought out Lloyd in his library-turned-war room. Her usual crisp, confident composure was frayed at the edges. Her elegant hairstyle had a few rebellious strands escaping, and her dark, intelligent eyes held a look of profound, weary frustration. She didn't bother with pleasantries. She slammed a thick, disorganized-looking ledger onto his desk. "My lord," she said, her voice tight, strained. "We have a problem, a very large, very loud, and increasingly aggressive problem." Lloyd looked up from his alchemical texts. "The demand exceeds our carefully managed supply. I take it a good problem to have, is it not?" "It is a catastrophic problem," Mei Jing corrected grimly. "Our brand is built on an image of serene, effortless elegance. Our reality at the front gate is a chaotic, borderline violent mob scene. Jasmine is a brilliant production manager, but she is not a diplomat. She is not a bouncer. She is not a therapist for emotionally volatile aristocrats. She is—" Mei Jing's voice softened with a flicker of sympathy. "On the verge of a complete nervous breakdown. A.S. are Martha and Pia." She leaned forward, her hands flat on his desk, her expression stark. "We are a victim of our own success, my lord. Our production is flawless. Our product is desirable. Our marketing was perhaps too effective, but our customer interface, it is a disaster. IT is threatening to poison the very brand we have so carefully crafted. The whispers are no longer just about who has aura, but about the indignity, the chaos of trying to get it." She straightened up, crossing her arms, her gaze direct, uncompromising. "This is unsustainable. We cannot continue to have Jasmine, a girl whose primary social interaction skill is polite terror, as the public face of our enterprise. We need a voice, that we need a shield, we need an expert. Someone who can stand in front of that gate, face down a furious duchess and a belligerent mercenary captain simultaneously, and make them both leave feeling not just satisfied, but as if they have been granted a personal profound favor." Her eyes narrowed. "We need someone who can charm a snake, soothe a dragon, and manage a queue of entitled, desperate people with nothing but a smile and a well-chosen word. We need a master of public relations, of customer service, of people. And we need them yesterday." Lloyd listened, the gravity of the situation sinking in. She was right that he had focused on the product, the production, the grand strategy, that he had completely overlooked the most crucial, most difficult part of any business: the customers. Especially when those customers were a volatile mix of the most powerful, entitled, and emotionally fragile people in the entire duchy. That he needed a different kind of expert, not an alchemist, not an economist, not even a brilliant marketing strategist like Mei Jing. He needed a people person, but a master of empathy, someone with an unshakable calm and a preternatural gift for de-escalation. His mind sifted through the people he knew. His father, too intimidating. Elmsworth, too academic. Grimaldi, too likely to try and solve a customer complaint by offering them a beaker of bubbling purple goo. Jasmine, clearly not him. He could probably manage it, but his time was better spent on strategy and power-ups. And his bedside manner, as Rosa could attest, still needed work. That he needed to recruit. Again, But this was a different kind of role, requiring a different kind of skill set. Not martial prowess, not alchemical genius, but a kind of social magic he himself did not possess. Chapter 270. Where would he even begin to find such a person? Then he thought of the man whose entire life was a study in observation, in understanding people, in moving through the world unseen, gathering information from the most unlikely of sources. The man with the network that extended from ducal courts to grimy taverns. The man who could find anyone, anything that he needed more than just a bodyguard today, that he needed Ken Park, the master intelligence operative. The crisis at the factory gate was a fire that needed to be extinguished and quickly before it consumed the very brand they were trying to build. Lloyd knew, with the cold, hard certainty of a strategist facing a logistical nightmare, that they needed a new kind of weapon for this new kind of war. Not a sword, not a spell, but a person that is a specialist, a master of the subtle, often infuriating art of human relations. He summoned Ken Park that evening, not in a shadowed corridor or a formal study, but in the relative privacy of the now operational manufactory office. The air still hummed with the day's chaotic energy, the ledgers on Mei Jing's desk a testament to the overwhelming demand they had unleashed. Kim materialized from the evening gloom outside the office door as silently as ever, a pillar of stoic competence. In his dark, practical livery, he stepped inside, his impassive gaze sweeping the room, taking in the charts, the ledgers, Lloyd's own weary but determined expression, and a faint but persistent scent of rosemary. Young Lord, Ken acknowledged, his voice the usual flat, unwavering baritone. Ken, Lloyd began. Foregoing any preamble, he gestured towards the chair opposite his desk, an invitation for the bodyguard to be seated. A small but significant gesture that shifted their dynamic from master and servant to commander and trusted operative. Ken took the seat without a word, his posture as ramrod straight as ever. "We have a problem," Lloyd stated baldly. "A good problem, perhaps, but a problem nonetheless. Our success has outpaced our infrastructure." Specifically, he steepled his fingers, adopting the focused mien of a commander delivering a mission briefing. "Our customer-facing infrastructure." He quickly, concisely outlined the situation at the factory gate. The chaos, the frayed tempers, the mix of entitled nobles and aggressive merchants, the overwhelming pressure on Jasmine and her small team. He explained the threat it posed not to their profits. The gold was still pouring in, but to their brand identity, to the carefully crafted aura of serene, exclusive luxury. Ken listened, his expression unchanging, but Lloyd saw the subtle flicker of understanding in his eyes. Ken, the man who managed the logistics of the entire ducal household, who navigated the treacherous social currents of the court daily, understood the danger of a tarnished reputation better than anyone. "We need to recruit someone, Ken," Lloyd continued, his voice low, serious. "And this is not a role for a guard, or a clerk, or an alchemist. The skill set is unique, highly specific." He leaned forward, locking his gaze with his bodyguards. "I'm not asking you to find me a soldier or a spy. I am asking you to use your other network. The one that hears the whispers in the taverns, the gossip in the markets. The one that knows who is respected, who is persuasive, who can calm a storm with a word." He began to list the required attributes, painting a portrait of the person he needed. "I need someone with immense, innate empathy. Someone who can genuinely listen to a furious baroness complaining about a perceived slight and make her feel heard, understood, validated. Someone with an unshakable, almost preternatural calm. Someone who can stand in the face of rage, entitlement, and desperation and not flinch, not falter." He paused, then added the most crucial requirement. "And they need a tongue. A tongue that can turn an insult into a compliment, a tongue that can soothe a dragon, charm a snake, and politely, cheerfully convince a mob of angry, powerful people that waiting in a very long line is, in fact, a rare and delightful privilege, that we don't need muscle, that we need magic, social magic." He leaned back, letting the unusual, highly specific recruitment request settle. He was asking his master assassin, his transcended battle butler, to act as a headhunter for a customer service representative. The absurdity was not lost on him. Ken Park remained silent for a long moment, his impassive face giving nothing away. His mind, Lloyd knew, was processing the request, cross-referencing it against the vast, unseen database of individuals his network constantly monitored. That he wasn't just thinking of guards or spies, he was thinking of tavern keepers, of respected guild mediators, of charismatic market vendors, of anyone known for their ability to handle people with grace and skill. That Ken's network wasn't just about threats. It was about assets. And a person with the skills Lloyd described was a very valuable asset indeed. "The profile is specific, young Lord," Ken said finally, his voice the usual flat monotone. Yet Lloyd detected a faint, almost subliminal, note of something that might have been intrigue, surprise, or perhaps just the quiet hum of his formidable intelligence apparatus kicking into high gear. Empathy, calm, rhetorical skill. Not a common combination, particularly when combined with the resilience required to face down enraged nobility. I know, Lloyd conceded. But such a person must exist. Find them, Ken. Ken simply nodded that a single, sharp, decisive gesture, it was not a promise to try. It was a statement of intent. The network will be tasked, that a search will be initiated, that I will report my findings within 48 hours. The certainty in his voice was absolute. The might of the Ferrum Heirs clandestine intelligence network was now being brought to bear on a recruitment problem for the marketing department. With a final, silent nod, Ken rose, turned, and melted back into the evening shadows, leaving Lloyd alone in his office with the scent of rosemary and a renewed sense of hope. If anyone could find this paragon of public relations, this messiah of customer service, it was Ken Park. 2 days later, true to his word, Ken appeared again, as silently and suddenly as ever. He did not have a list of candidates. He did not have a dossier. He had a location. I have identified a potential asset, young lord, Ken stated, his voice devoid of any triumph, merely delivering a factual report. Her skills align with your specified parameters. However, an assessment of her capabilities in a high-stress, chaotic environment is recommended before any formal approach is made. Excellent, Lloyd said, rising from his desk where he and Mei Jing had been wrestling with production schedules. Where can I observe this asset? Ken's answer was not what he expected. The Gilded Flagon Tavern, young lord, in the heart of the city's central merchant district, 18 midday. Mei Jing's eyebrow arched. The Gilded Flagon? Ken, that's the busiest, most chaotic, most notoriously difficult to manage tavern in the entire city. It's a hive of drunken mercenaries, aggressive traders, and professional arguers. Managing that place during the midday rush is less a job and more a form of active combat. A faint, almost invisible smile touched Ken's lips. Precisely, he said, an ideal testing environment. He looked at Mei Jing, a flicker of something that might have been shared understanding in his eyes. Your own recommendation was a key factor in her identification, Lady Mei Jing. Your insights into her character proved accurate. Mei Jing's own expression softened with a flicker of pleased surprise. You found her then? Good. I had a feeling you would. She turned to Lloyd. My lord, if Ken's asset is who I believe it is, then our problem is solved. Intrigued and trusting the combined judgment of his ruthless marketing guru and his terrifyingly competent spy butler, Lloyd agreed. That midday, he and Mei Jing, dressed in a simple but well-made attire of prosperous merchants to avoid drawing undue attention, made their way to the Gilded Flagon. The moment they stepped inside, they were hit by a wall of noise, heat, and chaotic energy. The place was packed, a seething mass of humanity. Mercenaries slammed tankards on tables, arguing over maps. Traders shouted negotiations over the din. The air was thick with the smell of spilled ale, roasting meat, sweat, and sawdust. It was, as Mei Jing had described, less a tavern and more a barely contained riot. And at the center of it all, a whirlwind of calm, efficient, indomitable cheerfulness, was a single young woman. Lloyd and Mei Jing found a small, blessedly unoccupied table in a shadowy corner of the Gilded Flagon, a strategic observation post from which to witness the chaos. The roar of 100 conversations, the clash of tankards, the scrape of chairs on the stone floor. It was an overwhelming symphony of commerce and camaraderie, constantly on the verge of collapsing into a full-blown brawl. And at the heart of this storm, moving with a grace and purpose that was utterly captivating, was the young woman Ken had identified. Chapter 272, her name, Mei Jing whispered to Lloyd with a proud, almost proprietary smile, was Tisha. Tisha was not classically beautiful in the way of the noble women Lloyd knew. There was no icy, untouchable perfection like Rose's, no fiery, dramatic elegance like Faria's. Her beauty was of a different, more vital, more alive kind. She was of average height, with a sturdy, capable build, her simple tavern wench attire clean but practical. Her brown hair was tied back in a simple, no-nonsense ponytail that bounced as she moved, and her face, dotted with a light spray of freckles across her nose, was open, expressive, and currently dominated by a bright, genuine, utterly unshakable smile. But it was her eyes that truly defined her. They were a warm, clear hazel, and they seemed to see everything, constantly scanning the room, not with suspicion, but with a kind of profound, almost supernatural awareness. They saw the half-empty tankard in a mercenary's hand, the frustrated frown on a merchant's face, the subtle shift in posture that signaled an argument was about to escalate. She was a whirlwind of charisma. She moved through the packed, chaotic room, not like an employee battling the tide, but like a master conductor guiding her orchestra. Her every movement, every word, every gesture, perfectly timed, perfectly pitched. Lloyd and Mei Jing watched, fascinated, as she single-handedly managed what should have been an impossible situation. An argument erupted near the bar point. Two massive, bearded mercenaries, their faces flushed with ale and bruised pride, were squaring off, their hands hovering over the hilts of the long knives at their belts, the dispute over shared bounty. It seemed the air crackled with imminent violence. Tisha was there in an instant. She didn't shout. She didn't call for the bouncer. She simply slid between them, placing a hand gently on each of their massive, leather-clad arms, her bright smile never faltering. Now, boys," she said, her voice clear and cheerful, yet carrying an undertone of firm, no-nonsense authority that made both giants pause. "Gunnar, Boris, you know the rules of the Gilded Flagon. All blades stay sheathed, and all arguments are settled with either more ale or a game of dice, preferably both." She looked from one furious face to the other. "And besides," she added, her hazel eyes twinkling with mischief, "you're frightening the new barmaid. She's from the countryside. She thinks all city folk are this loud." She glanced over her shoulder at a non-existent, terrified barmaid. Gunnar and Boris, their murderous rage momentarily short-circuited by this bizarre, unexpected appeal to their better natures, actually looked abashed. "Tell you what," Tisha continued smoothly, already pouring two fresh, foaming tankards of ale from a nearby pitcher. "The next round is on the house at a toast to your successful hunt, and to your continued, and hopefully much quieter, partnership." She pressed the tankards into their hands. "Now, drink up, or I'll have to tell everyone you were scared off by an imaginary farm girl." The tension broke. Boris let out a reluctant, rumbling chuckle. Gunnar grunted, but he took the tankard. The argument, which had been moments away for bloodshed, was defused, transformed into a grudging, ale-fueled truce. Tisha gave them both a final, brilliant smile, then was already moving away, her attention already on the next potential crisis. "Remarkable," Lloyd murmured, genuinely impressed. She didn't just de-escalate, she reframed the entire situation, turned their aggression into a joke, reinforced the house rules, and made them feel magnanimous for not brawling, all without raising her voice. "That," Mei Jing replied, a proud, satisfied smile on her own face, "is Tisha. She has a gift." Next, they watched as she approached a table where a wealthy, sour-faced silk merchant was complaining loudly about the quality of the stew. His face was puce, his voice a whining drone of displeasure. Tisha listened patiently, her head tilted, her expression one of pure, sympathetic concern. She didn't interrupt. She didn't argue. She just let him vent, nodding in all the right places. When he finally wound down, sputtering about the unacceptable stringiness of the carrots, she leaned in, conspiratorially. "You are absolutely right, Master Corbin," she whispered, her voice a balm of soothing empathy. "The carrots are a disgrace today. Cook tried a new supplier, a terrible mistake, and one I assure you will not be repeated. He is inconsolable in the kitchen, truly." She patted his arm reassuringly. "Please, allow me to bring you a slice of my own personal honey cake, fresh from the oven this morning. A sincere apology from the entire Gilded Flagon for the carrot-related trauma we have inflicted upon you." Master Corbin, his anger completely deflated by her immediate agreement and profound sympathy, could only blink, then nod dumbly. A moment later, a huge slice of honey cake and a complimentary glass of fine southern wine appeared before him. His sour expression melted into one of grudging, mollified satisfaction. She validated his complaint, apologized sincerely, offered a personalized solution, and made him feel like a valued, discerning customer whose opinion matters. Mei Jing analyzed quietly. A professional admiring a master at work. She didn't just solve a problem, she strengthened a customer relationship. Throughout the midday rush, they watched her perform dozens of these small miracles of social grace. She remembered the names of a dozen different regulars, asking a city guard about his daughter's recovery from a cold, teasing a young apprentice about his new haircut. She moved through the chaos with an unshakable, infectious calm, her bright smile a beacon in the noisy, crowded room. She was more than just a tavern wench. She was the heart and soul of the Gilded Flagon, the social lubricant that kept the entire chaotic machine from grinding to a halt. Mei Jing, Lloyd noted with interest, seemed to know her personally, offering a warm smile and a familiar wave when Tisha's whirlwind path finally brought her near their table. May, Tisha exclaimed, her own smile widening with genuine pleasure. I didn't see you come in, grandfather keeping you busy with his dusty, old ledgers? Something like that, Tisha, Mei Jing replied with a laugh. This is my new associate, Lord. Just Lloyd. Lloyd interjected quickly, offering Tisha a friendly, appreciative smile. And I have to say, Tisha, watching you work is more impressive than any dueling tournament I've ever seen. Tisha laughed, a bright, cheerful sound. Just keeping the peace, my lord. Someone has to make sure the ale keeps flowing and the furniture stays in one piece. Her hazel eyes flickered between Lloyd and Mei Jing, a spark of shrewd, good-natured curiosity in them. So a new associate MA finally escaped the thrilling world of textile import tariffs? The easy camaraderie, the clear friendship between the sharp, professional Mei Jing and the warm, charismatic Tisha was another piece of the puzzle for Lloyd he was beginning to understand. This wasn't just Ken finding a random, talented commoner. This was a recommendation from within his own trusted circle. He had seen enough. More than enough. This wasn't just a potential asset. This was the solution. The perfect, irreplaceable, charismatic solution to his chaotic factory gate problem that he leaned forward, his expression serious now, his voice quiet but clear, cutting through the surrounding din. Tisha, he began, my associate and I have a business proposal for you. Point one that might involve slightly less spilled ale and significantly fewer drunken mercenaries. Assuming, of course, he added, a wry smile touching his lips, you're not too attached to the carrot-related trauma of the gilded flagon. Tisha's bright smile faltered for a fraction of a second, her hazel eyes widening with surprised curiosity. She looked from Lloyd's serious face to Mei Jing's knowing, encouraging smile, and then back again. That a business proposal? From a lord? With Mei Jing, her life, she had a sudden, profound feeling, was about to get considerably more interesting, and probably significantly less sticky. The offer Lloyd laid out for Tisha, there in the noisy, ale-scented chaos of the gilded flagon, was simple, direct, and utterly life-changing. But he didn't condescend, he didn't posture, he spoke to her as he had spoken to Mei Jing. As a professional recruiting another professional for a critical role, he described the Aura brand. Not just the soap, but the concept, the unspoken promise of refinement. He described the factory, the team, the vision. And then he described the problem, the chaotic gate, the overwhelmed staff, the clash between their luxury brand identity and the messy reality of their overwhelming success. We need you, Tisha, Lloyd concluded, his voice earnest, his gaze direct. We don't need a clerk to take names, that we need a diplomat to manage expectations, that we don't need a guard to keep order, we need a charismatic leader to build a community, we need a head of customer relations and public interface. And he paused, then delivered the offer. We are prepared to offer you a starting salary of 120 gold coins per year, plus performance-based bonuses. Chapter 274. Silence. The roar of the gilded flagon seemed to fade into a distant hum. Tisha stared at him, her bright, cheerful smile completely gone, replaced by an expression of pure, slack-jawed, comprehensive shock. 120 gold coins at a year to a commoner, a tavern wench. It was not just a fortune. It was a fantasy. That it was more money than her entire family had likely seen in 3 generations combined. That it was the kind of sum that could buy a small farm, a city townhouse, a life of security and comfort she had never, ever dared to dream of. 120, she stammered, her voice a thin, reedy whisper. She looked at Mei Jing, her eyes wide with disbelief, searching for confirmation that this wasn't some cruel, elaborate joke. Mei Jing simply nodded, her expression warm, encouraging. He is serious. Tisha, the position is real. And your skills, they are worth every bronze piece, and more. Tisha looked back at Lloyd, her mind clearly reeling, trying to process the sheer, life-altering magnitude of the offer. Then, a flicker of something else, something beyond mere shock, entered her warm hazel eyes, a spark of pride, that of recognition. This lord, this powerful, strange, innovative young nobleman, wasn't just offering her money, he was offering her respect. He was acknowledging her unique, often overlooked talent, not as a mere tavern trick, but as a valuable, professional skill worthy of immense compensation. She took a deep, shaky breath, her composure slowly, remarkably, reasserting itself. The initial shock gave way to a dawning, brilliant excitement, a new challenge, a new stage, a chance to use her gifts for something more than just preventing bar brawls and soothing grumpy merchants. I accept, my lord, Tisha said, her voice trembling slightly, but firm with a newfound resolve. She offered him not a curtsy, but a direct, steady gaze, a look of partnership. When do I start? Lloyd grinned, a wave of profound relief washing over him. As soon as you can gracefully extricate yourself from the gilded flagon's carrot-related traumas, he replied. Welcome to the Aura team, Tisha. Tisha's integration into the elixir manufactory was seamless, transformative, and immediate. The very next day, she arrived at the factory gate, not in her practical tavern attire, but in a simple but well-made dress of dark green wool, her hair neatly braided, her expression calm, bright, and ready for battle. The scene at the gate was its usual state of near riot. A minor viscountess was loudly berating Jasmine, on the verge of tears, about the status of her order. Two burly traders were attempting to shove their way to the front of the line. The air was thick with entitlement and frustration. Tisha didn't hesitate. She walked directly into the heart of the chaos, her bright smile a disarming weapon. "My lady Viscountess," she exclaimed, her voice cheerful, respectful, yet carrying an undeniable authority that made the noblewoman pause mid-tirade. "A pleasure to see you. I am Tisha, the new relations manager for Aura. I understand there has been some confusion regarding your order. Please allow me to personally escort you to our new, comfortable waiting area." She gestured toward the set of benches and a water barrel she had insisted they set up just inside the gate, "while I personally investigate the matter. Jasmine, my dear, you look exhausted. Go. Take a break. I will handle this." The Viscountess, her anger momentarily deflated by the unexpected, professional courtesy, allowed herself to be led away. Jasmine shot Tisha a look of pure, unadulterated, tearful gratitude before practically fleeing back into the relative sanity of the factory. Tisha then turned to the two shoving traders, her smile never wavering, but her hazel eyes gaining a firm, no-nonsense glint. "Gentlemen, such enthusiasm. We at Aura appreciate your eagerness." However, her voice remained friendly, but acquired an edge of steel. "Our queuing system, like our soap, is designed for fairness and refinement. Pushing will not expedite your order. It will, in fact, place it at the very bottom of today's list for review." Now, she gestured towards the back of the line, her smile becoming bright and encouraging again. "If you would be so kind, the line starts back there. And I believe Cook has just sent out some rather excellent honey cakes for our patient and valued future clients." The traders, faced with a combination of unshakable politeness, a clear, logical consequence, and the promise of free cake, grumbled, but complied. The crisis was averted. The queue began to form. Order, slowly, miraculously, began to emerge from the chaos. Later that day, Tisha sat with Lloyd and Mei Jing in the office. A pot of surprisingly decent tea, one of Tisha's first official requisitions between them. "The core problem, my lords," she already addressed Mei Jing with the same respectful, professional title, "is not just managing the queue, it's managing the expectation." She tapped a clean sheet of parchment. "The nobles feel their status is being ignored. The merchants feel their wealth is being dismissed. The commoners feel they're being shut out entirely. We need to address all three, while maintaining the brand's aura of exclusivity." She then, to Lloyd and Mei Jing's astonishment, laid out a plan of such simple, empathetic brilliance that it left them momentarily speechless. "We create 3 separate lists," Tisha explained, her voice quick, confident. "The patrons list for the high nobility, the merchants guild list for established traders, and the citizens lottery for everyone else." She outlined the system. The patrons list would be handled by appointment only, via discreet missives, preserving their sense of status and avoiding the indignity of a public queue. The merchants list would be a standard, orderly, first-come, first-served queue, respecting their commercial sensibilities. "And the lottery," she said, her eyes sparkling, "is the key to winning the hearts of the common people. Each day, we will draw 10 names from those who have registered. They will not have to wait in line. They will be treated like nobility for a day, escorted in, offered a complimentary hard bar of soap, if a perfect bar is made in the future, as a token of our esteem, and given the chance to purchase a single dispenser. IT will cost them a significant portion of their savings. Yes, but the chance to acquire it, the story they will tell, it will make Aura not just a symbol of noble luxury, but a dream, an aspiration. For everyone, IT turns their frustration into hope." Lloyd and Mei Jing stared at her. IT was brilliant. That IT addressed every single one of their customer relations problems with a solution that was fair, efficient, and psychologically masterful. IT preserved the brand's exclusivity while simultaneously making it feel accessible, democratic, even. "Tisha," Lloyd said finally, a slow smile spreading across his face, a profound sense of relief and admiration washing over him. "That is absolutely, comprehensively perfect." Mei Jing nodded in agreement, her sharp, analytical mind clearly impressed. "She has not just solved our logistical problem, my lord. She has just laid the foundation for our long-term market expansion. She has given the entire duchy a reason to love us, even while they are desperately waiting to give us their money." Tisha simply beamed, her hazel eyes twinkling. "Happy customers make for a healthy business, my lord. It's the first rule of the Gilded Flagon." And, she added with a wink, "free honey cakes never hurt either." Lloyd laughed, a genuine, unrestrained sound of pure relief. He had his R&D team, that he had his marketing general, and now he had his diplomatic corps. The empire was no longer just a vision. It was a fully staffed, well-oiled, and increasingly charismatic machine. The future, he thought, looked very bright indeed, and thanks to Tisha, considerably less chaotic. The success of Aura was not a quiet ripple. It was a tidal wave, and its effects were felt far beyond the chaotic, money-drenched gates of the elixir manufactory. IT sent echoes through the cold, stately corridors of the Ferrum estate itself, altering perceptions, challenging assumptions, and forcing a fundamental recalibration of one Lloyd Ferrum. Archduke Roy Ferrum, a man who typically viewed commerce as a necessary but slightly distasteful aspect of ruling, found himself uncharacteristically, almost obsessively, invested in the daily operations of his son's soap venture. The stern ruler who usually demanded reports on troop movements and border disputes now demanded daily financial summaries and production forecasts from a perpetually ecstatic Master Elmsworth. The old economics tutor had practically taken up residence in the ducal study, his usual dry text replaced by sprawling charts covered in his spidery, charcoal-smudged script. He would arrive each morning, his face flushed with the fervor of a true believer, and launch into detailed, almost breathless, monologues. "Your Grace, the cost per unit for the hard bars has decreased by 3% this week, thanks to a new bulk tallow contract Ken Park secured. The profit margin is now approaching an astonishing 700%. The waiting list for the dispensers has grown by another 100 names. Your Grace, at this rate, the pre-order revenue alone will eclipse the annual income from the Southern Timber Concessions by the end of the season. I've taken the liberty of drafting a preliminary proposal for establishing exclusive Aura distribution franchises in the neighboring duchies. Your Grace, the potential for licensing fees is, well, it is a thing of pure economic beauty." Chapter 276. Roy would listen to it all in his usual stoic silence, his face an unreadable mask of granite. He would offer only curt nods, ask sharp, probing questions about logistical bottlenecks or potential guild interference, and betray no overt emotion. But Lloyd, who had been summoned to several of these meetings to provide operational context, saw the truth in his father's eyes, that he saw the keen, intense interest, the subtle, almost invisible gleam of satisfaction as Elmsworth detailed. Another record-breaking day of sales. The Archduke's approval was silent, unspoken, but it was absolute. His son, the boy he had worried over, the heir he had thought a disappointment, was not just building a business. He was building an asset, a new pillar of Ferrum prosperity. And Roy Ferrum, the pragmatist, the ruler, understood and respected that above all else, the echoes reached even the hallowed competitive halls of the Bethlehem Royal Academy. Jyoti Ferrum, trying to focus on her advanced void manipulation studies and the intricate political maneuvering of the student council, found herself besieged by whispers. Her brother, the one whose academic disgrace she had worked so tirelessly to overcome, was suddenly a topic of conversation, but a topic of bizarre, almost mythical conversation. "Jyoti, is it true? A fellow noblewoman, the daughter of a northern baron, had asked her over lunch. My mother wrote to me. She says your brother has invented some kind of liquid silk? A cleansing elixir that has the entire capital in a frenzy." "I heard," another chimed in, "that he fought in the summit tournament and defeated your cousin Ryan with a single, contemptuous push, and that his spirit is a lightning wolf that sings like 1,000 birds. My father's man-at-arms swears he saw Lord Lloyd walking back from Gala Forest, covered in grime, but looking completely unconcerned, and that the very next day, the legendary guardian serpent of Gala was reported missing, presumed vaporized." Jyoti listened to the swirling, increasingly fantastical rumors with a profound, deep, and utterly bewildering sense of confusion. Lloyd, her brother, the quiet, awkward, sausage-obsessed boy who she had last seen looking utterly terrified at the prospect of fighting in a simple tournament. Now he was a genius inventor, a legendary warrior, a monster slayer. It didn't make sense. The data points refused to align. She had witnessed his surprising competence in the tournament. Yes, the steel blood, the lightning wolf, they were undeniable, shocking revelations. But to have leveraged that into this commercial and social phenomenon, To have the capital's most powerful noble women whispering his name with a mixture of awe and desperate envy. It defied all her preconceived notions, her entire lifetime of observing him as the family's resident disappointment. Her perception of him, once a solid, unshakable pillar of disdainful pity, was now a fractured, crumbling ruin, and she didn't know what to build in its place. She found herself thinking of him more and more, not with anger, but with a strange, unsettling, almost frustrating curiosity. Who was this new brother? And where had he been all her life? But perhaps the most significant, and certainly the most subtle, echo of Aura's success resonated within the quiet, icy confines of Lloyd's own suite. He had made a habit of leaving a fresh dispenser of the royal rosemary elixir on her side of the room each week. A silent, unspoken offering, but he never commented on it. She never acknowledged IT was just there, a fragrant, rosemary-scented diplomat in their domestic Cold War. But he had no idea if she even used it, or if she simply had her own handmaiden dispose of it with a disdainful sniff. Then, one evening, several weeks after the launch, as Lloyd was reviewing some of Alaric's meticulous production logs, there was a soft, hesitant knock on his study door. He had commandeered a small antechamber for his personal work, a space blessedly free of potpourri and sofas. It was Jasmine. She looked pale, nervous, her hands twisting the corner of her clean apron. "My lord," she began, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe. "Apologies for the intrusion, but a message from Lady Rose's personal handmaiden." Lloyd's eyebrow arched in surprise at a message from Rose's staff. This was new. "What is it, Jasmine?" Jasmine swallowed hard, as if the words themselves were heavy. "The handmaiden, my lord, she discreetly informed me that Lady Rose's personal dispenser, the one in her private washroom, is empty." Lloyd stared at her, his mind momentarily blank. "Empty, and—" Jasmine continued, her voice dropping even further, her eyes darting around as if expecting an angry duchess to materialize from the shadows. "The handmaiden was instructed to inquire if a refill might be procured at Lady Rose's convenience, of course. The request was simple, that IT was mundane, that IT was delivered through intermediaries, stripped of all personal emotion, a mere logistical necessity. But its significance hit Lloyd with the force of a physical blow. She had used it, not just once, out of curiosity. She had used it all, the entire bottle. She had integrated his creation, his aura, into her daily, private ritual. And now, she was requesting more. That IT was not a compliment, that IT was not a thank you, that IT was not a thawing of the ice between them. But it was an admission, a quiet, undeniable, almost reluctant admission, an acknowledgement that the product he had created, the thing born of a strange, otherworldly knowledge, was not just adequate, but necessary, that it had become a part of her life. That a slow, wide, almost giddy grin spread across Lloyd's face, that he felt a surge of triumph, so pure, so potent. It was almost intoxicating. He had impressed his father, he had intrigued a king, he had baffled his sister. He had built a factory and launched a brand that was the talk of the entire city. But this felt different. This felt monumental. He had conquered the market. He had conquered the nobility. And now, in this small, quiet, profoundly significant way, he had conquered the bathroom counter of the Ice Princess herself. That IT was, he decided, his greatest victory yet, at a small, private, rosemary-scented triumph that felt bigger, more satisfying than any tournament win or royal investment. The Aura Empire had just claimed its most difficult and most important territory. The fire in the hearth of Lloyd's private study crackled softly, a warm, living counterpoint to the cool, silent procession of numbers marching across the vellum ledger before him. IT was late, the kind of deep, quiet hour when the rest of the Ferrum estate was lost in slumber, when the only sounds were the sigh of the wind outside and the whisper of a turning page. A month. IT had been just over a month since the summit, since the world had tilted on its axis. That a whirlwind of activity, of challenges met and expectations shattered. He looked around the small study, a space he had claimed, a space that was unequivocally his. That IT smelled not of potpourri, but of old books, fresh ink, and the faint, lingering scent of success on his desk, beside the neat stacks of production reports from Alaric and the market analysis scrolls from Meijing, sat one of the oaken steel aura dispensers. That IT gleamed in the firelight, a solid, tangible symbol of everything he had built in empire, born from a memory of earthly hygiene, funded by the audacious belief of a father and a king, and forged into reality by the sweat and brilliance of his small, dedicated team. The factory was more than just a success. It was a phenomenon. The money, the real, tangible gold, was flowing in, a steady, growing river that was already beginning to reshape the Ferrum family's financial landscape. Master Elmsworth's projections, once seeming wildly optimistic, were now looking almost conservative. The demand for aura, for the status it conferred, was insatiable. Lloyd leaned back in his chair, a rare, genuine smile of contentment touching his lips. He felt the solid weight of a small purse at his belt. His personal share of the initial profits, a steady income that made his former ducal allowance look like a child's pocket money. The daily system conversion, once a source of constant anxiety, was now an effortless, almost forgotten routine that he closed his eyes, accessing the familiar, cool interface of the system. Current system coins, 344. The number glowed with a quiet, satisfying light. It was a healthy balance. Growing daily. It represented security. It represented options. It represented power. He thought back to the man he had been just a month ago, the awkward heir, sleeping on a sofa, scrounging for a single gold coin, his only real asset a series of fragmented, often confusing memories and a wolf spirit of unknown potential. Now he was a captain of industry, a tournament champion, a respected, if still deeply perplexing, figure in his own right. The change was staggering. Dizzying, he looked at his own hands, resting on the polished oak of the desk. He flexed his fingers, he remembered the feel of lightning, raw and exhilarating, crackling across his skin as he channeled Fong Fairy's power for the first time, a power now his to command, a tool of stunning, elemental force. Chapter 278. He remembered the feel of steel, cold and unyielding, extruding from the void at his command, weaving into invisible wires, solidifying into kinetic projectiles. The ancient, potent legacy of his Ferrum blood, a power of precision, of control, of lethal, tangible force. And he remembered the feeling behind his eyes, the cool, almost detached hum of his newly awakened Austin bloodline. The black ring eyes, the power to sever, to seal, to control not just the physical, but the metaphysical. A power of subtle, insidious, terrifying potential. He had all of this, these disparate, powerful, almost contradictory abilities. And now he had the resources to fuel them, to nurture them, to grow them into something truly formidable. The soap, he thought, a slow, profound clarity settling over him, a perfect crystalline understanding locking into place in the core of his being. The factory, the goal, the brand, it was never about the soap. The soap was the foundation. The means to an end. Was the brilliant, almost ludicrously mundane engine he had built to generate the one resource that truly mattered in his strange, new reality. System coins. It was the key that unlocked the true potential of his other, far more important, assets, his power, his survival. The ghosts of his past were still out there. Rashid Fulan, Colonel Volkov, the faceless soldiers with vengeance in their hearts. They were growing stronger, their shadows lengthening across this new world. Ben Ferrum, his crippled, steel-limbed nemesis, had shown him the terrifying truth of the power disparity. But now, the race had truly begun. With a steady, reliable income from his aura empire, he could finally stop thinking like a desperate scavenger, grabbing at whatever low-level quest the guild offered. He could start thinking like a true strategist, like a major general. He could afford to ascend his other spirits. When he acquired them, he could afford to push them to transcendence. He could afford to systematically, methodically, rank up his void powers, transforming his F-rank steel blood and black ring eyes from potent novelties into truly devastating, world-altering forces. The soap was the how. The power was the why. The realization was liberating. It stripped away the last vestiges of his old identity. The awkward, uncertain Lloyd Ferrum. In his place stood someone new. Someone forged in the crucible of 3 lifetimes. A creator, a warrior, a strategist, and a man who understood that true power was not just about wielding a sword or a spell, but about building the very foundations upon which that power could be sustained and grown. He had built his foundation. It was solid, it was profitable, and it smelled faintly, pleasantly of rosemary. Now, it was time to build the fortress on top of it. It was time to get strong. Truly, terrifyingly strong. Strong enough to face down the ghosts of his past, to protect the future of his family, to carve out his own destiny in this strange, new world. He opened his eyes, the firelight reflecting a new, hard, unshakable resolve in their dark depths. The quiet satisfaction was gone, replaced by a familiar, cold focus. The contentment of the businessman gave way to the grim. Determination of the soldier preparing for a long, brutal war. The game had changed. The rules were clear, and Lloyd Ferrum, armed with a burgeoning commercial empire and a growing arsenal of supernatural power, was finally, truly, ready to play. The foundations were laid. Now, it was time to raise the walls. Days turned into a week, and the elixir manufactory hummed along with the beautiful, predictable rhythm of a well-oiled machine. The Aura brand was no longer just a phenomenon. It was an institution. Tish's three-tiered queuing system had transformed the chaotic factory gate into a model of orderly, if still deeply desperate, commerce. Nobles received their discreet missives. Merchants lined up with stoic patience, and the daily citizens' lottery had become a public spectacle, with crowds gathering to cheer as the 10 lucky commoners were chosen. Their tearful, triumphant joy, a more potent advertisement than any paid crier could ever be. The gold flowed, the ledgers filled with neat columns of black ink. Master Elmsworth was in a state of perpetual economic ecstasy. Grandmaster Grimaldi was happily sequestered in his new lab, muttering about the olfactory potential of distilled moon petal essence. The entire enterprise was a resounding, unqualified success, and yet a quiet, persistent unease gnawed at the edges of Lloyd's satisfaction. IT was the system, his silent, demanding, and often infuriatingly cryptic partner in this whole interdimensional reincarnation mess. The task, operation, suds and steel. The foundation remained stubbornly, maddeningly open in his quest log. The promised rewards, the 1,000 system coins that would be a quantum leap in his power progression, and, more tantalizingly, the game-changing farming function remained locked, tantalizingly out of reach. That he checked it daily, a ritual of hopeful expectation followed by a familiar, frustrating deflation. Objective 1. Establish a dedicated, purpose-built manufactory. Status: complete. Objective 2. Commence successful, consistent, large-scale production. Status: pending. The word mocked him, but he looked around his bustling, profitable factory. They were producing hundreds of bars, dozens of dispensers, daily. The production was consistent, the sales overwhelmingly successful. What more did the system want? What esoteric, infuriatingly vague definition of successful production was it operating under? He paced the floor of his office late one night. The problem churning in his mind. He had thought success was measured in gold, in market dominance, in the satisfied smiles of his team. But the system, it seemed, had a different, more exacting set of metrics. What am I missing? He muttered to the empty room, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Is it a volume issue? Do I need to be producing thousands of bars a day instead of hundreds? He considered the logistics. Possible, but it would require a massive expansion, more staff. The second water wheel that IT felt premature. Is it the reach? Do I need to be exporting to other duchies as Elmsworth wants? Is successful defined as interducal market penetration? That, too, seemed like a later stage goal. Not a condition for completing this foundational task. He pulled out one of the standard, cured hard soap bars from his desk, turning it over in his hand. That IT was a good product, a great product. Even by the standards of this world, IT was creamy, smelled pleasantly of rosemary, and left the skin feeling clean and soft. IT was a revolution compared to the harsh lye blocks everyone else used. But was it perfect? The 80-year-old engineer in him, the perfectionist who had spent decades refining designs, optimizing systems, pushing the boundaries of what was possible, took over to examine the bar with a new, ruthlessly critical eye. The texture, while smooth, still had a faint, almost imperceptible graininess if you looked closely enough. That a result of using tallow, a less refined fat. The color was a pale, creamy beige, but it wasn't uniform. There were subtle, milky swirls, indicators of good, but not perfectly homogeneous. Saponification process. The lather was rich, yes, but could it be richer, creamier, more stable? He thought of the liquid soap. IT was a masterpiece of improvisation, a triumph of rustic alchemy. But it was still essentially a thick, opaque, soft soap paste. Not the clear, elegant, free-flowing liquid he remembered from Earth, the kind that looked like liquid glass in a clear bottle. And that was it. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow, a sudden, cold clarity he hadn't achieved. Successful production. He had achieved successful production of a good enough prototype. The system wasn't judging him on his sales figures or his market dominance. That IT was judging him on the quality of the product itself. The task wasn't just to build a factory. It was to build a factory that produced a product of true, uncompromised, unparalleled excellence. Successful production didn't mean profitable. IT meant perfect. Damn it, he breathed, a slow, almost admiring smile spreading across his face. You're a harsh critic, systemed a very, very harsh critic. The lingering question was answered. The path forward was clear. The soap wasn't good enough. Not yet. Not for the system. Not for the 1,000 coin reward. And not, he realized with a sudden, fierce surge of his own ingrained perfectionism. For him, either he stormed out his office and back into the main manufactory, where his R&D team was just finishing their work for the night. Alaric was meticulously cleaning his beakers. Lyra was updating the workflow chart, and Boren was trying to covertly rig a small distillation apparatus to see if he could make a beverage out of fermented rose petals. Team, Lloyd's voice, sharp and commanding, cut through their end-of-day routines, making them all jump. New directive, effective immediately. They stared at him, their expressions a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Our current product line, Lloyd declared, holding up the hard soap bar, is a success, a triumph. And as of this moment, it is obsolete. A stunned silence greeted his pronouncement. Obsolete, my lord? Alaric stammered, looking as if Lloyd had just declared the fundamental laws of alchemy to be null and void. But the sales, the quality is consistent. Chapter 280 consistent is not the same as perfect, Alaric, Lloyd stated, his eyes blazing with a new, intense fire. We are not in the business of good enough, that we are in the business of aura of perfection. And our current product, it is merely the first draft. He turned to them, his voice ringing with a new, relentless purpose. Our new primary objective is this: to create the perfect bar of soap. That I want a bar so smooth it feels like polished silk. That I want a lather so rich and creamy it feels like washing with clouds. That I want a product so flawless, so undeniably superior, that it doesn't just create envy, it inspires awe. He paced before them, his mind already racing, formulating the new research directives. Boren, Lyra, your work on the dispenser was brilliant. Now, I want you to apply that same ingenuity to the curing process. That I want a controlled environment, that we need to manage not just time, but humidity, temperature, airflow. I want every bar to cure perfectly, uniformly, every single time. He turned to Alaric. Alaric, the tallow is good, but it is not great. That we need to explore other oils. The olive oil Ken is sourcing. I want you to begin small batch experiments immediately. Blend it with the tallow. See how it affects the final texture, the lather, and almond oil. I have a hunch that a small, trace amount might be the key. That it's expensive, yes, but I want you to test its properties. That I want to know precisely what it adds to the formulation. He looked at all of them, his gaze intense, demanding. We are no longer just a factory. We are a laboratory. We will not rest. We will not be satisfied with good enough. That we will innovate. We will refine. We will experiment until we have created not just the best soap in this duchy, but the best soap in this entire God's forsaken world. Only then, he said, his voice dropping to a low, determined whisper, will our work truly be complete. The team stared at him, their earlier satisfaction with their success completely overshadowed by this new, daunting, almost impossible challenge. They saw the fire in his eyes, the unshakable resolve in his voice. This wasn't just about business anymore. This was a quest for perfection. And they were all, whether they knew it or not, about to become pioneers in the high-stakes, surprisingly complex world of artisanal soap alchemy. The path to the 1,000 system coins, Lloyd now understood, was paved not with gold, but with silken, perfect, flawlessly lathering soap. The new directive had sent a fresh wave of frenetic, focused energy through the elixir manufactory. The pursuit of perfection was an intoxicating challenge, and his team had risen to it with a fervor that was both impressive and slightly alarming. Boren was now happily designing a complex system of humidifiers and dehumidifiers involving heated rocks and damp moss. Lyra was creating workflow charts for a hypothetical multi-oil blending station, and Alaric was sequestered in his lab, surrounded by tiny beakers, muttering to himself about the saponification index of almond glycerides. Lloyd, having set his brilliant, slightly unhinged team on their new quest, found himself with a rare, quiet evening. The ledgers were balanced, the production schedules for the obsolete, but still wildly profitable standard soap were running smoothly, and the existential dread about reborn enemies had been temporarily shoved into a soundproof mental box labeled Problems for Future Lloyd. He returned to his suite to find it in its usual state of elegant, chilly silence. Rosa was there, seated not at her desk, but in the large velvet armchair by the unlit fireplace, a thick, ancient-looking tome open on her lap. The soft light from a single oil lamp cast a warm glow on her veiled face, the silver threads and the lace shimmering, making her look even more ethereal, more untouchable than usual. He stood there for a moment, just observing her, the ice princess in her natural habitat, She was so still, so completely absorbed in her reading, that she might have been a statue, a perfect, exquisite sculpture of a noble woman lost in study, that he remembered their last, almost conversation, the one where she had snorted at his glib answer. IT had been a breakthrough. A fluke? An auditory hallucination brought on by stress and bad tea? He still wasn't sure. The silence stretched, comfortable for her, slightly awkward for him, that he felt the familiar, almost compulsive urge to fill it, to poke the sleeping dragon, to see if he could elicit another one of those rare, almost invisible flickers of human emotion. His mind, weary from a day of alchemical theory and logistical planning, reached for a conversation starter. And, as was becoming increasingly common, the one it found was probably not the wisest, most socially adept choice, that he was thinking about his new product lines, the babies of his burgeoning empire, the different formulations, the new scents, the potential for a whole family of aura products. And the word, unfortunately, stuck that he cleared his throat. Rosa didn't look up, but he saw the faintest tightening of her shoulders, a silent acknowledgement of his presence, a subtle tensing in preparation for whatever inanity he was about to unleash. So, Lloyd began, his voice casual, almost conversational, as he ambled over towards the sofa, his designated patch of domestic territory. Been thinking. Silence. The soft rustle of a turning page was her only reply. He pressed on, blissfully, suicidally, unaware of the conversational cliff he was about to gleefully leap from. About the future, of the house, the lineage, all that important, noble stuff. He sank onto the sofa, feigning a thoughtful expression, and it got me wondering. He paused for dramatic effect. Rosa still did not look up. So, how many babies do you want? The silence that followed was not merely the absence of sound. That IT was a solid thing, that a physical entity, that a block of pure, unadulterated, super-chilled, mortified silence that descended upon the room and seemed to suck all the warmth, all the air, all the very life from it. The page-turning stopped. The air stopped moving. The dust motes, which had been dancing so cheerfully in the lamplight, seemed to freeze mid-air, terrified. Slowly, with a deliberation that was infinitely more terrifying than any sudden movement, Rosa Siddick lowered her book. She placed it, with preternatural, chilling calm, on the small table beside her chair. Then, her head turned, a slow, inexorable pivot, like a statue coming to life. A very angry, very powerful, very much not amused statue. Her obsidian eyes, visible above the delicate silver lace of her veil, were no longer calm, no longer analytical. They were wide. Not with shock in the conventional sense, but with a kind of profound, almost cosmic, bewilderment that if he had just asked her to explain the mating habits of interdimensional dust mites, influent, sung through. Opera. Then the bewilderment was consumed, instantly, violently, by something else. That a wave of color, a stunning, furious, beautiful crimson, surged up her elegant neck, flooding her pale cheeks. A blush so intense it was visible even in the dim, flickering lamplight. It was the blush of a deeply private, deeply reserved individual who had just had their most personal, most sacrosanct boundaries violated by a conversational sledgehammer wielded by a complete and utter moron. And her eyes, her obsidian eyes, which had been merely wide, now narrowed into dangerous, glittering slits. The air around her didn't just feel cold anymore. It crackled at a faint, almost invisible, shimmering aura of pure, unadulterated, spirit power-infused rage began to emanate from her, making the hairs on Lloyd's arms stand on end. He had not just poked the dragon. He had apparently tap-danced on its snout while wearing novelty clown shoes and singing a jaunty sea shanty about its questionable parentage. What? Rosa said, her voice a low, terrifying whisper, each word a perfectly formed icicle of pure, concentrated fury. Did you just say to me? Lloyd's blood ran cold. The playful, anachronistic humor that had seemed so clever in his head moments before now revealed itself for what it was, a monumentally, catastrophically, suicidally stupid idea. The look in her eyes was not one of mere annoyance. That IT was the look of a woman who was actively, seriously, considering how to turn his internal organs into a tastefully arranged, if slightly messy, centerpiece for the dining hall. Lloyd stammered, his brain frantically, desperately, trying to backpedal, to defuse the situation, to find the emergency eject button on this conversational train wreck. I meant too late. She was rising from her chair, a fluid, terrifying movement of silk and suppressed rage. The spirit pressure, the familiar, crushing weight of her immense power, began to descend, making the very air in the room feel thick, heavy like trying to breathe underwater. Chapter 282, he was going to I eat here, that I in his own suite. Not at the hands of a reborn terrorist or a giant snake, but at the hands of his own furiously blushing, incredibly powerful, deeply offended wife. All because of a monumentally ill-advised joke. This, his internal monologue wailed, is going to be a very embarrassing obituary. Heir to Ferrum Duchy, survived Gala Forest, defeated cousin in tournament, was later found mysteriously flattened into a thin, vaguely Lloyd-shaped paste. Foul play and a really stupid question are suspected. Wait, he yelped, a squeak of pure, unadulterated panic. His hand, acting on pure survival instinct, shot into the inner pocket of his tunic, fumbling for the object he had brought back from the manufactory earlier that day. The very object that had sparked his disastrous train of thought, his last desperate, probably entirely useless, hope that he pulled it out, holding it up like a holy relic warding off a demon. This is what I meant. The babies. I meant these. He held in his trembling hand a small, exquisitely crafted, prototype dispenser bottle that, it was a miniature version of a large oak and steel model, no larger than his palm. Designed for travel or perhaps a lady's personal vanity, it was a baby version of their main product line. Rosa froze mid-rise, her killing intent momentarily checked, her furious, narrowed eyes fixing on the small, elegant object in his hand. The crushing spirit pressure faltered, a flicker of profound, utter confusion warring with the incandescent rage on her face. Babies, she repeated, the word a strangled, bewildered hiss. Yes, babies, Lloyd confirmed frantically, brandishing the miniature dispenser like a shield. Our new product line's babies, smaller versions, travel sizes, for convenience. I was just thinking about them. The product line, expanding the family, the Aura family of soap babies. He was babbling, he knew, a torrent of panicked, nonsensical, soap-related gibberish. He scrambled to his feet, holding the small bottle out to her like a peace offering. See, baby, it's a prototype for a new, more personal line that I wanted your opinion on the size, the feel, the general baby-ness of it. He offered a weak, terrified, hopeful smile. Rosa stared at the small bottle. She stared at his panicked, desperate face. She looked at the word baby still echoing in the tense, rosemary-scented air. Her expression, which had been a mask of pure, homicidal fury, began to crumble. The rage faltered. The intense crimson blush remained, but it was now overlaid with something else, something utterly, completely bewildering. The corners of her lips, which had been pressed into a thin, white line of fury, twitched. Once, twice. Then she just snorted. Next morning, he was in the middle of a meeting with Mei Jing and Tisha, discussing the next phase of their marketing strategy, a plan to subtly introduce the more affordable hard soap bars to the upper echelons of the guild merchants, when a triumphant, almost unhinged shout echoed from the laboratory wing of the old mill. Eureka! By the beard of Grimaldi, I've done it. It's silk. It's actual bloody liquid silk. The voice was unmistakably Boren's, laced with the manic, joyous energy of a man who had either just made a revolutionary scientific breakthrough or accidentally turned himself into a newt and found the experience surprisingly pleasant. Lloyd, Mei Jing, and Tisha exchanged surprised, intrigued glances. "Excuse me, ladies," Lloyd said, a grin already forming on his face. "It seems our head of experimental R&D has had a breakthrough. Let's go see what he's managed to create this time. And someone," he added, glancing towards the door, "might want to have a fire extinguisher bucket handy, just in case." They hurried towards the lab, a small, stone-walled chamber that was now Alaric's pristine sanctuary of precision and Boren's chaotic playground of what if. They found the two alchemists and Lyra gathered around a small, cooling vat of what looked like soap. But it was different. The batch of hard soap they had been working on, the one meant to be the next generation Nobel's choice, looked luminous. Its color was no longer the creamy, pale beige of the tallow-based bars, but a pure, almost translucent, pearlescent white. It seemed to possess a faint, internal glow, a soft, silken sheen that was utterly captivating. Boren was practically dancing a jig, his unruly red hair looking even more chaotic than usual. Lyra was staring at the vat with a rare, almost awestruck expression, her usual pragmatism momentarily forgotten. And Alaric, the quiet perfectionist, was holding a small, freshly cut, semi-cured bar in his hand, his eyes wide behind his spectacles, looking at it with the kind of reverent, tearful I usually reserve for the birth of a firstborn child or a perfectly balanced chemical equation. "What is this, Boren?" Lloyd asked, his own curiosity piqued as he approached the vat. The air in the lab smelled wonderful, a subtle, complex fragrance that was more than just rosemary. There was a faint, sweet, nutty undertone. "It's perfection, my lord," Bourne declared, beaming. "It's the silken bar, the culmination of our research, the final, glorious answer to your challenge." He launched into a rapid-fire, enthusiastic explanation, following Lloyd's directive to pursue perfection. The team had been experimenting relentlessly. Lyra had focused on the curing environment, her new system of controlled humidity and airflow already showing results, making the standard bars harder and milder than before. But the true breakthrough had come from Alaric's meticulous, almost obsessive oil-blending experiments. "It was the almond oil, my lord," Alaric chimed in, his voice trembling with a quiet, academic passion. "As you suspected, tallow alone is a good base. It creates a hard, long-lasting bar. The olive oil we source softens it, adds moisturizing properties, but the almond oil a trace amount, no more than 5% of the total oil volume. It performs a kind of alchemy all its own." He explained that the unique fatty acid profile of the almond oil, when introduced into the saponification process at a precise temperature, acted as a natural superfatting agent and a catalyst for a finer, creamier crystalline structure in the finished soap. That IT resulted in a bar that was not just cleansing, but incredibly, almost unnaturally smooth. And the lather, Boren boomed, grabbing a small, still soft piece of the new soap and plunging his hands into a nearby water basin. He worked up a foam, and the team gasped. IT was different from their standard soap's lather. IT was denser, richer, with smaller, more stable bubbles, clinging to his hands not like foam, but like a thick, silken cream. "It feels like velvet, my lord, like washing with clouds spun from pure silk." Lloyd took the small bar Alaric offered. That IT felt different, smoother, almost slippery to the touch. With a density that spoke of quality, he tried it himself, the silken lather blooming between his palms, the soft, complex scent filling the that IT was a world away from even their successful first batch. This was not just soap. This was a true luxury item, a sensory experience that was utterly, completely, addictively sublime. This, he realized, his heart thumping with a sudden, fierce certainty. This is it. This is the product that will complete the system's task. This is the perfection it was demanding. That a wave of pure, triumphant joy, so potent it was almost overwhelming, surged through him that he looked at his team, at their proud, excited, exhausted faces. Alaric's precision, Boren's wild innovation, Lyra's practical genius, Jasmine's quiet competence, his own guiding vision. It had all come together to create this small, perfect, pearlescent bar of soap that he felt a surge of gratitude so profound it almost choked him. These people, they weren't just employees. They were his team, his crew, his partners in this bizarre, fragrant, alchemical revolution. This, Lloyd said finally, his voice thick with an emotion he didn't bother to hide, is magnificent. IT is more than I ever hoped for. You have all performed a miracle. He looked at each of them in turn, a wide, genuine, unrestrained grin spreading across his face. And a miracle of this magnitude. It calls for a celebration. He clapped his hands together, his voice booming through the laboratory, filled with a sudden, infectious joy. "Tonight, the entire manufactory, everyone, we feast. We are closing down production for the evening. That I am sending Ken to procure several barrels of the finest ale, a whole roasted boar, and anything else the head cook can be persuaded to part with. Tonight, we do not work as colleagues. Tonight, we celebrate as a team, as a family." A cheer erupted from Boren. A rare, wide smile bloomed on Lyra's face. Alaric looked momentarily panicked at the thought of such unstructured social interaction, but then even he managed a small, hesitant smile. Chapter 284. The breakthrough was more than just chemical. It was communal. And as Lloyd looked at the happy, excited faces of the people who had helped him build his strange little empire from the ground up, he realized, with a clarity that was as pure and satisfying as the silken bar itself, that this feeling, this shared triumph, this sense of camaraderie and creation, it was a reward far greater than any number of system coins. Though he thought, a familiar, pragmatic glint returning to his eyes, the 1,000 coins would still be very, very nice. The elixir manufactory, usually a place of focused, industrious humming and the clean, herbaceous scent of rosemary, was transformed. The cavernous main floor of the old grain mill, cleared of its usual workbenches and raw materials, now glowed with the warm, flickering light of a dozen extra torches and a massive, roaring fire in the central hearth, over which a whole, glistening boar turned slowly on a spit, its skin crackling, its aroma filling the air with the promise of a feast. Long trestle tables, borrowed from the estate's banquet stores, were laden with food, wheels of sharp cheese, baskets of fresh, crusty bread, bowls of roasted root vegetables, and vast platters of honey cakes and fruit tarts. And, most importantly, 2 large barrels of the finest, darkest ale from the ducal cellars, tapped and ready, presided over by a beaming, if slightly intimidated, Ken Park, who had apparently been temporarily reassigned from transcendent bodyguard to overpowered but very efficient bartender. The entire team was there. Jasmine, her usual forewoman seriousness replaced by a shy, happy smile, moved through the crowd, ensuring everyone had a full plate. Martha and Pia, their faces flushed with excitement, laughed at one of Bourne's wild, exaggerated stories. Alaric, clutching a mug of ale as if it were a delicate beaker of a volatile substance, was actually engaged in a quiet, intense conversation with Lyra about the relative merits of different wood types for curing racks. It was a scene of boisterous, chaotic, joyful celebration. Lloyd moved through the heart of it all, a mug of ale in his hand, a profound sense of pride and contentment warming him more than the fire or the strong drink. He had wanted to reward his team, to celebrate their breakthrough with the silken bar. But as he looked around, he realized he had created something more than just a successful product. He had created this strange, eclectic, but undeniably loyal family. He shared a drink with Boren, who was now enthusiastically describing his next grand idea, a soap that could be used to write temporary, invisible messages that only appeared when wet. Think of the possibilities for espionage, my lord, and for surprise party invitations. He listened as Alaric, his usual reserve loosened by second mug of ale, passionately explained his theory that the precise molecular structure of the almond oil was acting as a crystalline lattice template during the final stages of saponification, a concept so advanced and so brilliantly articulated that Lloyd, the engineer, was genuinely fascinated. He watched as Tisha, who had been invited as the newest and already indispensable member of the leadership team, effortlessly charmed the shy Pia into telling a funny story about her hometown. Her natural charisma, a warm, inclusive force that drew people in. He found Mei Jing near the hearth, observing the scene with a small, almost invisible analytical smile. "A wise investment, my lord," she commented, gesturing with her mug towards the laughing, celebrating team. "Morale is a tangible asset. A loyal, happy workforce is a productive one. This feast will likely increase our production efficiency next week by at least 7%. Lloyd laughed. "Ever the merchant. Mei Jing, can't you just enjoy the party?" "I am," she replied, her smile widening slightly, a genuine warmth touching her dark eyes. "This is a very well-run party. The resource allocation is excellent." Later, as the evening wore on, the mood grew more relaxed, more intimate. They gathered around the fire, the ale flowing freely, the stories becoming more personal. Lloyd found himself sitting on a rough wooden crate between Jasmine and Tisha, listening, truly listening, for the first time, to their stories. Jasmine, her shyness melting away under the warmth of the fire and the camaraderie, spoke of her mother, of her hopes that the money from her new position would finally be enough to see her well. Her voice thick with a quiet, fierce love. Tisha, her usual bright cheerfulness softening into a more thoughtful candor, spoke of growing up in the chaos of the merchant district, of learning to read people, to navigate the complex social currents of the city, not as a science, but as a means of survival. Lloyd, in turn, found himself speaking not as the Archduke's heir, not as the Major General, but just as Lloyd. He spoke of his own, heavily edited, past, of his feeling of being an outsider, of his desire to build something new, something of his own. He spoke of his vision for Aura, not just as a business, but as a standard of quality, of innovation. And they listened, not with the deference due a lord, but with the engaged interest of friends, of partners. They were a strange, eclectic mix, a reincarnated noble with a secret past, a razor-sharp merchant's daughter, a charismatic tavern wench, a shy butcher girl, a meticulous alchemist, an explosive innovator, a pragmatic logistics expert, and 2 diligent, hard-working maids. They had nothing in common on the surface, but they were united by this strange, fragrant enterprise, by a shared purpose, by a loyalty not just to the gold they were earning, but to the vision they were building. Together, T looked at their faces, illuminated by the firelight, bright with laughter, with shared stories, with the easy camaraderie of a team that had weathered challenges and achieved something remarkable together. He saw not just employees, but allies, not just subordinates, but friends. That a profound, almost painful, realization settled over him. He had spent so much of his lives alone. The first Lloyd, isolated by his own inadequacy. Km. Evan, the major general, respected but distant, his closest. Relationships defined by professional collaboration, his heart guarded after the loss of his first wife. And this new Lloyd, a man hiding a universe of secrets, navigating a world of political intrigue and supernatural threats. But here in this dusty, repurposed mill, surrounded by the smell of roasting boar and curing soap, amidst this strange, wonderful, motley crew, he didn't feel alone. That he realized, with a jolt that was more profound than any bloodline awakening, that he hadn't just built a factory, he hadn't just founded a business, he had, quite by accident, built a family out of fierce, protective warmth, stronger and more potent than any void power, swelled in his chest. These people, his people, they were the true foundation of his empire, and he would protect them, all of them, from the gathering storms, from the ghosts of his past, with everything he had, the soap, the system coins, the power. It wasn't just for him anymore. The IT was for them. He raised his mug, the firelight gleaming in his eyes. To Aura, he said, his voice quiet but ringing with a new, deeper conviction. And to the family that builds it. A chorus of cheers answered him, echoing off the high, dusty rafters of the old mill, a sound of shared triumph, of found family, of a future that for the first time felt not just survivable, but truly, wonderfully bright. The celebratory feast had forged a new, stronger bond within the Aura team. The atmosphere in the manufactory was no longer just productive. It was joyful. The shared victory, the sense of camaraderie, had supercharged their efforts, and the results were tangible. The first exclusive batch of the new silken bar, a name Mei Jing had immediately seized upon and approved, was ready. They were masterpieces, cured to perfection in Lyra's humidity-controlled lofts. The bars were a luminous, pearlescent white, their texture impossibly smooth, the stamped FF monogram sharp and elegant. The subtle, complex scent of rosemary and sweet almond was intoxicating, and the lather, as Lloyd confirmed with a satisfied grin during a final quality control test, was nothing short of divine. It was a product that didn't just meet the standard of luxury, it redefined it. This, Mei Jing declared, holding one of the finished bars as if it were a flawless diamond, her dark eyes gleaming with avaricious delight, is not a soap. This is a weapon of mass social destruction. The women of the court fought over the first version. This will cause riots. Then let us be strategic about how we deploy our new weapon, Lloyd replied, a predatory smile matching her own. It's time for the second wave. Chapter 286. The strategy was a mirror of their first, wildly successful launch. But with a clever, calculated twist. This time, the elegant, indigo-inked invitations were not addressed to the noble women of the capital, but to their husbands. The Archduke, Lloyd Ferrum, and Lord Lloyd Ferrum request the pleasure of your company at a private exhibition. For the discerning gentleman who appreciates the finer points of strength, refinement, and a decisive advantage. The wording was deliberately masculine, subtly competitive. The venue was not a sun-drenched solarium, but the stark, impressive grandeur of the Ferrum Estate's primary training hall, a place of steel, sweat, and martial prowess. The curiosity, this time, was even more intense. The husbands had all endured weeks of their wives' ecstatic pronouncements about the liquid silk and their insufferably smug displays of the oak and steel dispensers. They were a captive and deeply resentful audience. Now, an exclusive event, just for them. An event that hinted at strength and advantage. They were intrigued, and more. Importantly, they could not afford to be seen as less influential, less in the know than their wives. They had to attend. The 50 most powerful men in the capital. Dukes, marquises, guild masters, and high-ranking military commanders arrived at the training hall. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the ladies' event. It was thick with the scent of oiled leather, expensive wine, and simmering masculine ego. Mei Jing, dressed in a severe but stunningly elegant black silk tunic that marked her as a figure of authority, did not greet them with flattery. She greeted them with a challenge. In the center of the hall, two of the ducal guard's most formidable weapons masters were engaged in a fierce, spectacular sparring match. Their blades ringing, sparks flying, the assembled lords watched, nodding appreciatively at the display of skill and strength. When the match concluded, Mei Jing stepped forward. "My lords," she began, her voice crisp, commanding. "You have just witnessed a display of Ferrum. Strength, of power, of precision." She paused, letting her gaze sweep over their powerful, expectant faces. "But what is the true measure of a man of your stature? It is not merely the strength of his sword arm, but the refinement of his life, the quality of his choices." She gestured towards a long table, where on individual stands of dark, polished ironwood rested 50 of the new silken bars, each in its own stark, minimalist black wooden box, lined not with silk, but with deep gray velvet. Your esteemed ladies, Mei Jing continued, her voice a smooth, silken weapon, have already discovered the secret of aura. They have experienced a new standard of personal luxury. But that, she smiled, a slow, almost pitying smile, was a product designed for their delicate sensibilities. For you, my lords, we have crafted something different. She picked up one of the black boxes. This is not merely a cleansing agent. This is an affirmation of power. The Aura Silken Bar, forged from the finest ingredients, cured through a proprietary process that ensures unparalleled hardness and longevity. Its lather is not merely rich. It is commanding. Its scent, she brought the bar close to her nose, is not merely pleasant. It is the clean, sharp, invigorating scent of rosemary and almond. A scent of focus, of clarity, of a mind unburdened by the mundane. She looked directly at the assembled men, her gaze sharp, challenging. Your wives possess the elixir of beautiful, fleeting luxury. But you, my lords, you can possess the foundation, the substance, the silken bar that is a symbol not just of refinement, but of enduring strength, that a private luxury that speaks more powerfully of your status than any jewel or title. The pitch was perfect. It didn't appeal to vanity, but to ego.to strength, to the idea that this was a masculine product, superior in its substance to the fleeting elixir of their wives. The demonstration was simple, brutal, effective. She had a brawny, grimy-looking stable hand, fresh from mucking out the griffin pins. Brought into the hall, he washed his hands with a standard lye block, scrubbing furiously, leaving his skin red, raw, and still faintly stained. Then, he washed his other hand. With the silken bar, the rich, creamy lather effortlessly stripped away the grime, leaving his skin clean, smooth, and smelling faintly of success. The visual contrast was undeniable. The result was a foregone conclusion. The men, their skepticism melted away by a combination of peer pressure, spousal envy, and a genuinely superior product, were hooked. The initial, exclusive run of the silken bar sold out before the event even concluded. The pre-orders for future batches instantly dwarfing their initial projections. That aura was no longer a woman's luxury. It was a household necessity for anyone who considered themselves anyone. It had conquered both sides of the domestic aisle. The victory was absolute. The profits were staggering. And Lloyd Ferrum, watching the proceedings with Mei Jing from a high gallery overlooking the training hall, felt the familiar, satisfying chime in his mind as the last gold coin for the last pre-ordered silken bar was counted. But this time, the feeling was different. That it wasn't just about the money. It was about the beautiful, ruthless, undeniable elegance of a perfectly executed plan. He looked at Mei Jing, at the triumphant, predatory gleam in her dark eyes, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that he had found his perfect partner in commerce. Well, he said, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. That went rather well, I think. It was adequate, my lord, Mei Jing replied, though the brilliant smile she gave him was anything but. Now, shall we discuss our plans for cornering the market on bath oils? The empire was growing, and its future looked very bright, very clean, and very, very profitable. The frantic, exhilarating chaos of the silken bar launch had finally begun to subside, replaced by the steady, satisfying hum of a business that had not just found its footing, but was now sprinting towards market dominance. The last of the initial, exclusive batch of the new bars had been sold. Pre-orders were stacked to the rafters, and the Aura brand had cemented itself as the undisputed pinnacle of luxury and status in the capital. Lloyd stood on the mezzanine of his manufactory, looking down at the smoothly operating production floor. The air, a fragrant blend of rosemary, almond, and curing soap, was the scent of victory. He felt a deep, bone-deep satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment that was as solid and real as the gleaming dispenser bottle in his hand. They had done it. Against all odds, against all expectations. They had built this. It was in this quiet moment of reflection. As the last rays of the afternoon sun slanted through the high, dusty windows of the old mill, that he felt it like a chime. Not a physical sound, but a clear, resonant, almost triumphant chime that echoed solely within the confines of his mind. It was the system, announcing the conclusion of a long, arduous journey. System notification, primary goal operation, suds and steel, the foundation. Final assessment complete. Lloyd's breath caught in his throat. His heart, which had been beating with the steady rhythm of a contented factory owner, suddenly began to hammer with a fierce, almost painful, Anticipation. Analysis. User has successfully established a dedicated manufactory. User has commenced successful, consistent, large-scale production of multiple product lines, hardbar, soft soap elixir. User has now achieved a new, significantly higher standard of product quality with the development and successful production of the silicon bar. Conclusion. All task parameters for successful production have been met and exceeded. Objective 2 is now complete. Primary goal fulfilled. He had done it. The silicon bar, his team's masterpiece of applied alchemy, had been the final, missing piece. It wasn't just about sales. It was about quality. The system had been waiting for him to achieve not just success, but perfection. That a wave of pure, unadulterated relief, so potent it almost made him dizzy, washed over him. The lingering question, the gnawing unease that had been a shadow at the back of his mind for weeks, was finally, blessedly, answered. And then came the rewards. Reward. Issued. 1,000 system coins SC. The number blazed in his mental vision, a glorious, beautiful, almost holy string of digits. 1,000 at IT was a fortune. An order of magnitude beyond anything he had previously received at IT was enough to transform him from a clever upstart with a few neat tricks into a true power player. Ascension, high-level void power rank dash-ups to IT was all suddenly, tantalizingly, within reach. His system balance, which he had been painstakingly, slowly, building through daily conversions and minor quests, exploded. Current system coins, 170, previous, plus 1,000, reward, equals 1170 SC. 1,170 system coins. He stared at the number, a slow, wide, almost disbelieving grin spreading across his face, and he felt like a desert traveler who, after weeks of surviving on a few sips of water per day, had just stumbled upon a vast, clear, bottomless lake. But the system wasn't finished. System notification. Primary goal reward protocol activated. New permanent system function unlocked. A new tab, glowing with a soft, inviting, golden light, appeared on the main menu of his system interface. IT was a single, simple, beautiful word. Farming chapter. 288. This was it. The true prize. The game changer. The function that promised to free him from the endless, dangerous grind for golden coins. The key to sustainable, long-term power growth. His relief and excitement were immense. A physical force that made him want to laugh, to shout, to run a victory lap around his soap-scented factory. All the hard work, the risks, the stress, the near-death experiences with giant snakes and enraged cousins. It had all been worth it. The foundation wasn't just laid. It was a fortress built of steel and soap, and now it was ready to be built upon, funded by a river of system coins he had earned through sheer, audacious, innovative grit. He immediately, instinctively, tried to access the new function. He focused his will on the glowing farming tab, eager to see what lay behind it. What miracles of passive income generation it offered. A new prompt appeared, crisp and clinical, and a testament to the system's ever-present, slightly infuriating sense of cosmic capitalism. System function. Farming. Description. Allows the user to establish and manage passive or active generation systems for system coins and other valuable resources. Requires initial investment to unlock and operate. Access cost, 1,000 system coins to unlock the farming interface for the first time. Subsequent access fee, 5 system coins per entry. Lloyd's triumphant grin faltered, then dissolved into a look of profound, almost comical, exasperation. Of course, wasn't free. Of course. The key to unlocking the ultimate power-up function cost exactly the same amount as the massive reward he had just received for unlocking it. The system giveth, and the system immediately presenteth an invoice for services rendered. IT was the ultimate cosmic bait-and switch. He stared at the prompt, a slow, weary, yet strangely amused sigh escaping him. You are a cruel, brilliant, utterly infuriating bastard. You know that system? He muttered to the empty AIR that IT was a perfect, self-contained loop that he needed the factory to complete the task. He completed the task to get the reward. And he needed the reward to pay the entry fee for the new function that the task had unlocked. IT was a beautiful, elegant, and deeply, deeply annoying piece of game design. He thought about it. Spend the 1,000 coins now, unlock the farming function, see what it offered, and begin the process of building a passive income stream. It was tempting, incredibly tempting. The promise of generating coins without having to risk his life in cursed forests or negotiate with disguised kings was almost irresistible. But the 80-year-old pragmatist, the soldier who had learned the value of a strategic reserve the hard way, held him back. He had 1170 SC. Spending 1,000 now would leave him with 170, a respectable sum. Yes, but not a fortune. Not a true buffer. Against the unknown threats that he now knew were lurking in the shadows, Ben Ferrum's warnings still echoed in his mind. The ghosts of his past were out there, and they were strong. What if he needed that 1,000 coins for an emergency? A high-level void power rank up to survive a sudden assassination attempt. A last-ditch transcendence for Fong Fairy in the middle of a battle he couldn't win. No, the farming function was a long-term investment, not a luxury. Right now, his priority was immediate, applicable power and security. Unlocking it could wait, just a little longer. Until he had a larger cushion, a greater sense of security, he turned away from the mental interface, a newfound sense of calm settling over him. The foundation was secure. The resources were there. The path was clear. The frustration of the lingering task was gone, replaced by the quiet, satisfying certainty of a job well and truly done. He had built his engine. Now, it was time to let it run. The triumph of completing the system's foundational task had settled into a quiet, confident hum that resonated through the entire Aura enterprise. The pressure was off. The 1,000-coin reward sat in Lloyd's mental account like a reassuringly heavy gold bar, a strategic reserve that granted him a new level of operational freedom. He could finally breathe. He could plan. He could think beyond the next desperate scramble for coins. The factory, now free from the frantic pressure of R&D, focused on what it did best, production. Under Jasmine's steady hand, the process was a model of efficiency. The clanking of Borin's stirring mechanism, the quiet focus of Alaric's quality control station, the scent of rosemary and almond. It was the soothing, productive rhythm of a successful business. Lloyd was in his office, reviewing production schedules with Mei Jing, when the summons came. A royal courier has arrived. Young Lord, a household guard announced, his voice holding a note of awed reverence. From the capital of Bethlehem, that he bears a message for the Archduke, but has specifically requested an audience with you as well. Lloyd and Mei Jing exchanged a surprised, intrigued glance. A royal courier from King Liam? So soon. They found Archduke Lloyd Ferrum in his study, a sealed parchment bearing the roaring lion sigil of the Bethlehem royal house on the desk before him. Roy's expression was, as usual, a mask of stern neutrality. But Lloyd, who was becoming increasingly adept at reading the subtle micro-expressions of his formidable father, detected a flicker of something else in his eyes, that a deep, profound, almost smug satisfaction. Lloyd, Roy began as they entered, foregoing the usual formalities. A message from our esteemed business partner. He tapped the royal seal. It seems word of your new silken bar has reached the ears of His Majesty. James. He picked up the parchment and read from it, his voice a dry, flat monotone that did nothing to conceal the momentous nature of the words. To our esteemed friend and ally, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, greetings. Whispers have reached our court of a new marvel from the innovative workshops of House Ferrum, a silken bar. They call it a cleansing agent of reportedly unparalleled quality, said to surpass even the delightful liquid elixir we have come to so greatly enjoy. These whispers have, naturally, piqued our royal curiosity to an almost unbearable degree. Therefore, we formally request a shipment of this new creation be dispatched to the royal palace at your earliest convenience, for immediate and thorough quality assessment. Roy set the parchment down, a faint, almost invisible smile touching his lips. It is signed, simply, your friend and expectant partner, James. Lloyd felt a surge of triumphant glee. The king had heard about the new soap, the grapevine. The network of gossip and envy they had so carefully cultivated had reached all the way to the throne of the kingdom. Their marketing wasn't just working. It was a resounding cross-border success. It seems, Lloyd, Roy continued, his gaze fixing on his son, the hint of a smile vanishing, replaced by a look of shrewd assessment, that your venture continues to attract high-level interest. He paused, then added, his tone deceptively casual, I confess I took the liberty of procuring a few of the initial silken bars from Lady Mei Jing yesterday afternoon. For my own personal quality assessment, of course. He picked up a small, unmarked black wooden box from his desk. One of the elegant packages Mei Jing had designed. He opened it, revealing the pearlescent white bar nestled within. He ran a thumb over its smooth, silky surface. Master Grimaldi's assessment was accurate, Roy stated, his voice a low rumble of understated approval. The texture is superior, the scent more refined, the quality is undeniable. He looked up at Lloyd, and in his eyes, Lloyd saw it again. That rare, fleeting flicker of genuine, unabashed paternal pride. You have surpassed your own initial success, son. You have created something truly exceptional. The praise, so direct, so unequivocal, struck Lloyd with more force than any of Ryan's physical blows. He felt a warmth spread through his chest, a feeling of validation that was more potent than any royal investment. "Thank you, Father," he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. "Do not thank me," Roy said, his expression becoming stern again, the moment of paternal warmth instantly locked away. "Thank your own ingenuity and your excellent team." He tapped the royal request. This, however, is not merely a compliment. Lloyd IT is a strategic opportunity of the highest order. The king is not just asking for soap. He is offering you another platform. Another, even more exclusive, endorsement. Mei Jing, who had been listening in silent, professional awe, stepped forward. "His Grace is correct, my lord," she said, her voice crisp with strategic excitement. The liquid elixir in the dispenser established Aura as a symbol of noble luxury. But this, the silken bar, personally requested by the king. This elevates the brand to a matter of royal desire. IT solidifies our position as the undisputed purveyors of refinement in all the known realms. "So, what is our response?" Roy asked, his gaze fixed on Lloyd, testing him, giving him the lead. Chapter 290. Lloyd didn't hesitate. The path was obvious, the strategy clear. "We do not just send him a shipment, Father," he declared, a slow, confident smile spreading across his face. "We send him a gift, a statement. We will prepare a special crate, 100 of the finest silken bars, each wrapped in the finest blue silk, nestled in beds of scented wood shavings. And we will include a personal note, not from House Ferrum, but from me, the creator, to Lord James, the investor. A note thanking him for his continued faith in our shared enterprise and expressing my personal hope that this new formulation meets his exacting standards." He continued, his mind already crafting the narrative. "It will be a complimentary shipment, of course, a gesture of partnership. The IT reinforces our relationship, strengthens his personal investment in our success, and guarantees that for the next several months, every time the King of Bethlehem washes his hands, he will be thinking of Ferrum innovation." Roy Ferrum's slow, almost invisible smile returned. He nodded once, a gesture of absolute approval. A sound strategy. IT balances respect with confidence, generosity with shrewd marketing. "You are learning the great game quickly, Lloyd." "I have a good teacher, Father," Lloyd replied, a hint of genuine affection in his voice. "See to it, then," Roy commanded, already turning back to his ledgers, the matter settled. "Mei Jing, you will oversee the preparation of the shipment. Ensure it is flawless. It will be a masterpiece of packaging and presentation, Your Grace," Mei Jing promised, bowing deeply, her eyes shining with delighted purpose as they left the study, the weight of the royal request settling on them not as a burden, but as a magnificent opportunity. Lloyd felt another surge of that dizzying, almost unbelievable sense of progress. Just a few months ago, he had been a disgraced, forgotten heir sleeping on a sofa. Now, he was exchanging strategic gifts with a king, building a commercial empire, and earning the genuine, if still deeply reserved, respect of his formidable father. The future of Aura and of Lloyd Ferrum was no longer just a distant, hopeful dream. IT was a tangible, fragrant, and increasingly powerful reality, and its influence was spreading, one bar of silken soap at a time, all the way to the royal bathrooms of a neighboring kingdom. The royal shipment, a masterpiece of packaging and subtle diplomacy, curated by Mei Jing, was dispatched with all due haste. The crate, crafted from polished ironwood and bearing a discreet, silver-inlaid Aura logo, was now on its way to the Bethlehem capital. A fragrant Trojan horse carrying the seeds of Ferrum's burgeoning commercial empire into the very heart of a rival power. With the immediate demands of royal appeasement satisfied, a new, almost unfamiliar, sense of stability settled over the elixir manufactory. The production lines for both the Silken Bar and the Royal Rosemary Elixir were running smoothly under Alaric's meticulous oversight. Tish's brilliant, multi-tiered queuing system had transformed the once chaotic factory gate into a model of orderly, if still deeply enthusiastic, commerce. The gold flowed, the ledgers balanced, the team was happy. By all accounts, Lloyd had achieved his goal. He had built a successful, self-sustaining business. For anyone else, this would have been a moment for consolidation, for enjoying the fruits of their labor. But for Lloyd, for the 80-year-old engineer Cam Evan who lived inside him, stability was just the launching pad for the next innovation. Success wasn't a destination, it was a baseline, from which to build something even bigger, even better. He stood in his father's study once more, not summoned this time, but having requested the audience himself. Roy Ferrum looked up from a report on border troop movements, his expression neutral, but his eyes holding a new, almost patient, curiosity. The dynamic between them had shifted. Lloyd was no longer just the problematic heir to be managed. He was a proven asset, a source of unexpected but highly profitable ideas. Lloyd, Roy acknowledged, setting down his quill. Master Elmsworth informs me that the manufactory's profit for the last quarter have already exceeded his most optimistic projections by 12%. That a commendable result. It is a promising start, Father, Lloyd replied calmly. But it is only a start. I believe we have barely scratched the surface of the potential market. Roy's eyebrow arched slightly. Indeed. You plan to expand production of your existing lines? Expand, yes, Lloyd confirmed. But also, diversify. I have a new idea. Father, a new product. Point one that doesn't target the luxury of the wash basin, but the drudgery of the laundry. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with the familiar, intense light of a new, revolutionary concept taking shape. Think of it, Father. How are clothes cleaned in this duchy? In every noble house, in every common household. They are scrubbed by hand in tubs of water heated over fires, using the same harsh lye soap blocks we use for everything else. That it is laborious, time-consuming work. That it is brutal on the hands of the servants. And he added, playing to his father's ingrained sense of aristocratic quality, it is damaging to fine fabrics. The harsh alkali fades delicate dyes, weakens the threads of expensive silks and linens. Roy listened, his expression thoughtful. He had, of course, never washed a single piece of clothing in his entire life, but he understood the principles of labor, efficiency, and the preservation of valuable assets. I propose a solution, Father, Lloyd declared. Powdered soap, a concentrated, powerful cleansing agent that we take our base soap formulation, but instead of curing it into bars, we dry it completely, pulverize it into a fine, easily soluble powder. We can then enhance this powder with other agents. He was already thinking of earth-based detergents, simplifying the concept for his father. Perhaps a natural abrasive, like finely milled pumice for heavily soiled work clothes. Or a gentle, non-alkaline brightening agent, like a derivative of borax for delicate white linens. We could even create scented versions, infusing the powder with lavender or citrus, leaving the entire household's laundry smelling not just clean, but fresh. He painted a picture for his father. Imagine, Father, that a laundry maid no longer has to spend hours scrubbing a single shirt with a harsh block. She simply adds a small scoop of this powerful, concentrated Ferrum's laundry powder to her tub of water. Tea dissolves instantly, creating a potent, cleansing solution that lifts away dirt with minimal scrubbing. It saves time, it saves labor, it saves the fabrics. He paused, then delivered the commercial masterstroke. And we sell it by the sack. Every noble house. Every wealthy merchant. Every large institution with laundry needs. The Ducal Guard, the Royal Academy, the guild halls. The potential for bulk sales for large-scale, recurring contracts is immense. That it is a different market from Aura, a market based not on luxury and status, but on efficiency, on practicality, on a demonstrably superior result for a fundamental, universal chore. Archduke Roy Ferrum stared at his son, his mind, a formidable engine of strategy and logistics, processing the implications. He saw it instantly. The efficiency, the scalability, the vast, untapped market. That he thought of the immense laundry operations required to maintain his own household guard, the sheer volume of linens, uniforms, and tapestries that were constantly being washed and often slowly ruined by the current crude methods. That a slow, almost predatory smile, the smile of a ruler who has just been shown a new, incredibly effective tool for improving his domain and his bottom line, touched his lips. His approval was silent but absolute, a tangible force in the room. Fired up by his father's unspoken but undeniable endorsement, Lloyd called an official Aura board meeting later that day. His board, consisting of Mei Jing, Tisha, Jasmine, and the three alchemists, gathered in the manufactory office, their faces curious, expectant. Lloyd, standing before a large slate board, unveiled his plan. That he didn't just talk about powdered soap. He laid out the entire vision. That he sketched the chemical process of pulverizing and drying the soap base. He outlined the potential for different formulations. A heavy-duty version, a delicate fabrics version. That he even, drawing on a distant memory of earthly advertising, sketched a rough concept for the packaging. Sturdy, brightly colored cloth sacks, branded not with the elegant Aura logo, but with a new, robust, practical brand name. We'll call it Radiance, he declared. Ferrum's Radiance laundry powder. The name implies brightness, cleanliness, a new standard. His team stared, their expressions a mixture of shock, bewilderment, and dawning, almost frantic excitement. They had just perfected the silken bar. They were still wrestling with the overwhelming success of their initial launch. And now, he was already proposing a whole new product line, a whole new industrial revolution. Mei Jing, the pragmatist, was the first to speak, her voice sharp with logistical questions. The drying process, my lord, it will require a new facility at a heated, low-humidity environment. And the pulverizing? We will need specialized grinding mills. This is a significant new capital investment, which our recent profits and the king's generous investment can more than cover, Lloyd countered smoothly. Chapter 292. Boren, the innovator, was practically vibrating out of his chair. Powdered soap? Brilliant. We can add color-changing agents, so it turns the water blue, or maybe one that fizzes, like an alchemical bath bomb, but for your undergarments. We will not be making fizzy, color-changing undergarment bombs, Boren, Lyra stated, her tone weary, but her eyes gleaming with a new, practical challenge. But the concept of adding functional agents, borax derivatives for whitening, perhaps a mild acid for stain removal, the alchemical potential is fascinating. Tisha, the voice of the people, saw a different angle. My lord, she said, her hazel eyes bright with insight. The nobles will buy this for their servants. But the true market, think of every washerwoman in the city, every household. If we can create a smaller, more affordable package for the common market, the volume would be staggering that we would not just be a luxury brand. We would be in every home in the duchy. The room buzzed with a new, powerful energy. The initial success of Aura had been a triumph. But this was the next frontier. This was the plan that would transform their small, luxury boutique operation into a true industrial powerhouse, a company that would change the very fabric of daily life in the entire realm. The soap empire was about to get a whole lot bigger and a whole lot cleaner. The intoxicating scent of a new frontier of Radiance laundry powder and burgeoning industrial might filled Lloyd's thoughts for the next several days. He was in his element, the engineer and the strategist working in perfect, exhilarating sync. He spent his mornings at the manufactory, locked in intense planning sessions with Mei Jing and his R&D team, sketching designs for drying kilns and grinding mills, debating the merits of citrus versus lavender for a fresh linen scent profile. His afternoons were spent with Master Elmsworth, poring over maps, identifying potential sites for a second. Larger factory dedicated solely to powdered soap production. The future was a vast, exciting blueprint, and he was the architect. He had, for the moment, successfully compartmentalized the more existentially terrifying aspects of his life. The enigma of Ben Ferrum, the warning of reborn enemies, the lingering mystery of the Red Man from his dream. They were all filed away in a mental box labeled "Deal with this later," preferably after becoming invincibly powerful and filthy rich. His focus was on the tangible, the controllable, the profitable. It was in the middle of one such productive afternoon, while he was deep in a debate with Boren over whether a gear-driven pulverizing hammer was more efficient than a stone-grinding wheel. Boren was arguing for the hammer, mostly, Lloyd suspected, because it sounded more excitingly destructive. That the summons came. It was not a simple request from a household guard. It was a formal, sealed missive delivered by his mother's personal handmaiden, a stern, older woman who looked at Lloyd's ink-stained fingers and slightly soap-scented tunic with quiet, yet profound, disapproval. The missive was brief, its elegant script a stark contrast to its undeniable, almost chilling authority. Lloyd. My private study. Immediately. MAF. Milady Austin Ferrum. Lloyd's blood ran cold. A summons from his father was a regular, if often stressful, occurrence. A summons from his mother. That was different. He couldn't remember the last time his mother had formally requested his presence for anything beyond a family dinner or a tedious state function. She was a quiet power in the estate, her influence subtle, pervasive, but rarely overt. For her to summon him, so directly, so formally, it could not be about soap. This was something else. Something serious. He excused himself from the factory, a knot of apprehension tightening in his stomach. He arrived at his mother's private study, a set of rooms in the east wing he had rarely entered, to find the atmosphere thick with an uncharacteristic intensity. The room was not like his father's imposing, power-focused study. It was elegant, refined, filled with light, priceless art, and shelves of ancient-looking books bound in soft, worn leather. His father, Archduke Lloyd Ferrum, was there, standing by the window, his arms crossed, his face an unreadable mask of granite. But it was clear he was not the one in command of this meeting, that he was an observer, a witness. His mother, Duchess Milady, sat behind her small, elegant rosewood desk. She was not smiling her usual polite, social smile. Her serene, almost placid, features were set in a look of grave, focused intensity. Her eyes, usually holding a quiet, intelligent amusement, were sharp, probing, fixed on him with a weight that was almost as heavy as his father's. "Lloyd," she began, her voice calm, yet devoid of its usual light, melodic quality. It was the voice of the Duchess, the matriarch, the wielder of a different, more ancient kind of power. "Thank you for coming so promptly." "Mother, father," Lloyd acknowledged, bowing respectfully, his senses on high alert. "You summoned me." "I did," Milady confirmed. She gestured to a chair opposite her desk. "Please be seated." It was a command, not an invitation. Lloyd sat, the silence stretching, thick with unspoken purpose. "We have watched you, Lloyd," Milady began finally, her fingers steepled before her, her gaze unwavering. "Over these past few months, we have seen the changes." She paused. "The tournament. The emergence of your Ferrum steel blood, a power you awakened through means we still do not fully comprehend. The incident in Gala Forest. Your newfound business acumen, which I confess continues to be a source of profound, if profitable, bewilderment." She took a slow, deliberate breath. "Your paternal heritage, the power of Ferrum, has manifested. Unexpectedly, yes, but powerfully. It is a strength you are beginning to learn to control, and that is good. It is necessary." Her eyes narrowed, the focus of her gaze intensifying. "But that is only half of your inheritance, Lloyd, half of your potential. You carry my blood as well, the blood of the Austen lineage." Lloyd's heart began to pound a slow, heavy rhythm in his chest. He knew where this was going. "In the tournament," Milady continued, her voice dropping, becoming almost a whisper, yet resonating with a strange, ancient power. "During your final confrontation with your cousin, we all witnessed it, a flash of it, the awakening." She leaned forward, her eyes seeming to pierce right through him, the black ring eyes. She held up a hand, forestalling any denial or deflection he might have been formulating. "Do not feign ignorance, Lloyd. That I know what I saw, that I know the legends of my own house, that I know the power that sleeps in my own veins, however diluted. What manifested in you? That was the true power, the pure power, undiluted, potent." She looked at her own husband, a flicker of something, shared history, old secrets, passing between them. "Your father and I have discussed this at length, and we are in agreement. This is a development of immense significance, a heaven-blessed opportunity, as the old text would say. Have a single heir inherit and awaken the true, potent forms of both the Ferrum and the Austen bloodlines. It is a convergence of power not seen in generations, perhaps never." She turned her gaze back to Lloyd, and her expression was no longer just serious. It was fierce, determined. "And we will not allow such a gift to be wasted. We will not allow that power to lie dormant within you, uncontrolled, misunderstood, a half-remembered party trick you stumbled upon by accident." She rose from her desk, her movements fluid, graceful, yet imbued with an undeniable, almost terrifying authority. "Your father has overseen your training in the Ferrum ways. Or he would have, had you not apparently decided to learn it all yourself through sheer, baffling instinct." A hint of her dry humor momentarily surfaced. "But the Austen power, that is a different matter. That is my heritage. Why responsibility?" She came around the desk, stopping before him, looking down at him, not as his mother, but as his new master. "It is time to address your other, more mysterious heritage, Lloyd. It is time for your true education to begin," she declared, her voice ringing with the finality of a royal decree. "Allowing your Austen bloodline to lie dormant, to remain a crude, instinctual weapon, would be a monumental waste. Therefore, effective immediately, I, Milady Austen Ferrum, will personally oversee your training. That I will teach you the true nature of the black ring eyes. I will guide you on the path to awakening the third, unique void power that is your birthright. The power born from the fusion of our two lineages." She held out her hand. "Come, Lloyd. Your lessons in soap and economics are concluded for the day. Your lessons in the true nature of power are about to begin." Lloyd stared at her outstretched hand, then at her fierce, determined face. This was it. The next step at a path to power he hadn't even known how to walk, now being laid out before him by the most unexpected of teachers, his mother. The quiet, elegant Duchess was about to become his drill sergeant in the arcane, terrifying arts of his own blood. Chapter 294. The decision, once made by his mother, was not up for debate. It was an imperial decree wrapped in maternal concern. Lloyd found himself agreeing, a mixture of apprehension and burgeoning excitement swirling in his gut. The black ring eyes were a potent, if terrifying, new weapon. He learned to control them, to understand their true potential under the guidance of someone who actually knew their secrets, It was an opportunity he couldn't refuse. "Very well, mother," he had said, rising to his feet. A new kind of student before a new kind of master. She led him not to the dusty archives or a quiet study, but to the main family's private, indoor training hall. IT was a space Lloyd had rarely used. Even in his first life, that IT was smaller than the Grand Hall's sparring circle. Its stone walls unadorned, its floor marked with the faint, overlapping lines of 1,000 different training patterns. At IT was a place of serious, focused work, reserved for the Archduke, the Duchess, and occasionally a particularly promising heir. The fact that he was being brought here now, for this purpose, was a statement in itself. As they stepped through the heavy oak doors, the smell of polished wood and old, honorable sweat greeting them, Lloyd's eyes immediately fell upon a figure, already occupying the center of the hall, and he froze. Rosa, his wife, a vision of deadly grace and stark, practical black training leathers that clung to her form like a second skin, was a whirlwind of silent, precise motion. Her silver-threaded veil was gone, her face bare, beautiful, and etched with a look of absolute, cold concentration, but a slender, wickedly sharp practice rapier. Its steel gleaming in the light from the high windows was a blur in her hand, tracing intricate, lethal patterns in the air. She moved with a fencer's perfect balance, her footwork swift, silent, economical. She was not just practicing. She was a predator, honing her killing craft. Her presence here was an unexpected and distinctly uncomfortable complication. This was supposed to be a private family lesson, a secret initiation into the mysteries of his maternal bloodline. Now, they had an audience that is silent, analytical, and probably deeply judgmental audience of one. Rosa, sensing their entrance, faltered in her routine for only a fraction of a second. Her obsidian eyes flickered towards them, registered their presence, then dismissed it, her focus returning instantly to her practice. There was no surprise in her gaze, no curiosity, just a silent, almost contemptuous acknowledgement that her private training space had been invaded. She continued her deadly dance, the whisper of her blade the only sound in the room, making it abundantly, uncomfortably, clear that she had no intention of leaving. Lloyd glanced at his mother, expecting her to perhaps dismiss Rosa, to request privacy for this sensitive family matter. But Melody's gaze was fixed on Lloyd, her expression serious, focused, utterly unconcerned by Rosa's presence. "Pay her no mind, Lloyd," Melody said, her voice calm, commanding. "Your wife is dedicated to her own training, as is her right. Her presence is irrelevant. Your focus must be here, on me." She walked to the center of the hall, her elegant gown a stark contrast to the functional space around her. She turned to face him, her usual maternal warmth completely absent, replaced by the cool, appraising gaze of a master assessing a new, untested apprentice. "The power of the Austen lineage, the black ring eyes, is not like the Ferrum steel," she began, her voice crisp, didactic. "The steel blood is a force of will imposed upon the external world that IT shapes. It burns, it projects. That IT is loud." She paused. "The Austen power is a force of will imposed upon reality itself. IT does not project. It defines. That IT does not shout. It whispers, and its whispers can shatter worlds. T wield it. You must first understand it, see it, feel its true nature." She met his gaze, and her own began to transform. "Observe closely, Lloyd." It happened with a smooth, silent, almost liquid speed. The sclera of her left eye, the one facing him, dissolved from white to a pool of pure, unnerving pitch black, and in its center, where her iris and pupil should have been, a single, luminous ring of pale, bluish-white light blazed into existence, pulsing with a cold, controlled, ancient power. Lloyd stared, his breath catching in his throat. He had seen the effect in his own reflection, felt it behind his own eyes, but to see it on someone else, on his own mother, wielded with such calm, deliberate, absolute control, it was different. IT was terrifying. The eye was no longer the warm, intelligent eye of Melody Austen. IT was an abyss, the gateway to a cold, dark, powerful place. "This," his mother stated, her voice seeming to echo slightly, imbued with the strange, resonant power of her transformed eye, "is the gate, the focus, the lens through which our will reshapes the world." Before Lloyd could fully process the sight, before he could ask a single one of the 1,000 questions now screaming through his mind, his mother did not speak again. She did not gesture. She simply looked at him, and his world tilted, IT wasn't a push. IT wasn't a blow. IT was a sudden, absolute, and utterly irresistible sensation of force. He was lifted effortlessly from the stone floor, his feet dangling several inches in the air. A powerful, constricting ring of pure, tangible, bluish-white energy, a perfect, shimmering manifestation of. The ring in his mother's eye had wrapped itself around his waist, holding him suspended, helpless in mid-air. He gasped, the air forced from his lungs not by the pressure of the ring itself. It was tight, yes, but not crushing, but by the sheer, shocking, disorienting sensation of being so utterly, completely controlled. He struggled instinctively, but it was like struggling against the very concept of gravity. The ring held him fast, a band of pure, inescapable will. He looked at his mother, at her single, glowing black and white eye, and he felt a jolt of profound, almost fearful, understanding. The simple, binding ring he had managed to project, the one that had snapped a willow branch. It was a child's toy, at a clumsy, flickering candle flame compared to the focused, unwavering, industrial-grade searchlight of power his mother now wielded. The ring she had created, projected by her gaze alone, felt solid, real, unbreakable. Its force was immense, yet controlled with a precision that was breathtaking. Across the hall, the whisper of steel abruptly ceased. Rosa, who had been pointedly ignoring them, had faltered in her sword practice. Her head was turned, her obsidian eyes, no longer coolly detached, now wide with a flicker of genuine, undiluted shock. She was staring, not at Lloyd dangling humiliatingly in midair, but at Milo Dwayt, the Duchess's transformed the palpable, overwhelming aura of ancient, terrifying power that now filled the room. Rosa was a prodigy of spirit. Power. She understood power, could sense its nuances, its strength. And what she was sensing now from her mother-in-law, the quiet, elegant Duchess she had likely dismissed as a mere political figurehead, was a form of void power so potent, so controlled, so utterly alien to the brute force energy she was used to, that it clearly, visibly shook her. The Ice Princess, for the second time in as many weeks, looked genuinely, comprehensively stunned. Lloyd, still dangling, still struggling to breathe, made a mental note. Never, ever get into an argument with Mother. Especially when she's using her scary eye. This family, he was beginning to realize, was composed entirely of terrifying, overpowered individuals who were all remarkably good at hiding it. Except for him, apparently he was still working on the hiding it part. Lloyd hung suspended in the air, a puppet on an invisible, unbreakable string. The world a slightly nauseating, tilted perspective. The constricting ring of bluish-white energy around his waist was a band of pure, unyielding will, a physical manifestation of his mother's power that was as humbling as it was terrifying. He could feel the sheer, condensed force within it, a sleeping giant of potential that she was holding in check with casual, almost contemptuous ease. His own attempts at projecting such a ring had been clumsy, instinctive, like a toddler learning to throw a ball. His mother, however, wielded it like a master surgeon wielding a scalpel. The precision, the stability, the sheer, quiet authority of the power. It was a different league entirely. Chapter 296. Across the hall, Rosa remained frozen, her practice rapier held loosely in her hand, her usual icy composure completely shattered. Her obsidian eyes, wide with a rare, unguarded shock, were still fixed on Milady. She was witnessing a form of void power she had likely never encountered before, a power that wasn't about flashy explosions or overwhelming spirit pressure, but about a subtle, absolute, terrifying control over the very fabric of reality. The quiet, elegant Duchess had just revealed herself to be a hidden master, a wielder of a legendary, almost mythical, power. The political and social landscape of the Ferrum household had just been seismically, irrevocably redrawn in Rosa's mind. Lloyd, meanwhile, was mostly focused on not throwing up from the disorienting sensation of being held aloft by his mother's vaguely demonic eyeball. This Lloyd, Milady's voice was calm, didactic, the voice of a master instructing a particularly slow and currently dangling apprentice, is the most basic, most rudimentary application of the Austen power, binding. Constriction, the imposition of a physical seal upon an object or a being. She gestured with her free hand, a small, graceful movement. It is useful for restraint, for defense, a simple but effective tool. That it is the power of the right eye, the eye of negation, of control, the same power you instinctively use to place the seal of severed perception on your cousin. She acknowledged his feat in the tournament with a cool, clinical nod. A surprisingly sophisticated application for a novice. You sealed his senses, not just his body. You demonstrated an innate, if uncontrolled, understanding of the power's true nature. It does not just bind flesh, it binds concepts. She paused, then, with a flick of her will, the constricting ring around Lloyd's waist simply dissolved. Not with a pop, not with a flash, but it just ceased to be. Gravity reasserted itself with a vengeance, and Lloyd dropped the last few inches to the stone floor with a jarring thud that sent a fresh wave of agony through his still healing legs. He grunted, stumbling, catching himself before he could collapse completely. However, Milady continued, utterly unconcerned by his less than graceful landing. Binding is merely the preface. The introduction that it is a child's first word in a language of infinite, cosmic poetry. Her expression became even more intense, her single, glowing black ring, eye seeming to burn with a new, creative fire. You used the true power of the right eye, the eye of the seal, but you have not yet begun to comprehend the true strength of the left eye. She looked away from him, her gaze sweeping across the empty training hall, as if searching for a suitable canvas for her next lesson. Her black ring, eye fixed upon the far wall, a solid expanse of thick, ancient stone. The right eye seals, it negates, it controls what is, she explained, her voice a low, resonant hum. But the left eye, Lloyd, the left eye creates, that it generates, that it gives form to that which is not, that it is the eye of manifestation, of creation, of pure, generative force. As she spoke, she raised her hand again. The air before her, near the far wall, began to shimmer, to coalesce. The same bluish-white energy of the binding ring flowed from her gaze. But this time, it did not form a simple circle. It flowed, twisted, gathered, solidifying with impossible speed into a new shape. A war-hammered it was immense, a colossal, two-handed maul that seemed to be sculpted from pure, solidified moonlight and captured starlight. Its head was a massive, brutal block of shimmering energy, its handle long and thick, its form perfect, detailed, radiating a palpable, overwhelming weight and powered. It was not an illusion. It felt real, solid, a weapon of myth and legend conjured from nothing but a look and a thought. Lloyd stared, his jaw slack, the lingering pain in his legs forgotten. Rosa, across the hall, let out a soft, almost inaudible gasp, her hand instinctively going to her own rapier. As if in the presence of a superior, almost divine, weapon, Milady didn't wield the hammer with her hands. She controlled it with her will, with her gaze. That it hovered in the air for a moment, a testament to her creative power, humming with a low, dangerous energy. Then with a sharp, almost contemptuous glance, she sent it crashing down. The massive, shimmering war hammer of pure void energy slammed into the stone floor of the training hall. The impact was not just a sound. It was a physical event, a deafening, explosive boom, like a thunderclap trapped in a bottle, ripped through the hall, a concussive force that made the very air shudder and the walls tremble. The stone floor, thick blocks that had endured centuries of martial training, shattered. Not just cracked, but exploded outwards from the point of impact, spiderweb fissures racing across the entire hall. Chunks of rock flying through the air like shrapnel. That a cloud of stone dust erupted, filling the air with a choking, gray haze. The beautiful, ancient training hall was, in a single, devastating blow, ruined. And in the center of the devastation, where the hammer had struck, was a crater, the deep, wide crater, its edges fused and glowing faintly with residual void energy. The shimmering war hammer, its purpose served, dissolved back into harmless motes of light, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Milady stood calmly amidst the dust and destruction, her elegant gown untouched, her single black ring, still glowing with a cold, serene power. She turned her gaze back to her stunned, speechless son, who was staring at the crater, at the shattered floor, at the sheer, overwhelming, almost casual display of raw, creative, destructive force he had just witnessed. This wasn't just power. This was artistry. The artistry of annihilation. The ability not just to bind, but to create a weapon of immense power from nothing, and wield it with a thought. This was the true, terrifying potential of the Austen bloodline. This was the weight of the lesson. The dust slowly settled in the ruined training hall, revealing the full extent of the devastation. The once smooth stone floor was a fractured mosaic of cracks and upheavals, a deep, smoking crater marking the epicenter of his mother's casual, terrifying lesson. Lloyd stared, his mind struggling to reconcile the elegant, serene Duchess he had known his entire life with a being of immense, destructive power who had just, with a single, contemptuous glance, reshaped the very foundations of their ancestral training ground. This was the Austin power, the black ring eyes. Not just a neat trick for tripping cousins or inducing temporary sensory deprivation, but a force capable of creation and annihilation on a scale that was, frankly, terrifying. Milody's black ring eye faded, her gaze returning to its normal, warm intelligence, though. Her expression remained serious, the gravity of the lesson still hanging heavy in the dusty air. "Do you understand now, Lloyd?" she asked, her voice quiet but firm. "The difference?" Lloyd could only nod dumbly at first. His throat dried. He finally found his voice a hoarse, incredulous whisper. "The right eye seals," he recited, the words feeling inadequate, simplistic. "The left eye creates." "Precisely," Milady confirmed. "You have an instinctive grasp of the right eye's power. The seal of severed perception you used on Rhine.it is a power of negation, of control over what already exists. You looked at him, and you willed his senses to not be a potent, insidious application, but it is fundamentally a closing, a shutting down." She gestured towards a crater, a silent, smoking testament to her next point. "The left eye is the opposite. It is the power of genesis, of manifestation from the void. It does not control what is. It brings forth what is not. I did not find a hammer and lift it. I looked at the empty air, and I willed a hammer to be." She walked towards him, her steps silent amidst the debris. "This is the true dichotomy of our bloodline, Lloyd. The power of the seal and the power of the forge. Negation and creation point two sides of the same, incredibly potent, coined a master of our art can wield both, often in tandem, to achieve effects that other void users can only dream of." Lloyd's mind reeled with the possibilities. To create and to seal. To manifest a shield of pure energy, then seal it against magical intrusion. To form a blade from nothing, then seal an opponent's ability to even perceive it. The tactical applications were limitless, staggering. Then his mother posed a question that shattered his understanding of his own potential and set his mind on a new, revolutionary, and incredibly dangerous path. "Now," she said, her eyes gleaming with a sudden sharp, almost predatory intensity, "consider your other heritage, Lloyd, the power that flows in your veins from your father, the Ferrum steel." Chapter 298. She looked at his hands, then back at his eyes. "Your steel blood is a power of the tangible. It requires a connection, a proximity. You shape metal, you heat it, you project it. It is a powerful, direct expression of your will upon the physical world." She paused, then leaned closer, her voice dropping to an excited, almost conspiratorial whisper, the voice of a master theorist proposing a groundbreaking, world-altering new formula. "But what if, my son, what if you could fuse the two?" Lloyd stared at her, confused. "Fuse them? How?" "Think, Lloyd," she urged, her eyes blazing with intellectual fire. "You have the generative, creative force of the Austin left eye, the power of the forge, and you have the raw, tangible material of the Ferrum bloodline, the steel. What if you could apply the principle of one to the substance of the other?" She gestured towards the crater again. "I created that hammer from pure, unformed void energy. It was powerful. Yes, but ephemeral. It existed only as long as my will sustained it. But your power commands a true, physical substance, steel." Her gaze locked onto his, and the idea she proposed was a lightning bolt to his brain, a concept so radical, so revolutionary, it made the very air seem to hum with potential. "Your Ferrum power, as it is now, requires you to be near metal, to draw it from the void around you, to touch it, to project it from your hands. It is bound by the physical. But the Austin power, it is bound only by sight, by will." "What if," she said, her voice a low, thrilling hum, "a possibility you could learn to use? Your left black ring, not to create ephemeral energy, but to forge real, solid, permanent steel, with your gaze alone." The world seemed to tilt again. Forge steel, with his eyes. Imagine it, Lloyd. His mother's voice was filled with a passion he had never heard from her before. To look at a patch of empty air and will a sword into existence, a true sword, of a perfect, unbreakable Ferrum alloy, that remains even after you look away. Look at a chasm and forge a bridge of solid steel across it with a glance. Look an advancing army and raise a wall of sharpened, impenetrable steel spikes from the earth. Before them, without ever taking a step, without ever raising a hand. She clasped his shoulders, her grip surprisingly strong, her eyes shining with the fierce, beautiful light of a true innovator. To fuse the creative, generative force of the Austin bloodline with the raw, tangible substance of the Ferrum bloodline. It would not just be a new power. Lloyd at IT would be a new alchemy, a new form of creation, that a power utterly unprecedented, a power that would make you not just a warrior, not just a mage, but a true forge master, a creator of reality. Lloyd stared at her, his mind utterly, comprehensively blown. The concept was staggering. To bypass the physical limitations of his Ferrum power, to combine its substance with the ranged, creative will of his Austin heritage. It was a power he had never dreamed of, that a power that could, quite literally, reshape the world around him. He thought of the dispenser bottle he had so painstakingly, so exhaustingly, forged by hand, shaping the metal with his void power through physical proximity. With this new alchemy, he could potentially create thousands of them, perfectly formed, with a single, sustained, focused gaze. He thought of the battlefield, of creating weapons, armor, fortifications, instantly at range. The strategic, tactical, and even commercial implications were boundless. But is it possible? He breathed, the question a whisper of awe and disbelief. I do not know, Milady admitted, a flicker of honest uncertainty in her eyes. It has never been done. The two bloodlines have rarely, if ever, manifested with such potency in a single individual. But the theory, the principles they aligned, IT should be possible. She smiled, a true, brilliant smile of shared, audacious purpose. And you, my son, with your unique, instinctive grasp of both powers, you are the one to try. The frustration, the fear, the exhaustion of the past weeks, it all melted away, replaced by a surge of pure, exhilarating, terrifying inspiration. This was it. This was his true path. Not just mastering the powers he had, but fusing them into something new, something unique. Something has got a new alchemy, got a new power, a new destiny. Fired with a purpose so profound it made his very soul tremble. Lloyd closed his eyes, then opened them again, willing the transformation. The world swam, and the familiar, unnerving black scara and luminous bluish-white rings of the black ring eyes blazed to life. He looked at a piece of shattered stone on the floor. He focused his will, his intent. He tried not just to bind it, not just to seal it, but to change it. Infuse it with the essence of his Ferrum blood. Persuaded, with his gaze alone, to become steel. He poured his will into the gaze, his mind, straining his void power reserves, already depleted. Groaning in protest, he failed. Utterly, the piece of shattered stone on the floor remained stubbornly, infuriatingly, a piece of shattered stone. Lloyd stared at it, his newly activated black ring eyes blazing with an intensity that felt utterly wasted, pouring his will, his focus, his entire being into the single, impossible command: become steel. Nothing happened. The stone did not shimmer. IT did not transmute. IT did not even twitch. IT just sat there, a lump of gray, fractured rock, a silent, inanimate monument to his spectacular, comprehensive failure. A wave of profound, frustrating disappointment washed over him, so potent it almost made his transformed eyes water. He tried again. He focused on the air itself, trying to do as his mother had done, to create something from nothing. But where she had willed a colossal war hammer of pure energy into existence, he managed only a faint, pathetic shimmer of brief, apologetic distortion in the air that lasted for less than a second before fizzling out with a sound like a sad, deflating balloon. He grunted in frustration, the effort sending a sharp, stabbing pain through his head. The cool, controlled energy of his Austin bloodline felt slippery, elusive, a wild horse that refused to be tamed, let alone saddled with the heavy, tangible burden of his Ferrum power. He could feel both powers within him, two vast, distinct rivers of potential, but getting them to merge, to flow together into a single, creative torrent. It was like trying to braid water and fire. Across the ruined training hall, he could feel Rose's silent, analytical gaze on him. He didn't need to look to know her expression. IT would be that same cool, detached curiosity, perhaps now tinged with a flicker of something else. Pity, disdain for his clumsy, failed attempts. The thought was a fresh spur of irritation. Patience, Lloyd. His mother's voice was calm, steady, a soothing balm on his frayed, frustrated nerves. She stood beside him, her own eyes back to normal, her expression one of gentle, understanding empathy. Did you truly expect to master an art that has not been practiced in centuries in a matter of moments? She placed a cool hand on his shoulder. What I demonstrated, that was the result of 30 years of dedicated, secret practice. 30 years of study, of meditation, of slowly, painstakingly learning to command the flow. And even she admitted a flicker of her own past struggles in her eyes, can only manifest ephemeral energy. The fusion you are attempting, the forging of true, permanent matter with your gaze, that is 1,000 times more difficult. IT requires a level of control, of focused intent that is almost divine. She smiled a small, encouraging smile. Do not be discouraged by this first failure, daughter, the next 100, daughter, the next 1,000. The fact that you can even conceive of the process, that you can feel the two powers within you, that you awaken them both by sheer instinct, that in itself is a miracle. You have the potential. The rest is merely practice. Lloyd let out a long, weary sigh, allowing the black ring eyes to recede, the familiar, less intense world snapping back into focus. He felt drained, his head throbbing, his void reserve scraped to the very bottom. Practice, he echoed, the word tasting like ash, right? Just years of dedicated, mind-numbing, frustrating practice. Excellent. Something to look forward to. It is the path of all true masters, my son, Melody said simply. There are no shortcuts to true power. Just as a fresh wave of despair at the prospect of decades of failed eye-forging was about to settle over him, the familiar, almost smug, chime echoed in his mind. System notification, new primary goal detected. Task, the eye of the forge, the first spark of creation. Objective, successfully create one tangible, non-ephemeral, non-ring-shaped object using the combined generative power of the black ring eyes and the substance of the Ferrum steel blood. Chapter 300 Stipulation. The object must maintain its form for a minimum of 10 seconds without continuous application of will from the user. Reward upon completion. 200 system coins, SC. Lloyd's eyes widened at a new task, at a new primary goal, and a reward at a very, very generous reward point, 200 system coins, for creating one single, tiny object. The frustration, the despair, the daunting prospect of years of tedious practice, it all vanished, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated, system-fueled motivation. Patience, practice. Who needed patience and practice when you had a cosmic shopping list offering you a massive cash prize for achieving the impossible? 200 coins. The number gleamed in his mind, a beautiful, brilliant beacon of hope. That was almost half the cost of Fong Fairy's ascension. IT was enough to rank up his steel blood from F to E and still have change at IT was a significant, tangible leap forward. The task wasn't just a challenge anymore. It was a promise. The system was not just acknowledging the new path his mother had laid out for him. It was actively, powerfully incentivizing IT. That IT was confirming that. This new alchemy, this fusion of his two bloodlines was not just a theoretical possibility, but a key, designated step in his own power progression. That a slow, determined, almost wolfish grin spread across Lloyd's face. He looked at his mother, his eyes shining with a new, fierce light. "You're right, mother," he said, his voice ringing with a newfound conviction that made her blink in surprise. Practice, that it's all about practice. He looked back at the shattered stone on the floor, no longer a symbol of his failure, but a challenge, a 200-coin challenge. And he declared to his mother, to Rosa, to the ruined training hall, and most of all, to the silent, watching system, am a very, very dedicated student, especially when the grades are this good. The frustration of a novice was gone, replaced by the relentless, pragmatic, reward-driven focus of a gamer who had just been handed a new, incredibly difficult, but incredibly lucrative, main story quest. The path ahead was still long, still frustrating, still fraught with failure. But now, at the end of it, there wasn't just the vague promise of mastery. There was a prize, a very big, very shiny prize. And Lloyd Ferrum was a man who always played to win. The frustration could wait. The forge of his eyes had just been lit, and he would not let it go out until he had claimed his reward. The next few days were a study in intense, mind-numbing, and spectacularly unsuccessful frustration, fired with the dual motivations of maternal encouragement and the tantalizing promise of 200 system coins. Lloyd threw himself into the task of void energy molding with the fervor of a man possessed. He abandoned the bustling manufactory to Mei Jing and his capable team, that he ignored the summons to Master Elmsworth's lectures on interducal trade deficits. He even, to Rosa's silent, veiled astonishment, gave up his designated spot on the lumpy sofa, choosing instead to spend his nights in the ruined, dusty, but now intensely private, training hall. He practiced, and he failed. Over and over and over again, he would sit for hours amidst the debris of his mother's lesson, his black ring eyes blazing, his focus absolute, trying to coax a single, tangible object into existence. He started small, a simple steel needle. The air would shimmer, his head would throb, and nothing. Or worse, a faint, wispy, needle-shaped distortion would appear for a fraction of a second before dissolving with a pathetic fizzle that he tried to cube. The result was a wobbly, semi-translucent blob that looked less like a cube and more like a piece of very sad, very ethereal jelly, which promptly collapsed into nothingness that he tried to replicate the simple, open-palmed binding rings his mother had. Dismissed as rudimentary, he could manage those now. At least he could project a single, shimmering ring of bluish-white energy that could hold a small rock in place for a few seconds before his concentration wavered and it vanished. But the system was clear, a non-ring-shaped object, and it had to be tangible, non-ephemeral. It had to be forged of his Ferrum steel, not just the fleeting energy of the Austin power.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.